Chapter 588. When Mag was surprised by the resources Elliot brought back, another surprise came. We have negotiated with those people. Will they really sell resources to us? Mag looked at the resources delivered to him. The quantity was larger than what Elliot brought back, and the price was 10 times cheaper. Haha, ridiculous greedy people. Mag didn't expect that the world was so interesting. It seemed that the official forces set up a platform to sell material resources, and the Guardians smuggled them like thieves. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. It's better to let them have some sweetness. In the end, everything in that world is ours. If the material plane is not taken back, Mag thinks he will regret it for the rest of his life. How to contact them? You need to send Black Sun to keep in touch with them. On the other side, the undead gathered at Tianqing Magic School. They looked at the undead holding Black Sun in their hands. The other party successfully contacted the enemy forces. The process was not tortuous. After the undead got the item, he killed the other party's soldier and successfully left the dungeon. The undead started a live broadcast so that everyone could hear his chat with the other party. Yes, we all hope to make this transaction. We need cursed equipment, cursed weapons, everything valuable, but the most important thing is weapons and equipment. It would be best if you have a secret method to practice. Quantity? Of course, the more the better. Okay, let's make an appointment. The communication ended. Someone immediately decided to go mining to make money. Brothers, I have a bold idea. But someone proposed a different idea, who said, we have to really give them something. Mag, who was completely unaware that the other party was going to default on the deal before it even started, had already commanded his army to encircle and suppress the surrounding small forces. Plunder their wealth. The pile of supplies was like a small mountain, and a large number of cursed weapons were squeezed against each other. The evil aura was entangled, revealing a terrifying atmosphere that made people panic. While launching a war internally, Mag took the initiative to meet the Master Mage. His eyes once again moved away from the Master's white toes with difficulty. As I said before, we cannot break through the defense of that land in a short time, but the natives of that land are very greedy. They are willing to exchange more precious resources with us for the cursed relics. Interesting deal. The red-robed mage shook his toes gently. So you plunder the surroundings? Time is tight. Mag didn't think he did anything wrong. The world is dominated by the weak, and the cursed land is even more so. I am waiting for your good news. I will definitely bring you good news next time. Mag walked backwards and left the tower with a heavy breath. The pressure in front of the top strong made him feel that his heartbeat stopped. What was worse was that he could not suppress his desire. People of different races have different aesthetics, but every time he saw the magician, he would be attracted to him. Maybe the waving corners of the clothes, or the white toes. The whole body of the other party exuded an indescribable charm. But this time, he must come back with enough results. There are gains and losses, at least in this land. His status temporarily surpasses everyone. In the context of this illegal smuggling transaction actively promoted by both parties, Lind found that the invader was gone. The copy could not be matched. The undead found a way to bypass him and trade with the invader, and Lind would not forcefully stop it. He kept peeking at the undead and watched them make a free-riding plan. He didn't even have to worry about the cost of a large number of cursed relics flowing into the magic land. For the consumer market of tens of millions of undead, they could eat as many relics as they wanted and digest them without any pressure. Lin took some time to return to the war throne and confirmed that the joining of a large number of mechanical believers has accelerated the research speed. There has been no invasion during this period, which just extended the time for the manufacture of space stabilizers. The war throne is more lively than ever. Although many towns have open teleportation arrays, everyone is still used to staying here, chatting, and arguing. It has completely become a game hall. Lind. Hey! Look at me! Lind's eyes moved away from the sophisticated magic machinery in front of him and focused on the figure in front of him. Wichira, after knowing that Lind was back, he took the initiative to come and enthusiastically recommended his new product, a magic app that would definitely make the undead feel full of deja vu. What? Need my help? Lind just wanted the witch to have something to do to divert attention from himself. It seems that he has made it a career. Of course. He handed a crystal ball to Lind. You can see a lot of interesting things from it. Fisheye lens, the edge is exaggeratedly deformed. Lind looked closer at the crystal ball and found the figure of Wichira. The goddess is indeed very beautiful, showing her charm in all aspects, but it's a pity that her gender is unknown. It's up to him whether it's a man or a woman. Admiring the other's white long legs, he looked away and took another look at Shira. The long road covered a lot. Not sure, let's take another look. How is it? He asked expectantly. Well, it might be good. Lind would not say that if the undead wanted to surf the internet, they could just use their brain waves and watch whatever they wanted. Many people watch videos while fighting monsters. Although Sheila's crystal ball is quite effective, it takes up too much space, cannot be connected to the internet, and must be viewed closely, which makes it too useless. Lind has the ability to connect to the internet, but it costs a lot just to transmit the signal of the portal to each other. He cannot waste resources for a small crystal ball. Then I try. They can also shoot what they like. You like to watch it, right? There are fewer earthy sweet dramas recently, and Sheila's spirit is visibly weak. Finally sent away with Sheila, Lind closed his eyes, and was about to surf the internet. Most of the time, he would choose to surf, and occasionally chat with his partners and confidants late at night. But he is not good at talking, so he can only express it with actions. Coming? The invasion signal of the cursed land came again. Linda also immediately issued a reminder. The forced pop-up window let the undead see that the power of the gods represented absolute divine authority within the coverage area, and his ability to dominate the story in terms of pictures and text was hard to ignore. Kenshin Magic School. Matching successful. Uzumaki entered the match with his temporary teammate. They had already contacted each other just now, and a team of invaders with a lot of equipment would come next. Don't try to attack, because they will run away. Space equipment is no longer a rare item, but the undead still chose to carry a bag of resources each, which seemed to be full of magic materials. 5 figures also appeared in front. Ugly appearance, teeth like steel needles. The whirlpool heard the complaints of his companions. I dare not think that they will get too much meat stuck in their teeth when eating meat. The two sides met and looked at each other warily, but no one took action. As long as someone did not follow the rules, the others would immediately interrupt the transaction. The invaders had Black Saint to ensure communication, and the undead had group chat. Are the things ready? Everything is here. The other party took out a bag. The green animal skin bag had a strong cursed aura, and there were pus on the bag, emitting a disturbing aura. Take it out, and let us see it. The other party dumped the bag, and a large amount of equipment poured out. Several people walked over. Even though they were divided into countless teams for transportation, each team of the invaders still brought a mountain of supplies. Uzumaki and others walked over. There was no need to think about killing the enemy instantly. The overall strength of the invaders was stronger than the undead in the magic school, and the glass cannons had no room for error. So they chose a more reliable method. 1, 2, 3. 5 people rushed up to hug Xiaoshan, frantically filling their space bags, and chose to commit suicide on the spot before the enemy could react. Ashes exploded and scattered with the wind. The remaining invaders looked at the messy scene. In order to ensure safety, Mag increased resource support and kept the transmission channel open, so that his men could rush back with the things. He couldn't give his enemy 100% trust. In front of him were densely packed portals, covering the sky like a honeycomb. The space had reached its limit. If he wasn't careful, it would most likely collapse. The two planes were not absolutely connected. The rupture of the material plane would make more plane forces notice its existence. But if the plane of the cursed land was broken, it would most likely lose contact with the material plane. They were poor and didn't fear being invaded, but they couldn't accept losing the fat meat that was right in front of them. Both sides wanted to maintain their stability. A figure flew out of the dense honeycomb-like portal, and the space door closed instantly. Mag looked at the figure that landed and asked, Elliot, what's wrong? He could feel the ominousness of the other party, and the atmosphere was very bad. We were fooled. What? Those undead people. Elliot tried to organize his words. After meeting us, they asked to see if the things we brought were suitable. Of course. Mag didn't think there was anything wrong. Cursed relics were exchanged for precious material plane magic resources, and they were the biggest beneficiaries. Not to mention the price mentioned in the transaction, even if it was the transaction price given by the contractor, or even more than 10 times more expensive, they would still nod and agree. In the end, it was still a resource issue. Rare magic resources are not produced in the cursed land, and they are so rare that you can't buy them even if you want to. That's why he thinks those people are stupid. People can use various methods to obtain curses from different planes, but no one can obtain precious resources from another material plane. Then, they robbed us. Rob? They threw themselves on us, and then committed suicide. Elliot himself was also confused. They were like crazy. They died, I'm sure, but our things were also robbed, almost all of them. As more and more invaders returned, the The news they brought back was the same as Elliot's. The indigenous guardians did not choose to trade, but threw themselves on the equipment and other supplies and chose to commit suicide on the spot, and then their things were gone. So Mag's voice was hoarse. All the money was lost. After making promises to the Red Mage and ruthlessly plundering the surrounding forces, they were cheated out of everything. Black Madonna received a contact request. Thank you. A mean voice came, and then the communication was cut off. Invasion! Mag roared. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Sid! Is there anyone who wants to change the equipment? It's not the set I want. Selling cheaply, if you want more. The undead were excited to share their gains. Inside the Sin Dragon castle. Did you expect this to happen? The Sin Dragon saw the shamelessness of the undead again. He thought he had underestimated the undead, who actually used the strange spatial judgment of suicide death to rob directly. From a long-term perspective, the undead's losses are very large. As long as some not too precious magic materials can be exchanged for a set of cursed relics, it is a business that is guaranteed to make money. But why should the undead care about long-term plans? At their development speed, regardless of whether there is a level limit or not, their strength will inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes in a few months, and the current equipment will be eliminated. I think they are still too conservative. Lin said. Limited by their strength, it is already good for the undead to achieve this. Another group of undead has become rich, and they have bypassed me as a middleman. Remember the undead. But it also successfully ended the Cursed Land's little tricks. Wait, you should look at this. The Sin Dragon suddenly said. Linda looked along the Sin Dragon's lead. It was an elite glass cannon team. One of the members was the undead Linda was very familiar with, the Dark Mage Dio. Linda also had some impressions of the other few people, all of whom were wizards, who appeared in the early exploration of Tianqing Magic School. Unlike other undead, who changed their equipment and attributes for matching, this group of people were really loyal to one person and only pursued a one-shot kill. 5 people successfully matched and met with the invaders to trade. When the two sides met, the two undead, who had no martial ethics, took action immediately, threw out several alchemical props in a row, and used magic to control the 5 invaders. The Dark Wizard Dio and 3 other wizards raised their staffs on the spot, and made the action of drawing bows. The magic elements were quickly withdrawn, and the 3 people worked together, and the surrounding space elements shrank quickly. Mystical magic arrows. 3 arrows successfully pierced the heads of the 3 invaders. They quickly drank magic potions to recover, and the rhythm was very good. They captured the surviving invaders before the other party could react. After capturing the enemy, they chose to let only one person leave with the proceeds, and the remaining 4 people dragged the 2 captives and jumped into the portal. They took the initiative to kill towards the Cursed Land. It's here again, the reverse invasion of the undead. Chapter 589. The dark space in front of them became distorted. When the Dark Master Dio and others came to their senses, they found that an energy channel appeared in front of them. The square space that was surging like clouds was like some kind of insect cavity, sending them out in a vomiting way. After landing, they appeared at the entrance of a cave. There was no sunlight outside. The space seemed to have other ways of emitting light, projecting light from every corner in a very uniform way. On the huge and dilapidated plain, reed-like alien plants grew everywhere, and their length could reach the chest of the undead. A gust of wind came over, and the plants threw out a wave. The portal was in the corner, far away from the large number of portals in the distance. The 4 people quickly took action to kill the captives. Slip out first. The speaker was a little wizard with blonde hair and twin ponytails. There are heavy guards nearby, and you must not force your way in. To be honest, I didn't expect that we could really squeeze in. Yeah, I thought the map was squeezed out before. Maybe it was a bug. Several continents have not been explored clearly yet, and the game has created a map hidden behind the portal. It's really good at hiding. They had no sense of urgency to go deep into the enemy camp. They crouched and walked carefully, and kept chatting to express how excited they were. At the same time, they broadcast live to others. Do you feel something is wrong? The little wizard with blonde hair and twin ponytails asked. Well, the system shows that we are now in a low magic area, and the magic recovery speed is reduced by 100%. Wait, doesn't that mean there is no magic at all? The Dark Wizard Dio complained. It doesn't matter. I have enough medicine. The one who spoke was the undead standing on the far left. He was wearing a red robe, and his body was completely mechanized. Among the many strong men, his combat awareness was not very strong. Although his stats were top-notch, they were really nothing at this stage, but he was an indispensable member of this team. The owner of the game club, known as Brother Go, was particularly fond of esports before. He spent a lot of money, but it all went down the drain. Later, after entering Ring, he began to use his money. Skills learned but not used well, too slow to react, always in a rush. Everything is fine as long as you spend money. For example, the equipment that Goku is wearing now first transforms the body, and when it is disassembled, if there is a gust of wind, the meat in the iron lump will be blown away. It is an exaggerated degree of transformation. The whole body is full of various alchemical props, so the relationship with the NPC is also very good. Every time I spend money, I start with hundreds of thousands, and the main thing is to buy mood. It is easy to make friends by spending money, and NPC is no exception. So when Brother Go said that he had prepared enough medicine, the others were relieved. They must have magic potions, but most of them could only last for 2 or 3 high-intensity battles before they were used up. Warfare is very expensive. If they cannot win several battles in a row, the undead will lose money, and a lot of money, because their equipment will also be damaged. After Lin distributes the cost of the battle to each undead, the undead will have to bear the cost of equipment, supplies, etc., including treating their own injuries and repairing their own weapons and armor. Go this way. This place gives me a feeling of the abyss. Not quite. It's too quiet here. Even the red-named natives in the distance are not as crazy as the abyss disaster. Go this way. There seems to be a river. Maybe we can escape from here. Brothers, let me analyze it for you. A voice came from the ear, and several people turned their heads to look. The one who spoke was Goku, and the one between the twin ponytails. 21 assists, a live broadcaster in the live broadcast area. With operation, skills, and live broadcast, he has been sleeping intensively every day since the game came out. His live broadcast room also has the most viewers among the 4. Let me introduce my teammates to you. He pointed, Chiyoue, a very powerful wizard, who can enter the top 3,000 in the PvP ladder, and is the only one in the numerical glass cannon to enter the list. The little wizard with twin ponytails made a scissors hand gesture. You can call me Ali Kiss. Damn, don't be disgusting, don't be fooled, he is a man, 192, and a defender. What PvP ladder list? Why haven't I heard of it? Goku was puzzled. It's just a wild list, organized by the undead some time ago, with a total of more than 3,000 participants. Damn, this top 3,000. Just tell me if it's true. 21 assists pointed at another person. The fans who often watch my live broadcast room must know him. Goku. Everyone can brush up Goku Krypton again. The last one, the first team, the Dark Mage Dio. I have to say Dio is very stable, a veteran player of Glass Cannon. After a brief self-introduction, the 4 of them began their escape journey without any sense of urgency. 21 assists said, I guess the battlefield ahead is where the new map will be opened. He leaned over and looked into the distance, and everyone watching the live broadcast noticed the vast sea of red blood. According to the nature of the game, we must participate in a large-scale battle. Do you think we are good enough? Go asked back. In the past, when the undead participated in large-scale battles, they were helpless when facing powerful bosses, and most of the time, they were heroes on the battlefield. Strong, resurrected from the dead, always able to gallop on the battlefield. They have never encountered a hostile force, with a similar number of people and individual combat power, that may be stronger than their own. Then the only advantage left is resurrection. So that's Lin's attack? I don't think it's likely. There has never been a game that insists on having an NPC as the protagonist. From the internal beta version to the current public beta 2.2, Lin has always been the protagonist. The perspective is too single, which is not conducive to adding new content. Anyway, I think it's too early, Chiyoue said. While looking at the surrounding situation, he did not forget to give his analysis. Wuyu City has not been completely recovered. After dealing with Wuyu City, there are still underground seals. Each one is not much weaker than the Abyss. The minimum starting level is 5 rings, and they can't be killed. With this version, it is estimated that the plot will drag on for several years. The others nodded. Indeed, the breadth of the game is unmatched. It is free and open. What you see is what you get, and the gameplay is free and unlimited. Next, the Ring Knights, who will be the protagonists of the boss battle, will have to hold on for a while, otherwise the subsequent updates of the game will not be produced at all. They were safe along the way, hiding in the most marginal corners, and did not dare to use magic for fear of attracting attention. In this case, the weak undead wizards seemed to be invisible, and easily avoided the patrol. Although many people hate the stealth game, they are very happy to hide at this moment. It's great to be able to escape without starting a war. After bypassing the battlefield, there is a collapsed building in front of us. The embers of the war have not yet been extinguished, and a large area of wreckage is covered by mud. Do you smell it? Brother Go suddenly spoke. What? Others looked at Brother Go in confusion. There is a smell of blood in the wind. Fuck, what have you transformed again? Young man, flesh and blood are weak, and mechanical ascension. Brother Go patted his chest, bang bang. No money. The other three rolled their eyes. They died, and if their arms or legs were cut off, they could reappear as long as they were resurrected, but the magic and mechanical transformation would not be inherited, and they were purely disposable toys. It would be fine if someone nearby helped to collect the equipment, and with the degree of transformation of Brother Go, it would be impossible to cause harm to him unless his body was destroyed by more than 70%. In layman's terms, after Brother Go's transformation, his health bar became very short, but he had extremely thick magic and physical armor. He could not be killed without breaking the armor, and after breaking it, everything on his body would become scrap metal. The battlefield in front of them could only be traced back to more than 10 days ago. The smell of blood indicated that someone had a conflict in front. They climbed up the broken wall of the ruins in a clumsy way, squatted on a high place, took out Wang Yuan's equipment, and looked into the distance. Wait, it seems that someone is really being attacked. This picture is not so peaceful. I thought they could attack externally, and there must be no friction inside. In the distance, a knight in red armor riding a mammoth was fighting an army with a chain hammer. The undead could recognize at a glance that the army was the invaders who invaded the Tianqing magic school. They had the same appearance and steel needle-like teeth, so it was impossible to make a mistake. The red-armored knight rushed into the team, and the chain hammer was like a baseball bat, which knocked the figure flying with a light touch. The mammoth under his crotch shook his head, and his nose had a layer of thick scales. When he swung it over, he easily overturned the army and knocked out a gap. The invading soldiers were like flexible grasshoppers, jumping and jumping onto the shoulders of the red-armored knight, who immediately reached out and grabbed them and threw them to the ground. But there were too many soldiers who were not afraid of death. The handless mammoth was submerged first, and finally threw a soldier away with its trunk and fell to the ground with a whine. The red-armored knight, who fell to the ground, also fell into the quagmire of encirclement, and slowly could no longer be killed, and followed the mammoth and was pressed to the ground. What are they doing? Killing each other, or robbing money? Wait, look, is there a caravan over there? Gogu, who had more advanced eyes, pointed to the distance. The other three immediately looked over. There was indeed a caravan, and they watched helplessly as the army took away all the carriages and other things. One person wanted to say something, but was smashed into scrap metal on the spot. Scrap metal? The three looked at Brother Go. Brother Go, your relative. It seems to be a real machine, but it's hard to say whether it is a mechanical believer. Why can I see iron lumps of the Mechanicus everywhere? I go over and negotiate. Brother Go made a prompt decision. The four of them, led by Brother Go, walked towards the caravan that had just been robbed. As soon as they approached, they heard someone crying. I will protest to the Master Mage and condemn your outrageous behavior. I'm crying. Don't cry, bro. You're crying. Brother Go took the initiative to comfort them. Half of the caravan was made up of mechanical believers, and the other half was made up of completely different residents of the cursed land. They saw a person with a delicate face on his head. His body was black, and there were sharp horns on the joints, such as the knees and elbows. And that face is just a decoration. You are? Same as you. Go patted his chest. The steel made a banging sound. But the other party didn't believe it. They are all iron lumps, but there are differences between iron lumps. The magic machinery made by Lin's mechanical believers is mainly gears. When the machinery starts to run, the exposed mechanical gears will rotate quickly, showing the magic and the magic of the gears. On the other hand, the other party's iron lump is closer to heavy and bulky machinery. There are no gears on his body, and his actions are not based on magic, but another kind of power. Gogu felt a strong and evil force from the opponent's chest. However, when the opponent saw 21 assists and 3 people, his attitude immediately changed drastically. How did you? Them, brother, how did you find them? I really envy you, this is a huge fortune. What? Gogu reacted quickly and quickly got into the state. You mean them? Do you know that there is a war over there? The direction he pointed was exactly where they came from. Of course I know, otherwise why would we be robbed? The other party was angry. We didn't do anything, just because of an order from that bastard Mag. Everyone has to hand over everything they have for free. Yeah, Mag is really a bastard. The undead cursed without any pressure. If you want to get closer to someone, the shameless but useful trick is to have the same enemy as him. Cursing Mag is obviously a good way. After Gogo said this, the other party's attitude became better, which made him flattered. We are small businessmen. We just hope to make some money, unlike you. The other party suddenly asked, are you escorting them by yourself? Aren't you afraid that they will run away? Although they didn't talk for a long time, he had already keenly noticed a very key point. The undead seemed to be a very scarce commodity in the cursed land. Gogo laughed. Run? Why run? Their magic can't be used. They are completely useless here. If I let them run, they can't run far. That's true, but you are really lucky to have picked it up. The other party did not hide his envy, and looked at the immortal several times. Why, you have picked it up before. Brother, go capture the key information. Ha ha ha. But the other party did not speak. Damn, is it our people? 21 Assists suddenly spoke up and shouted, you will be punished, we will not let you go. They entered the state very quickly. The other party was vague, so they made up a lie and maximized their profits. Sure enough, as 21 Assists spoke up, the mechanical merchant's expression immediately changed. What did you say, your people? How many of you have ended up here? Chapter 590. Linda looked at the live broadcast screen of a bug caused the game to enter a map that has not yet been opened. It was true that they had a bug. The invaders of the cursed land had never thought that the undead would actually invade in the opposite direction. As they invaded, it was common sense to scream like a naked sheep and wait to be violated. The barrage was scrolling. Is the anchor wearing diapers to play games today? I always advise the anchor to rest more and take care of his health, but 21 diapers made me worry that he would sleep to death. Very sharp judgment. How did you get it all wrong? Linda watched the undead team approach the mechanical merchant. If he had at least heard of this place before he went to the Devil's Land, then his knowledge of the cursed land was almost zero. Through the perspective of the undead, he saw the desolate state of that world. There were weeds like reeds growing everywhere, no fruits, and no resource output. It was definitely a good thing that the undead could get closer to the other party, and even blend in. Linda had no idea about the cursed land, but he had a lot of ideas about protecting his own world. The local tyrant Gogo disguised himself as one of them, and the 3 undead men who were not cursed became commodities on the spot, which was quite cooperative. Where is the nearest town? Town? The mechanical merchant Rama looked at Gogo strangely. Do it. Gogo reacted very quickly, and the other 3 people also acted very decisively. The caravan that had just been swept by the army was instantly covered by magic. In this barren land where the only smell of the curse was the breath, the caravan felt the warmth and sharpness of magic for the first time. The flames turned into a tornado of flames as the staff swung, enveloping several people. Meteorites as big as human heads smashed into the flames, covered with a layer of flames, and then accurately hit the people in the surrounded caravan. When the flames went out, only charred and broken bodies were left on the ground. Let's go! They turned around and left without any regrets. There is some intelligence. 21 Assists analyzed. In fact, there are humans who stray into this plane, and the results are not good. They must have been caught. As for what they will do after being caught, I guess it is likely to be a magic experiment. Chiyoyua also nodded. People are important resources. We are all, Brother Go. You can pretend to be a merchant and sell us. Good idea. Dio, the dark mage, nodded. They can go back if they die. Zero-cost trial and error. The most important thing now is to find out how to play this new map that is not yet open to the undead. Here the magic power is completely unrecoverable. Hiss, you can try to deal with their skills and see what they use as energy. The most important thing at the moment is to determine the location and possible useful resources, and then make future plans based on this information. After all, this is just a map that has not been opened yet. It is completely lucky that I can come here due to the bug this time. I may never come here again in the future. Getting useful information as soon as possible will also facilitate exploration after the map is opened. And the gear on you? Can you disguise it? Sorry, I only wear the best equipment. Damn. Middle finger. Ha ha ha. But there is one thing we should pay attention to. Although they suspected us at the beginning, it was what Go said that raised their suspicion to the peak. Town? I guess there is no such thing in this land. The magic universal language allows different civilizations to communicate freely, and even some words that the natives cannot understand can be easily distinguished by the undead through the game system. This is the omnipotence in language given to them by the system. Different from text and language, they can also hear dialects and languages of different countries from it. Then how did they get together? No matter what civilization it is, there should be towns. Is there a possibility that they don't trade at all? Huh? The three looked at 21 assists together, waiting for his analysis. The style here is very similar to the Abyss Rift. Yeah. The three nodded, agreeing with his words. It is indeed very similar. It is like a more rational, civilized, and disciplined Abyss. Then there must be a hierarchy. 21 assists said, a monarch controls everything, maybe there are a few ministers under him, and the rest of the units are all working hard like engineers in an ant colony, so they don't need to trade or towns. But then, Chiou frowned. Don't ask me, sir. I'm just putting forward my own opinion. We haven't walked far. We still need to go into the town to have a look. I think so too. Brother Go pretended to be our master and took us to sell. And if 21 is right, the people we trade with may be local dignitaries. Dio, the dark mage, also put forward his own ideas. His ideas were unanimously recognized by the other three. First, find a force to infiltrate. For the next few days, the four of them were on the road. Linda only watched the live broadcast occasionally. Fortunately, one of the four was a professional anchor who worked hard every day, otherwise Linda would lose control of everything that happened in the cursed land. The progress of Wuyu City also suddenly accelerated as a large number of cursed relics flowed into the market. Undead people kept handing in fragments. Linda took time to forge the fragment spirit sword, but who would become the new Ring Knight? He was very hesitant. He had to choose someone he could trust since he held this power. After all, each piece of the magic ring fragment was very precious. The high-end combat power is almost enough. The gods we have conquered cannot even be used. The number of divine skins and divine powers in Lin's hands was also increasing, and the number of gods with 5-ring strength who surrendered was also increasing wildly. Things were put in front of him one after another. Of course, the most important thing was to complete the complete unification of the magic land and determine the human regime. Let the gods seal those things underground, and don't let them wander around on the ground. The things underground are very likely to come as unreasonably as the invasion of the cursed land. The authenticity of the information cannot be guaranteed, because only when the strength is improved and the vision is broadened to jump out of the current position, can we see the truth. And the truth is not unique, it can be answered from many aspects. Linda felt that he seemed to be in the embarrassing situation of sitting on the throne motionless like Rania at that time. The most efficient way to deal with it is to sit here and take a general view of the situation. Let the strong lead the weak and drive the undead out to do things. They will bring back valuable information, and Lin can also use it to quickly improve his strength. A journey alone is always boring. Rushing to the front line is too inefficient, and he is always pressed for time. Lord Lind is eager to fight. The Battle of Wuyu City will continue for a long time, and the foreign invasion of Tianqing Magic School is the same. At least at this stage, he still has nothing to do. As if knowing how bored Lind is, the King of Black Phosphorus came to Lind's Lord Hall again. Lao He has changed his outfit. Seeing Lind constantly launching new equipment, Lao He is very envious, but it is a bit too stupid to pluck scales from his body to make materials. That day, the King of Black Phosphorus finally understood that even if his body size is equivalent to a mountain, there will be a time when he will be plucked of all his scales when facing the greedy undead. As long as the benefits are enough, the undead will be willing to work hard. In order to avoid becoming a bald dragon, the King of Black Phosphorus can only change his strategy and ask Lind for help. Linda's suggestion was simple. Jointly brand. King of Black Phosphorus. Jointly branded, when Linda's factory produces equipment, it will shoot advertisements with the King of Black Phosphorus, and then play them on the open screens in major cities. Some lords of major cities have already applied the big screens of movie theaters to the squares, using magical magic as a playback medium, which is more useful than the Lord's speech. The really important things still need to be signed. Only things that are not very important, but need to be widely advertised will be put on the screen. Naturally, as the King of Black Phosphorus cut corners, the attributes of the equipment declined, causing the undead to no longer regard the King of Black Phosphorus as the strongest equipment material supplier in the version. However, the sales of the joint brands related to it are still considerable, and being handsome is everything. By the way, all the armors worn by Lind have replica versions, which are the best selling at this stage. The King of Black Phosphorus can only roar, but Lind, as a model, wears the real thing on his body, and even those clothes will appear on his character card, and he will participate in memorable battles. Why don't you come with me to the battlefield? I'm busy, and I only look idle. Linda raised his hand and pointed at his head. Busy. For example? Division of Religious Beliefs. Linda has taken back the material plane map from the arcane wizard. An exquisite and ingenious alchemical tool. To be able to see each material plane, he only needs to make a little mark without affecting his actions. Now 2 of the 3 continents are already filled with densely packed small flags. There are too many gods, Linda said. Yes. The King of Black Phosphorus nodded and agreed with Linda's statement, but they can't be considered gods. They are just a form of power and rules. Mastering them doesn't mean mastering the whole world. They are like golden wheat appearing in the wheat field. Do you still have the divine power of the god of agriculture? Linda found it very interesting. If Lao He used beautiful women, princesses, treasures, etc. as examples, it would be more in line with the dragon setting. I have no interest in that thing. Do you know how to get to the other 3 continents? 3? Sun, Moon, Demon Land, Shilu, Instead, Sariland East. Linda pointed to the world balls on the tree. He didn't need to go there himself, but he could let the undead and his strong men go there. There were resources there, including strong men, old nobles, and even scattered pieces of magic rings. Everything had to be taken back. As long as there was an open mission for free exploration, I believe the undead would like to go there. But Lao Hei's eyes stayed on the moon. What does this X mean? Linda made a bow-drawing gesture. Everything was self-explanatory. You really should go to the battlefield of Wuyu City. Lao Hei persuaded. Your fiancé's popularity there is much higher than yours. I will go, but not now. I really don't understand you. Why don't you go to the battlefield yourself if you are eager to go to the battlefield? We can't fight every battle, but we can sit here and not miss every one. Linda didn't intend to dwell too much on this topic with Lao Hei. The other party was a typical one-dragon eater, strong enough, and not afraid of invaders at all. Do you know the way there? Yes. Lao Hei said, you can use underground tunnel worms. As long as those guys have been to a place, they will always remember the way. What else? Underground tunnel worms are very precious. They are enough to be used as mobile trains between different continents. What if those places are invaded by some powerful force like Tianqing Magic School, or even completely occupied? It is too dangerous. Lao Hei continued, find a local who knows the way to help you open the coordinates. If the wizards of Tianqing Magic School are still alive, maybe it can be done. For example, the Arcane Wizard. Now there are only a few legendary wizards left, and it just so happens that the legendary wizards that Linda knows are the most indifferent among the wizards. Go to the Everfrost land. Lao Hei gave another suggestion. There is a well in that place that can lead to other continents. Good suggestion, but I heard that there is a group of out-of-control angels in the Everfrost land? There are a bunch of angels like Wyndraven. Would you care about angels? Old Black observed his fingernails. The thick fingers were like carrots covered with black mud. That's right. The fist is hard. Fortunately his fist is big enough now, and it's barely enough. But don't go to the God's realm anymore. Why? Linda asked. Old Black pointed to the moon on the alchemy map. You will get here. After receiving the contact from the undead magic bull, Old Black left neatly. Although he couldn't participate in too many wars, as the King of Black Phosphorus, he could have fun as the undead Old Black. Linda stared at the map for a while. The battle had entered a white-hot stage, and Wuyu City would soon hit the main city, and that was when he would appear. The throne had to wait for his lord to come. Before that, Linda moved his butt, found a comfortable position to sit down, and then set his eyes on the live broadcast room. Let's take a look at the latest outfits first. Always keep your love for youthful vitality. Fighting is to live well, and looking at beautiful women is life. Pick up a bag of snacks casually. With Lin's physique, he can ignore the curses and enjoy the food. Next is to watch the remote live broadcast of the undead, to see how far they have advanced in the cursed land. I haven't watched it carefully for a few days. I didn't expect that this group of people still had no casualties. And as they headed in one direction, they had more and more equipment on them, including a carriage and a cage. 3 undead sat obediently in the cages as merchandise. Weird and funny. Go was driving a carriage, a horse with sharp fangs and a sticky, squirming liquid like a curse from the abyss. Do you see it in front? There is a tall pillar. I guess that's our target. Go over and take a look. Chapter 591. Whoa! Go-Gu, who was driving, stopped his horse. 2 Ker soldiers suddenly jumped out of the darkness ahead, hiding in a blind spot. Their sudden appearance scared several people, and almost made them fight. Who are you? I'm a businessman, a mechanical businessman. Go-Gu knocked on his steel body. In order to ensure perfect disguise, he even equipped a large number of curse props. As a local tyrant player, he had a set of all types of equipment, Just like changing clothes. It's not because of the need for combat, but because of the clothing collection fetish, and I just think they look cool. The two cursed soldiers stopped their narrow eyes on Goku, and soon jumped to the other three. They look completely different from the local twisted and mutated natives. They are my latest catch. Goku amplified his voice. I'm looking for a place to sell them. You must know that they are very precious, from head to toe, and I hope to exchange them for some good things. Of course. The cursed soldier with the bone skull on the left nodded. They are indeed very valuable. Some time ago, I saw someone buy more than a dozen of them. All of them are good at using magic. Magic? Goku subconsciously turned his head and looked at his three teammates. Private chat. Since the two cursed soldiers are so easy to talk to, they can definitely get more important information from each other. On the surface, continue chatting. Yes, each of them carries a magic furnace, which was sold at a very high price at the time. The cursed soldier on the right rarely spoke up. Seeing that Brother Go was looking at him, he continued, 3 adults were fighting for it, and in the end, Lord Jawbone won the final victory. Which adults were they? Brother Go pointed to the 3 behind him. Maybe those adults didn't get what they wanted, and the 3 in my hand can meet their requirements, and by the way, I can make a small profit. Lord Jianlong, Lord Baiwu, Lord Jawbone, they are the lords of the nearby area, and they often gather together to study magic. When magic was mentioned, their eyes sparkled with longing. Is there any way to meet Lord Jawbone? Go said, I think since he has already bought it, he might want more, and his offer will be even more generous. Keep going in this direction, and go behind the 3rd tower stone pillar. Go wanted to ask more, but the 2 cursed soldiers nodded to him and left quickly, as if they had found other problems to solve. Fortunately, they are our own people. If we approached as enemies, we would definitely be stabbed. 21 Assist's voice was full of relief. What is that tall stone tower used for? I wish I knew. As they moved forward, the 4 did not give up brainstorming. The more they came into contact with, the more mysteries they found. 3 powerful lords, tall stone towers, and humans who were also captured and sold as commodities. They quickly approached the nearest tall stone tower. From a distance, it looked a little crooked, but when they got closer, they found that it was like a skyscraper on Earth. They had to look up hard to see it, and it occupied a lot of ground. The strange thing is that there is a spiral ladder outside the tower, but the inside is unusable. They did not stop for too long and continued on their way. This land is open enough, but strangely they always run into people. Not far away, they met a person who jumped out of the bush again. Unlike those cursed soldiers with dense spikes and long teeth, the newcomer was soft all over like a boneless plasticine man, with a tall body and a green body. Fortunately, he still retained the function of his vocal cords when he turned into a monster. If an object looks like an abyss disaster from any direction, then it should be an abyss disaster. Praise Red Robe, honorable sir. Goku was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a formal greeting. Praise, same as above. Goku said somewhat far-fetchedly. Now there is new news, of course, accompanied by new mysteries. Red Robe? You must be a very powerful, strong man. The Green Clay Man said, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. You can call me Clay, a dirty guy who digs for food in the ground. Wow. Goku didn't know how to react. Should he be happy about the other party's straightforwardness, or something else? After all, a person took the initiative to introduce himself as a dirty carrion eater. It was too honest, and the undead, who always liked to talk dirty, were a little speechless. How did you know? Goku asked. Your captives. Nick pointed at the other 3 undead and said, you must be very strong to be able to capture these strong men. He spoke a little clumsily, and the 3 people in the car couldn't help laughing. They haven't shown their fangs yet. Brother Go has a strong sense of conviction. Putting himself in this situation, it is hard not to be involved, or even integrate into the role. And I saw you talking to those soldiers with fangs. From a long distance away, they respected you very much, and even showed you the way. Go to the 3rd high tower stone pillar. Brother Go nodded, as an acknowledgement of the slime's guess. Although he is dumb and ugly, his eyes are very sharp, and his mind is very active. That is the residence of Lord Jawbone. The slime nodded repeatedly. His eyes were full of awe. Why are you sure I will help you? Because you didn't kill me. It's really the law of the jungle. As long as you are willing to communicate with words, you can be considered gentle. Goku and his friends didn't know what expression to make. The slime in front of them was humble and cautious. He had a little cleverness, but succumbed to layers of oppression, and took being killed as a natural part of his life. Of course. Go nodded, But before that you have to explain clearly what kind of trouble you are in, and what I can get. It's not convenient to talk in detail here. You can come with me, and I will host a banquet for you. I'm in a hurry to see Lord Jawbone. Go thought for a while, and said, how much do you know about Lord Jawbone? If you can provide some key information, I don't mind helping you, and there is no need to host a banquet. He didn't think that a clay man who claimed to be a scavenger could provide delicious food. It was most likely something waiting to be degraded and digested, and it was most likely not something that looked comfortable to the mind. But I can't explain that clearly by myself. There is someone in our residence who can explain it clearly. The oldest one speaks most clearly. Okay, lead the way. Before heading to a suspected big boss's territory, it is best to complete a small task along the way. It is best to get the key information you want and make sufficient and complete preparations. Nick led the way, and this road led them to the second high tower stone pillar. Are there lords behind each of those high tower stone pillars? Go asked casually. He thought it might be common sense. If he was suspected after asking, it would be fine. He could kill the other party, and make sure that he did it before the other party got a lot of helpers. You don't know? The mud was surprised, and his eyes scanned back and forth between Go and the three undead. That look seemed to explain a lot of things, but soon the mud's eyes turned back to stupidity and dullness. A smart NPC. The undead was surprised when he noticed the change in the mud's eyes. Of course, they were not really masters of eye reading. It was just that after Go asked that question, the four undeads noticed that the top of the slime's head suddenly turned red, and the health bar showed to them. But the slime adjusted himself very quickly, and quickly suppressed the malice and suspicion, as if he had forgotten everything. He knew how to protect his weak. The high tower stone pillar is the core of the cursed land. Some people regard the high tower stone pillar as a symbol of their own strength. How powerful each lord is depends on how many high tower stone pillars he owns. Slime was very considerate and explained in detail. It seemed that in his eyes, Gogu was not unfamiliar with the tower stone pillars, but it was his first time in this world. It is a symbol of power, but it is not just power. I heard that there is a curse of this world under each tower stone pillar. If the stone pillar collapses one day, the cursed land will collapse. Yeah, that's it. Gogu nodded, as if he didn't notice Slime's eyes. Then does this tower stone pillar in front have its own lord? Of course there is, but that strong man doesn't like to stay in the tower. I guess so. Gogu looked up at the stone pillars of the tower. The atmosphere on the road suddenly fell into silence again. Where the slime is, there is a cave. They watched the group of big and small clay figures bring up the food, and as expected, there was nothing edible. Thank you for the hospitality. Gogu had no intention of eating. If he hadn't noticed that several small clay figures were drooling and staring at the food, he would definitely think it was a prank played by the evil dungeon NPC on the undead, tricking the undead into eating bad things. Let's talk about the thing we talked about before. He took the initiative to bring up work. The person who came over to talk was a bearded, hunchbacked old man. The body material was the same as that of plasticine, and the skin was the same green, but the plasticine at the chin was drooping down, which looked like a beard. It's like this, we have lived here for generations, and then we went back to beg for food from some adults nearby, and those. He was indeed more eloquent than the clay, and his speech was clear and logical, but he was a bit talkative. Tell me the key part. Gogu had to remind the other party. Oh, that's it. The other party pointed to the distance. A finger slowly emerged from a spherical fist and pointed to the distance. A cursed disaster has appeared. Huh? The undead man felt that he had heard it wrong. You, a group of NPCs from the hostile forces, look even more abyssal than abyssal monsters, and you are afraid of disasters. Well, a cursed disaster, and then what? Gogu found that he had to correct the other party, otherwise the topic would go off track without any surprise. In just a moment, the other party was already talking about the 3 meals a day style of the cursed disaster. At the beginning, it was quite cute, but it was a bit greedy. We all wanted to keep it, but it was a bad guy. Listening to the other party talking, the undead man strongly suspected that this might be related to the machine translation and felt awkward talking. One day, it suddenly wanted to eat us. He pointed at a green plasticine man. Forgive the 4 immortals, and the audience in the live broadcast room for not being able to tell the difference between the appearances of these clay figures. There is no gender, and they look almost exactly the same. She had one leg bitten off, and we watched it swallow the leg whole. But she looks fine. Gogu looked at the clay figure lady. In fact, it is impossible to tell the gender at all, but the game's machine translation is too special, so he could understand some differences in the other person's words even though he speaks his native language. It has grown back, sacrificing some height. Recalling the clay finger that had grown on the opponent's fist just now, the undead agreed with this statement. Then what? I will help you kill that thing. No need, just expel it. You are really kind. There was sarcasm in Brother Go's words. It was indeed very kind. They only thought of expelling the enemy when they were occupied and even attacked. The internal meeting of the undead was quietly going on. In the end, they came to a unified answer that they would leave directly after completing the task, and the side quest should not waste too much of their time. After asking for the approximate location, Go set off, and even used the excuse of I am used to carrying all my wealth with me to bring his 3 teammates along. Do you think they are lying to us? There is actually an evil god or something like that there, and it will kill us and eat us as long as we get close. 21 assists had a lot of imagination. It's unlikely. Xiaoyu shook her head very rationally. Why? Those plasticine people are not strong, and we also know from the previous chat that they follow a red robe lord. Whether it is because of faith or fear of fists, they can't worship an object whose function conflicts with the red robe lord. Believers are most afraid of being indecisive. If the opponent is really powerful but the red robe does nothing, it is not impossible to defect to the opponent. What should it look like? Go over and take a closer look and you will know. The 4 of them quickly arrived at the location of the disaster, which was in a canyon with a very narrow entrance. To enter sideways, they had to pass through one by one. But after passing through, they found it very spacious and bright. A strange sea of flowers. Magic potion? Brother Go looked down at a flower beside him. There were blood-red veins on the petals, connected one by one, just like the veins of the body. He reached out to poke it, but the flower suddenly shrank into a bud. Just as Brother Go wanted to laugh, the bud suddenly opened its mouth, and the flower was twice as big as before, and it was full of sharp long teeth. A flower woke up, and then the whole canyon flower sea seemed to be awakened, and they all changed from the tranquility of swaying in the wind to the ferocious man-eating plants with bared fangs. The sound of teeth colliding resounded throughout the space. Chapter 592. The sound of teeth colliding in the flower field. Crack, click. It keeps ringing, and it hurts my teeth. The tip of my nose is filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants, which seems strange in this barren land. Is it a magic potion? Piranha. 21 assists paused. It's just a piranha. I don't know, maybe it's a magic potion? Do you have a recipe? The magic version of the piranha, with sharp teeth, but shy, keeps colliding its teeth at them, but when they get close, it will retreat and keep its distance. Curse the disaster. When you plant the potion, various monsters formed by the disaster will appear. Xiaoyu shook her twin ponytails. It must be the planting of carnivorous plants that caused the disaster. We know if we walk forward. They were very relaxed, which had a lot to do with their strength. The fact that the plasticines were only troubled but not in danger of their lives showed that the danger level here was not high. Brother Go stood in the front, and he smashed several bottles of potion for himself, some for internal use and some for external application. Layers of spheres or semicircles of different colors appeared on his body. The transparent one is a barrier. The ice blue one is an ice shield. The semicircle one is an impact shield that can only be used by knights. It is said that knights can start charging after putting on the shield, but in fact no one does this. And the 3 shields rotating around the body on the outermost edge are the latest alchemical props. What else can I say? It's great to have money. At least 3 of the 4 people present sighed with envy. Walking on the rugged path and walking forward for a distance, 21 assists suddenly wondered and muttered to himself, "What? Where?" A microscope audience appeared in his live broadcast room. The other 3 watched him walk to the front, reached out to push away the shaking weeds, and saw a pile of things similar to vomit. How did you see it? 21 assists were surprised, and then asked their companions, "Did you see it?" Everyone shook their heads in tacit agreement. No one saw it. The vomit was sticky green, very similar to the color of those plasticines. Poke it gently with your finger, and you will find that it is a bit like fermented dough, and it will slowly rebound. Do I look like a qualified hunter now? 21 assists was still in the mood to joke. No matter how dangerous they were relaxed. Hush, listen to the sound. A loud roar came, and the rustling footsteps slowly approached. The piranha plant that was still clashing its teeth just now calmed down and hid its teeth in the flower buds. Then, they saw a strange, huge, but familiar thing. It was similar to a human, with a shoulder height comparable to an elephant, a thin body, but a loose belly like a shriveled sack. Scavenger, A primary monster that appeared during the internal testing period. This one was bigger than any other they had seen. Its mouth had tentacles that kept twisting like octopus tentacles, and its mouth was very wide open. Roar! While roaring at the people, you could see its mouth open almost 180 degrees, and the snarling octopus tentacles were like assistants helping with eating, constantly grabbing and stuffing things into its mouth. Get out of here! It can talk! Several people were shocked. Maybe it can talk when it reaches a certain level of strength? The undead were very surprised. Don't get close, and get out of here! The giant scavenger shouted again. It's so gentle. The undead remained calm. The enemy didn't have a health bar. As qualified and law-abiding undead, they generally wouldn't attack NPCs without a health bar, unless the other party was really hideous and made them want to bite. Get out! The scavenger dug the dirt pit, stiffening his neck as if to charge at the undead. If you don't want to die, shut up. Brother Go had a bad temper. I heard you're harming people here? We ask you questions, you answer. Ah! The scavenger opened his mouth, and his regular triangular yellow teeth looked a bit like shark teeth. I go first? Chiyoyua asked tentatively, and then threw a fireball over. It landed on the scavenger's head, and the other party immediately retreated with a scream. The health bar was revealed. The four undead raised their hands in unison, and they were anxious to take the main line. A magic fire wall appeared in front of them, and the carnivorous plant trembled, its teeth clashed, and a large piece of charcoal was burned by the fire. A strong wind appeared immediately to add to the fire, and the wind and fire wrapped around the scavenger, burning it and making it scream. They had an absolute advantage in magic output, and the opponent could only retreat and distance themselves, but the magic did not give in at all, and pressed forward step by step. Okay, you won. The scavenger yelled, I won't fight anymore, you can do whatever you want. Why are we here? You know me, I don't like to read the task description, and this map doesn't have a task record function. Kill him first? I'm always here, you can't kill me. The scavenger yelled, I don't care who you accepted the commission. You must have accepted the commission from those green guys, right? Look, he knows everything. 21 Assists said with a smile. Have they commissioned me before? They have contributed to my growth. The scavenger patted his sagging belly. Then you deserve to die. The undead will show their hatred of evil at any time, and there is no regular pattern. The enemy will generally have only one way to die. The magic attack started again, and the red-eyed scavenger also rushed in front of the undead, ready to fight to the death. But a mysterious magic arrow had already hit its forehead. Puff! The scavenger was hit in the head by the magic arrow, staggered back several steps, and finally fell to the ground with his head tilted, but that was all. The Dark Master was a little confused. Is it so difficult in a place without magic? The damage difference was too big. Luckily, the others succeeded in defeating the scavenger. We must have been deceived. Chiyoyua analyzed, they tricked us here mainly to feed this thing. They are really brave. Maybe you think we won't make it back alive? Then we massacre the whole village when we get back. In a few words, the next action plan was determined. Wait, let's go in and see if there's a treasure chest. 21 Assists was very perceptive. This kind of place is guarded by elite monsters, and usually they put key items or high attribute equipment. Let's take a look. Clearly passing through the piranha plant, the four of them came to the doghouse, where the scavengers usually lived, which exuded a foul smell of secretions. But there are indeed quite a few things. Cursed weapons, and even armor, which are exactly the armor worn by the regular army. Of the cursed land they met outside. It can be seen that the plasticine are not picky about meat and vegetables, and dare to attack anyone. Is this a staff? Has anyone else been here? The undead picked up the staff. This is an ebony staff, and the top of the staff is made into a bird claw shape, and a ball is held in the palm of the bird claw. 3-ring staff, gosh! There are some here too. The 4 people who had a good harvest attracted the envy of a large number of viewers in the live broadcast room. What is this? It looks like a nameplate. The speaker was Dio, the Dark Master. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he said, when I was promoting the magic school before, I saw the mad wizards in it. Some of them would carry this kind of nameplate on their bodies, which seemed to prove their identity, similar to a student ID card. I heard from Ms. Dai Juing that there are still some places that require nameplates to pass. What's written on it? It seems to be Far East. The undead simply packed up and left the place, returning to the place where they lived. The group of people's expressions did not change. Maybe they did make expressions, but the undead could not distinguish the expressions of the plasticine. Drink the potion and show violence. This is just a small monster base. Go complained while killing. They were actually deceived by a small monster. They were not cautious enough. Wait! The slime noticed their return. You must have succeeded, right? I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Then let the wonderful misunderstanding continue. The undead has made up his mind not to listen to his nonsense anymore, and will never be fooled again. How to let the undead in different planes receive your message. Linda is facing such a problem at this time. Far East. He was having a headache about how to go to the Eastern continent, and how to go to the Far East Magic School. Unexpectedly, the undead found the Far East in a corner of the cursed land. Nameplate. There is no way. Unless you go there in person. The one who can answer his question is the long-lived Black Phosphorus King, and the other is the Beast Overlord. The former is long-lived and very good at space travel, but he is not very interested in Lin's question. Dominating the world or saving the world is not within his interest. The Beast Overlord has been living a comfortable life recently. He is slowly getting his own echo back, but he is stuck at the most critical point. Because the new Beast Master was the one who surrendered to Lord Lind, Lind refused to take action against the new Beast Master, which resulted in a powerful master with 7 rings of strength being weakened and cut, and can only maintain 6 rings. Nowadays, there are gods everywhere, and 6 rings are really nothing. Putting aside ambitions, the Beast Master is quite satisfied with his life. Besides, the new Beast Master and Lind are not familiar with each other at all. The other party must be worried every day that Lind will kill him, and take back his power to give to the Beast Master. Even if I think the way you said, I'm still angry. The cat with his legs crossed stared at Lind fiercely. The above statements are Lind's suggestions to the Beast Master, which is called self-hypnosis. He told him not to keep staring at the new Beast Master. It's not easy for him to gain power. That's my power. Why should I care if he is worried every day? After I get the power back, I just want him to die. Lind can still deal with a Black Phosphorus King, who doesn't like to fight for power. After all, the other party was an old partner with the Dragon Knight Hastings. The Beast Master is different. This cat has a strong desire for power. Giving him enough power will cause chaos inside, especially in the Beast Land. So you can't do anything? Linda changed the subject abruptly. His fist is big, so he doesn't need to care about the other party's mood. Balance and peace are the most important. Don't think about fighting and killing all day long. But the Beast Master obviously doesn't think so. I've told you, you also go there, and then use your power to cover it. The Beast Master said, even the 3 gods can't connect their power to an unconnected plane. No, it's not unconnected. Linda suddenly thought of a possibility. It was a bit difficult for him to contact the undead in the Throne of War, but if he stood at the door of the portal and sent the task when the portal was open, the distance was not far. The distance from the portal to the current position of the undead was not even as far as the distance from south to north of Shilu continent. It's just how to keep the connection continuous and stable. He had no choice but to get up and go to the research room of the mechanical believers, hoping that there would be some good news for him. Research is not a one-day thing. Linda changed from requiring the space to be as closed as possible to requiring the space channel to be open all the time, just like helping the other party stabilize a channel for rushing in. My lord, this is very dangerous. Nur advised, invaders from other planes will rush in without any care. Unilateral. Open the door. The consumption is huge and very unstable, which is like breaking into someone else's house by picking the lock. But if one side also helps to stabilize, it will first help to bear the other party's consumption, just like actively opening the door to invite others in. Let the wolf into the house. Can I contact the undead in other planes in a short time? There are mechanical believers in the cursed land, and the iron lumps may be the real sons of the version. We can make a door that will explode after use. Then make one. But every time the space oscillates, the speed of space collapse will increase. Doing so may bring the destruction of Tianqing Magic School earlier. How early? A few months, maybe a few years, there is no guarantee. Then make one. A brand new continent is waiting for him. It is difficult for Lin to refuse. He believes that Miss Ghost will be very happy with his decision. Hurry up. It is not difficult to make a semi-finished product. With the help of a dozen mechanical believers, they used the semi-finished product to stabilize the space channel. Lin raised his hand to the door in front of him, and passed the power of the story master to the undead in the distance. The 4 undead, who were about to reach the 3rd tower stone pillar, suddenly stopped. Secrets of the Far East. Investigate the news about the Far East. Reward. Key X10. Prerequisite for opening a new continent copy. Is the mission delayed? Several people stopped. Far East? Is it the sign we picked up? Oh no, we killed all the people. Several people were upset. In this case, we can only complete the task at hand. Because there is a second task. Hostages in the cursed land. Rescue the trapped humans and bring them back successfully. Reward. Key X5. Chapter 593. The Third Tower Stone Pillar. When the undead team arrived here, they did not encounter any attacks as expected, and it was very peaceful. The first thing that came into view was a big uphill slope. Soldiers wearing fire-red cursed armor were patrolling, moving their feet sluggishly like zombies. It seems that their reaction will not be activated if we don't get close. 21 Assist said, the judgment distance is very close, which is very convenient for long-range sneak attacks. There is a sniper on the tower in the distance. It was Brother Go who raised his hands, using a universal gesture to show that he had absolutely no hostility. Then a team seemed to suddenly wake up from sleep, raise their heads, and walk towards the undead with their heads held high. We came from that direction. Brother Go pointed behind him, and then pointed at the undead behind him. I caught some good stuff and want to trade. I heard that Lord Jawbone likes them very much. Follow me. The one who seemed to be the captain of the team spoke. The sound came from his throat. But the reactions of the other few people made the undead man suspicious, because their eyes and expressions were exactly the same as the team leader, who had just spoken. The only difference was that they did not speak or open their mouths. Following the team to the slope, the spiked chevaux de frise was lined up in rows, blocking all possible enemy situations. Along the way, many similar soldiers were seen. Their eyes were also dull, holding their weapons, and staring at the distance motionlessly. The undead men had no time to carefully study the soldiers' strange behavior. They had already arrived in front of the stone pillars of the high tower. Someone came forward and took away the 3 undeads, who were acting as commodities. So tough. Goku complained in the private chat channel. Before discussing the price, the other party took the commodities away. No matter whether the final price was in line with their wishes, the deal had to be made. The forced buying and selling made the few people feel worse, and they were ready to shock the natives with undeads at any time. Our main job is to save people. No hope. The number of defenders here is at least 10,000, and their combat effectiveness is not low. It is impossible to defeat them without 100,000 undeads. 10,000 immortals? It's impossible. They are not allowed to go to magic school because of their attributes. Let's go see if we can meet humans. Brother Go, be careful and get information. Okay. A new plan was made in a few words. Brother Go followed the people in front of him into a tent. From the outside, it could accommodate up to 20 people. After entering, he found that there was a different world inside. It seemed that he had come to a whole new world in an instant. There was a cliff under his feet. On the other side of the cliff was a mountain that looked like a human skull. There was a building in the eye socket. It was too far away for him to see clearly. Boom boom. The cliff under his feet was surging. Something was crawling and approaching quickly. The huge shock made Brother Go's body bounce back and forth on the ground uncontrollably, and he subconsciously stepped back to distance himself. The storm rushed out from below, and a huge bone arm stretched out from the abyss. Boom. It hit in front of him, but fortunately Brother Go retreated early. He watched a large piece of the cliff being knocked off and fell into the endless abyss. Is this Lord Jawbone? Just a palm is so huge, and in terms of size, it is not even smaller than Lind, who has turned into a giant. The closest thing to Brother Go was the little finger of the skeleton arm, which seemed to be a 2-story high wall smashing in front of him. The dust and stones that were raised crackled against the metal body, making a dense crashing sound. No matter how strong Lord Jawbone was, just relying on such a terrifying size and strength was enough to scare away the undead. The pale bones had many cracks, and he could clearly see the gaps where the bones were missing. The palm was motionless. You mean I should step on this arm to get through? He asked tentatively. No one answered. Goku jumped onto the white bone's finger bones. The small finger bones were a stable and long foothold for him. With the help of the white bone's moving arms, he successfully reached the other side of the canyon. Boom, boom. The same rough landing method. Thank you. Before jumping down, Goku glanced at the white bone arm that caused a large amount of rock collapse due to the rough means. If it happened a few more times, this place might completely become an abyss instead of a narrow canyon. Arrived in front of the skull-shaped mountain. There was no guidance, but a door opened from the mouth of the skull. A very clear road guide. Entering the door, Goku didn't see anyone, but he heard a voice coming from all directions. You brought humans from the material plane. Yes, Mr. Jawbone. Goku bowed his head and admitted. He had figured out what was going on here. This mountain seemed to be Mr. Jawbone's head, and he waved directly into the other's mouth to chat. No wonder the voice was so clear. Well done. Happiness can be heard in his voice. I just hope to sell it at a good price. Go-Go answered. He was not afraid of death, and did not care about the pressure and needle-like pain coming from the other party. After losing his body, his soul seemed to be able to feel more clearly and deeply. Just turn off the perception, there is no problem now. Of course, you will get a reasonable price. Lord Jawbone did not become angry because of Go-Ji's words, as if he could not feel any emotions at all. There was no bargaining, it was not like doing business at all. The other party rudely snatched the undead away, and then completed the transaction as a gift. Go-Go was not in a good mood, but he knew that he could not do anything to a seemingly top boss alone, and being able to return alive was a victory. Riding on the white bone arm across the abyss again, Go-Go quickly left the tent space. There were already soldiers in red armor waiting for him outside, and there was a big box behind the other party, which must have been just moved in. Opening the box, there are some disgusting materials inside. Blood-red eyeballs with maggots crawling around, severed fingers with sharp long nails and skin like old trees, teeth that look normal but actually have completely twisted roots and spirals, gray ears wrapped in red mycelium. These messy things gathered in a large box, and they were still doing their previous activities as if they were alive. Is this the reward I received? Not mentioning the appearance, just looking at the value and rarity of the props, it seems to be really precious. Naturally, no one answered. He held the box, and had to leave the third tallest tower pillar under the drive. Brothers, how are you guys doing? Go quickly asked his teammates in private chat. But a line of text suddenly popped up. Your soul communication has attracted the attention of Jawbone. Maybe the other party is trying to hear your soul whisper clearly. It's best to stop here. This is definitely not a good choice. Everyone immediately stopped private chatting and dared not try again. Damn, the system private chat was actually monitored by NPC. Will there be NPCs who can directly chat with us in private in the future? Brother Go complained, but he was not without a way to deal with it. He risked his life to say, start live streaming. Even if the NPC found them, they were not afraid, unless the NPC also knew how to watch live streaming, otherwise they would definitely win. The 4 people started live streaming, and hung the live streaming screen except their own. Since the other party can eavesdrop on private chats, it is not safe to speak. We don't have much of a problem here. Brother Go kept an eye on the live streaming rooms of the other 3 people, and just happened to see Chiyoyua take out a pen to write. Sure enough, there are always more solutions than problems. I was relieved, but Brother Go didn't say anything or move. It would be troublesome if the Jawbone Lord noticed his little move. We were detained separately. They seemed to be testing our magic power and confiscated all our equipment. If I don't get my equipment and space bag back, I want to delete my account and play again. It's over. The words we wrote were taken away. In the live broadcast room, 21 assists the paper on which he wrote was taken away, but the other party did not leave directly. Instead, he grabbed the paper and pointed at the words on it and asked, what is written? Rune. 21 assists responded quickly, it can help me contact my companions. It's normal that the other party can't understand it, because this is Chinese characters. The natives who don't have the ability to translate systematically can't understand the profound Chinese characters that seem to be mixed with endless knowledge. They just think this kind of text is very strange. Companions? Although we accidentally drifted here, we have never given up looking for a way to leave. 21 assists started to make up stories without blushing. As long as we write the runes, we can contact our companions. You'd better let us go, otherwise my companions will come and kill you. Let your companions come. The other party's voice was still emotionless, and he took the initiative to throw the paper to 21 assists. Come, how come? They squeezed in, with difficulty due to a bug. Although they received the task, it means that it is legal to enter this place now, but it is difficult to recruit more people. 21 assists had to write a line of Chinese characters. That's it? How to read it? One arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops come to meet. It was very strange. This time, the system was very smart and did not translate, allowing him to finish the sentence in the most straightforward Mandarin. It became a spell that the other party couldn't understand. Bang! The other party reached out and grabbed 21 Assist's neck. Don't play tricks, wizard. Ahem, of course not. It was a close call. In their opinion, using Chinese characters to pretend to be runes, and using Mandarin to pretend to be spells successfully controlled the soldier sent by Lord Jawbone. Is this the power of your material plane? Of course it is. 21 Assists suddenly straightened his chest and raised his head, very proud. As long as you can keep us alive, we will fully cooperate with you. Begging for mercy in the most proud tone. The other party did not seem to expect that there would be such unscrupulous residents of the material plane. Those who were caught in the past would only cooperate tremblingly after being threatened, but the three people in front of them seemed to be impatient. Show us your magic. This is a cursed land. Chiyoyua said, we don't have magic at all, and the air environment does not allow it. Okay. The other party was very easy to talk to, probably because he thought that the three humans in front of him had no choice but to cooperate after coming here. I will take you to a place with magic. With magic? The three undead made eye contact and immediately thought of a possibility. The material plane humans who accidentally drifted here and were bought by Mr. Jawbone. The method of extracting power from the body was already done by Lin during the internal test period, and even set off a small trend of undead selling physical strength for money. However, later on, the various ores for extracting magic energy were simply not used up, and the undead did not have as little playable content as during the internal test. They only had insufficient physical strength, and they did not have enough physical strength to sell for money. Maybe selling physical labor is too little money is also a reason. You follow me? The other party pointed at Dio, the dark wizard who had been silent, and said, the remaining two stay here. Watching the two leave, 21 Assists said, he must not believe us and wants to give it a try. We are real gold that is not afraid of fire. Chiyoyua nodded, with a smile on her lips. They made it up. The runes are Chinese characters, but they didn't make it up completely. The Chinese characters are real, but the people of this land can't understand them. It's not their fault. Soon, the dark mage Dio came back. How is it? Simple. After 21 Assists and Chiyoyua went to the magic environment, they understood why it was simple. It was indeed simple, because he had written a line of words, and they could solve the problem by just reading it and releasing the fire bomb by blocking the pre-swing. The undead had too many ways to block the pre-swing and cancel the post-swing, which were skills that only the undead, who were not afraid of death, could learn from countless life and death experiences. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? If you are okay, just eat Liliumii. Chiyoyua almost couldn't hold back. Another feature of the spell is the tone. If the tone is different, it may fail. But this spell will definitely not be read wrong. The ups and downs are not wrong at all. Even the soldier who was guarding the side subconsciously imitated it. Although he didn't understand it and couldn't read it, he remembered it unexpectedly. What a terrible magic sound. It actually hovered in my mind and couldn't be shaken off. The three who had successfully gained the trust of the other party gathered together again. You said before that you could contact your own people, and they could come here? The three nodded. Of course, but it requires a lot of magical energy. It seems that Lord Jawbone is very eager for talents from the material plane. It is not important whether they can call people, but they must know where the wizards from the material plane are imprisoned within the stone pillar of the third tallest tower. We have a rune and spell that can directly extract magic power from the wizard's body. 21 Assists said, as long as there are enough wizards, we may be able to contact the people in the material plane and ask them to come over. The other party was silent. After a long while he nodded. Okay. When they arrived, they saw the wizards whose hands and feet were locked. They were listless and their cheeks were thin. The wizards were surprised when they saw the three people, but thinking about the current situation, it was just three more unlucky guys, no difference. When they heard the three of them say that they wanted to drain the magic power of the wizards present and work for Lord Jawbone, the wizards couldn't help cursing, but they were forced to sit down honestly by force. What are you reciting? Do you still remember the memorial to the Emperor? I've already returned it to the teacher. It doesn't matter what you recite, but it has to be long and in sync. I think it's most appropriate to recite a large text, and it also has to be passionate. The most suitable ones are the memorial to the Emperor and Man Jianghong. The three suddenly noticed that Gogo was writing in the live broadcast room, and asked them to search for a live broadcast room. In the picture, a strong man with a heart-protecting hair said, "Hello, everyone, I am a Chinese teacher. I will write down the memorial to the Emperor, and you can recite it with me." Reciting the same text in a mediocre way is a compulsory course for everyone who has received 9 years of compulsory education. Chapter 594. Looked at each other in bewilderment. I couldn't understand. But seeing the three of them singing in unison with a rhythmic tone, and blurting out the ancient and difficult pronunciation that was completely different from the common language, everyone felt that this should be true. It must be true. The rolling of the tongue could not be imitated, and there was even a feeling of biting the tongue, but that was all. No matter how hard they tried, they could not make that sound, and at most they could only imitate, was the fundamental reason. The dozen or so wizards, who had been waiting to draw magic power, waited quietly, feeling uneasy. They also believed that such a long spell would definitely have a very terrifying effect, and the loss would also be very terrifying. Wait. It's not over yet. Huh, it worked. 21 assists said. Wizards? ? They didn't feel anything, not even a little bit of magic fluctuation, nor did they feel the power disappearing from their bodies. Are they okay? The red-armored soldier asked. He glanced at the captured wizards. His eyes were inquiring, and his spirits were almost the same as when he came, listless. But in the expected situation, they would most likely be drained of their power and turned into dried bodies, and die on the spot, instead of watching with curious eyes like now, in a leisurely manner like the audience in the first row. Don't think they are safe now. In fact, their lives have entered the countdown. 21 assists shook his head. They are all hopeless. Everything is just a last gasp. Wizards, eh? They really didn't have a last gasp. Their bodies were fine, and they still had a small amount of magic power, but this was obviously not the time for them to expose themselves. They even thought of another possibility, that as humans, the three were saving themselves. When will those people you contact come? This very soon. They were all made up. How could anyone come? Of course someone can go. Linda watched everything that happened to the 4 undead in the cursed land. He was not surprised at the tricks the undead could play. He was only one person, and every undead had a similar way of thinking as himself. It was instinctive to stay calm in times of danger, and even seize opportunities to make trouble. The undead made up a spell, and copied the memorial to the Emperor to fool the red-armored soldiers on the stone pillars of the 3rd tallest tower, but Linda could make this nonsense come true. Isn't it just that you want a large number of people from the material plane to go to that world? He can do it. The disposable space stabilizer has not yet detonated. After he conveyed the mission, the connection between the two worlds has become more and more stable. The invading army of the cursed land has not yet discovered this, but it will definitely not last too long. It is better to send a death squad to rescue the captured wizards. The Xuanwu Shield team, which was advancing in Wuyu City, suddenly stopped. Wait, this is an apology letter from the official website, and there is also a reward compensation. Dear Undead, as you can see, the plane we live in has been invaded. Cursed Shadow is a campaign under development. During the test of Tianqing Magic School, several undead found a way to the cursed land, which greatly affected the fairness of the undead's journey. Therefore, I, Lind Armin, decided to temporarily open the cursed land internal test. 1. Temporarily lift the entry restrictions of Tianqing Magic School. All undead can enter. The number of times is limited. 1 time. 2. High explosion rate reward. Explosion rate increased by 100%. Temporary acquisition. All equipment in the cursed land is stable cursed equipment. You can wear it with confidence. 3. Compensation. All undead can receive once. Cursed Shadow Internal Test Version Gift Package. The gift package includes random main city prize pool key, money, random potion materials, etc. The moon-slashing blade and the dragon scale sword also finished reading the content that suddenly flew to their faces. So someone was playing PvP at the Tianqing Magic School and entered the new dungeon map directly by using a bug? Zhang Yudao asked. The two companions nodded. I thought it was just a small dungeon. There are still many lands in this world that have not been fully explored. As undead people who are ranked at the top of the ladder, their first task is to defeat bosses, get equipment, and promote the plot and main line. Tens of millions of people can discover tens of millions of side quests. Just watching the side quests of one country is comparable to a very long TV series. If the side quests of the 4 continents are gathered together, it takes longer to watch all the content than the life of an undead. That is to say, it may be a large map that will be opened in the future. Why not release it directly through the official website? Because the publisher is Linda. Isn't Linda the same as the official website now? It can also increase the sense of immersion. Wait, I went to the official website and checked. It has been refreshed. Sure enough, the homepage of the official website really appeared with an update message that was exactly the same as the content sent by Linda. What are you waiting for? If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. You can miss everything, but you must not miss the cyber egg. In front of the Tianqing Magic School, Ms. Dai Juing, Rabbit Tooth Witch Miko, Tina and others followed Lind and looked at the crowds of people in front of them. How long should I cook the soup? Tina, who always regarded cooking soup as her job, suddenly felt dizzy. The Sin Dragon Castle has opened up its ability to the maximum, constantly opening new barriers to take in the undead. Although there seemed to be a sea of people in front of them, they had actually been diluted hundreds or thousands of times. Are we going to start a counterattack? Ms. Daijuing asked. Of course not, our strength is still too weak. Whether it is the powerful bone body of Mr. Jawbone, or other strong men, including the individual combat strength of the invaders, the undead cannot challenge them at this stage. But we can fight and leave. Mobilizing a war at the level of tens of millions of troops will be a headache for any force, including military expenses, food, energy consumption, etc. Even if the overall average combat strength of the undead has reached the heroic level and can come through the portal, it does not mean that the cost is reduced. On the contrary, the cost is still rising infinitely. To mobilize a hero-level warrior, you must pay enough. Of course, Lin did pay a price, but the price was much smaller than expected. He only took out tens of millions of boxes, which seemed a drop in the bucket compared to the remuneration required to pay tens of millions of undead to fight for him. How did you do it? Miko asked. They don't come just by waving. As the first person to come into contact with the undead, Miko knew very well how easy it was to fool the undead at the beginning. They would come to work happily if they were given anything. But now that they are strong and have seen more and more things, they have become picky. Some random rewards can no longer attract the interest of the undead. I didn't expect so many people to come, Lin said. You didn't expect it either? I thought it would be at most a few 100,000 or a few 100,000. Lin nodded to show that he was absolutely not lying. The letter he sent was just a trick to imitate the official website, and the content was close to the apology letter. The basic operation of the game company is to send an apology letter plus compensation. Except for a small number of players, most players don't know where the bug is or what happened. In short, it's right to receive the reward, don't miss it. His divine power only covers the demonic land, and it is difficult and not worth it to cross the continent. But he did not expect that the content he posted would appear on the official website. Announcement at the same time. Am I the spokesperson of the official website now? He did not control the official website, and could not contact the other party. There was no doubt that the other party had seen him, and even went in the direction that Linda did not want to develop at the beginning. He really wanted to make himself a wild boss official. The difference is that he was not made stupid by the official website, but the other party was deliberately imitating and learning from him. Is the official website trustworthy? From the perspective of Linda's knowledge of the undead, it is trustworthy. We can work together to have a better future and resist external invasion. The official website helps Linda publish the announcement at this time, which also has the same meaning. But from the perspective of the natives, the official website is like a time bomb, forcibly recruiting and brainwashing some people. This is not the first time that the official website has done this. Linda has always kept a distance from the official website for this reason. He is afraid that he will suddenly become a fool NPC who protects the undead and only issues tasks to the undead and says that everything is fine. Now the goodwill revealed by the other party may not be goodwill, and Linda is only vigilant. The influence of an official website update notification far exceeds the information released by Linda. After all, no matter how powerful his identity is, whether he is the real lord of the magic land, the master of the universe, or the invincible absolute strongman, he is just an NPC in the eyes of the undead, and there is no difference between him and the NPC on the roadside who has two legs intact but insists on being passed on. Don't bind to the official website and become a member of its command. Watching the noisy undead people collecting the compensation treasure chests, Linda sped up and urged the gods to work on the assembly line, such as the blessings of the gods, and the various alchemical props of the mechanical believers, who were already waiting on the assembly line, and even the works of the potion brewing pharmacists gathered from the main cities of each country. Regardless of whether they are defective or not, they are all stuffed in to make up the numbers. Tens of millions of compensation treasure chests will also cut Linda's aorta. But as long as hundreds of thousands of undead people choose to go to Cursed Land, internal test play. If Lin makes some trouble in the new map, he can make up for his losses. Weapon wear and tear, equipment repair and forging, potion consumption. And the mining, potion planting, smelting, forging, etc. involved, a war can bring huge economic benefits to Lin, plus the income from another plane brought back by the undead like locusts. Guaranteed profit. High-intensity war will cause the resources of the continent controlled by Lin to enter a stage of rapid consumption, and the development of a new continent is imminent. Zhang Yudao squeezed out of the crowd holding the box, just like a zombie coming out of a cage. He looked at his friend complainingly. Xian Wuxield was wearing heavy armor, with only his face exposed. He grabbed the box with one hand, just like grabbing a children's toy box. The dragon scale sword beside him looked a little pitiful and helpless. Let's go, open the box. Actually, the speed of sending boxes is quite fast. If everyone lines up, it will definitely be fast. That's difficult. No one likes to line up when grabbing eggs. Everyone believes that the quick hand gets the prize, the slow hand gets the prize. Hey Uzumaki, what a coincidence. They just happened to meet their friends, so they took the initiative to say hello. Uzumaki came over with a box in his arms, and said to the passerby, "Please make way, thank you." "Are you going to the internal test map?" Uzumaki asked. "Of course." John Yudao nodded, and the other two nodded without saying anything. There was nothing to hesitate about. There was only one trial opportunity, limited time opening, internal test map, etc. All kinds of information put together were simply tempting them. All main quests can be postponed. How about teaming up together? John Yudao took the initiative to invite. Haha, I really want to find a wild team to hang out with. It's great that you want me. Let me hold your thighs. No, you are the real thigh. The four of them left with laughter, and went outside to open the box. The rewards were quite generous, with many kinds and full. It felt worthwhile to come here to get them, but I couldn't tell how much these things would play a role. Choose a match. Linda's voice came to my ears. A wormhole appeared at the location of Tianqing Magic School. Invaders from other planes have discovered us. We can only do our best to stop their invasion, again and again, to prevent the shadow of the curse from covering the peaceful world. Dragon Scale Sword complained, "How can it be peaceful? It seems that we have been killing each other all the time." As long as you know a little about the background of the story, you will know that before the appearance of the undead, although wars broke out on various continents, the scale of the war was small, because only a small number of people survived in the 3 novice village continents. After the undead appeared, the death toll surged, surpassing the continent's 100-year level in a few years, and the damage to the ground and terrain was a terrifying level that had not been seen in hundreds of years. That's quite peaceful. Moonblade said, "We have built a lot of convenient facilities for the people, and the disasters are almost killed." Indeed. If you don't fight the gods and don't kill the ring knights, most of the undead can only kill the disasters, but the number and quality of the disasters are completely incomparable to the undead, and the overall situation is a strange scene of more wolves and less meat. When a powerful wild boss is refreshed, a group of people will rush up with strange cries. Match successful. The scene in front of him changed. They successfully matched 4 invaders. Linda's voice had not yet disappeared, and he continued, "A worse situation has occurred. We have undead people lost in the other plane, and found humans from the material plane there. Maybe they are not from the same continent, but we must have a common human ancestor. Go to the other plane to rescue the trapped humans. Undead people, kill the invaders, and then seize their unclosed portal to sneak into the cursed land. That is our only chance." Lin's voice finally disappeared. "It seems that this is the main line of the mission," Xuan Wuxield said. "Rescue the wizards who are stranded in the cursed land. The Red Spirit invasion has been refreshed in front." For invaders appeared, their expressions were full of surprise. Such an easy invasion, no casualties. But they soon stopped laughing. "Do it." Xuan Wuxield rushed forward, his body like a thick wall pushing a storm. The invaders subconsciously scattered and dodged, but were pulled together by the huge suction from the shield and forcibly hit. It was an extremely simple massacre, and the 4 enemies on the other side were easily overturned without any reaction. Whirlpool, who raised his staff, sighed, "I don't even have to do it. It's so cool to hug my thighs." The portal was stable, waiting for them to jump in. Let's go! Chapter 595. In the vast and boundless cursed land, the dim skylight illuminated the road ahead. 4 figures passed through the space gate and came to this space. "Is this the new map for the internal test? Magic Wasteland? You won't come here to pick up garbage, will you?" Dragon Scale Sword turned his head left and right to observe, until a huge armor trembled in front of him. Looking up, it turned out to be the moon-slashing sword. My good brother was too polite. He made such a beautiful character, but didn't let his brothers use it once. "Look over there, there are so many red names. Want a big one? Do the mission first. Everyone only has 1 trial to enter the beta test continent, so you must hold on and survive as long as you can. There is no need to open the map." Xuan Wuxield said, "This map is still in beta, and there will definitely be changes in the future, but the game officials are really bold, really letting us pick up garbage at will." "Yes. Vortex nodded. The weapons and attributes of the beta test map must not have been adjusted in detail. It is easy to overmodel and destroy the game experience. There is also a possibility that their weapons and other things have been designed, but some parts have not been carefully polished. This possibility is higher. Go, put on shields, turn invisible, sneak past. At the same time, undeads kept rushing back into this land. All the undeads tacitly added various magics to themselves before passing through the portal, reducing their presence, turning invisible, eliminating sounds, body odor, etc. The undeads package is everything. Except for a few people who like stealth gameplay, most people think stealth is not fun because the NPCs are too smart and the frustration brought by failure is too strong. In this situation, the undead would only work hard to study ways to increase the success rate of stealth. Now this ghost action has begun so blatantly. Fortunately, due to the instability of space, the Legion Commander Mag did not let the army station directly next to the portal, but kept a certain distance. However, this distance became an opportunity for the undead to catch their breath. They landed on this land, squatted, and quietly slipped away. Flowing like clouds and water, too familiar. They had assassinated the boss before, although they couldn't take away much blood, but this group of invaders was far inferior to the boss. Groups of undead met, greeted each other, and formed a temporary army tacitly, marching towards the temporary coordinates given by Lind. The armored knights riding on tusked elephants were wandering around. The expedition consumed a lot of resources, so they could only plunder continuously. Except for the top strongmen in the tower stone pillars, who could not be provoked, the armored knights had swept away 12 small forces. Those lowly cursors who lived in caves, cracks in rocks, mud pits, etc., handed over their gains obediently under the beating of spiked chain hammers. If a few people don't die, they won't know self-awareness. The tusk armored knight gently swung the weapon in his hand, and the wind from the chain hammer whistled continuously. Behind him was the team responsible for transporting supplies, fully armed, and filled with irrepressible joy. A big harvest, the recent target was finally grabbed enough. Swoosh. A thick and heavy arrow flew without warning, accurately missed the head of the tusk armored knight, brushed his shoulder, and hit the head of the cursed soldier escorting supplies behind him in a parabolic arc. The sticky juice splashed. His head was nailed to the wheel of the supply truck behind him, and his body was dragged by the powerful force, including the truck full of supplies, which shook violently and almost turned over. The armored knight flew away and turned to look behind him, looking at the terrifying long arrow that was as long as his height. Enemy attack. The horn sounded. On the other side. Damn! The undead clapped his hands in frustration and put away the giant bow. It was almost there. The enemy was only as big as an ant in their sight at a super long distance sniping, so the undead gathered together and decided to let the only pure strength knight on the scene draw the bow and shoot arrows. As more people play games, all kinds of slutty and mean play styles will appear. A pure strength violent knight, whose magic resistance depends entirely on equipment, does not use any magic, and is an extremely muscular man. In this game world where magic is the dominant force in the version, this is undoubtedly an outlier, but it is this outlier that can satisfy some strange weapons comparable to siege equipment. And as an undead unit, it can easily eat all the magic gains from its companions. When the undead are PvPing with each other, the pure strength knight with low magic resistance is very weak and is easily suppressed, but on the battlefield it is a missile-level powerhouse, attacking outside the enemy's sight. Keep going! After several consecutive sniping attacks, the enemy was prepared and did not have much effect. Attack! Wizards, get ready. Why do we need to do those things when we have too many people? The undead. Ola. Roared and rushed forward. The tusk armored knight was in a state of tension at this time. The enemy's attack came from outside his sight. Even if he squinted and looked far away, he could only see ant-sized figures. Ordinary people saw ant-sized figures when the distance between the two sides was about 500 to 1,000 meters, but the heroes could easily run over 500 meters with just a step. In their eyes, the size of an ant was a distance that even heroes could not easily cross. Then, the armored knight saw the ants running towards him. There were not many, only a few hundred people. When they rushed to him, the armored knight saw clearly that those ants were actually all humans. Why are there so many humans? Looking at the direction, it seemed to be the portal. Could it be that the portal was lost? They wanted to invade the material plane, but they were invaded by the material plane instead? An outrageous feeling came to his mind. The cursed land invaded the material plane because of the lack of resources. Why did the material plane invade the cursed land? It can't be to be cursed. Magic of all colors streaked across the sky, like a magnificent rainbow dyeing the dim sky into brilliant colors. The red light landed, exploded into a wall of fire, and the blue wind hit the wall of fire, which turned into a twisting tornado of fire on the spot, and the soldiers around were burned and their faces hurt. Icicles, rocks, and vines that were entangled were blown apart. The cursed soldiers, who had never been in such close contact with magic, tasted the pain from magic with their own bodies. Boom! The armored knight's head suddenly sank. He was hit by a rock as big as a human head, but the damage was not enough to defeat him. But when he looked up, he realized how bad it was. Someone cast a curtain of fire in the sky, and rocks as big as human heads passed through the curtain of fire, dragging their burning tails and turning into meteors to hit them. He was just a team of heavy armored knights plundering resources. How could he be subjected to the impact of such terrifying magic? Boom! The ground was shaking wildly. The tusk elephant twisted its body uneasily until a familiar long arrow pierced through its head like a string. As a cursed creature, the brain is not a fatal weakness. They are not much different from the abyss disaster. This tenacious vitality often leaves the enemy helpless. But the attack that followed swept the tusk elephant under the armored knight's crotch, hitting it continuously, causing the tusk elephant's body to shake, and finally bang, it fell to the ground. The attack did not stop until the tusk elephant really lost its vitality. The war eroded his ears, his consciousness was blurred, and the armored knight, who was not much injured, fell to the ground in a daze, as if he was involved in a terrible battle of magic between powerful people, and the role he played in it was a fallen leaf blown away by the wind of magic. Finally, the impact stopped. The world is quiet, and I can take a breath and relax. You're too harsh. The voice came from my ear. Search and see if there's anything useful. The men are looking for spoils. Can the meat of this elephant be eaten? The armored knight is pretending to be dead, but his mind is full of questions. I think the ivory should be valuable. I want the elephant whip. This armor is completely deformed. We will be the ones who don't have to use all our strength to die. You are too modest. The armored knight complained inwardly. He had fought in battles all his life, but this was the first time he was surrounded by an overwhelming attack without actually seeing the enemy. Fighting a war is not just about winning, there is also resource allocation. After all, most wars are launched because of resource issues. If you can only earn 1 by winning a war, but you spend 10, it is better not to fight the war. But this group of people fought at a cost of 100, and in the end they shared less than one of the spoils. Crazy. If the material plane is full of such lunatics, the cursed land will be doomed. The reason why they dare to invade it will is not because they are strong enough, but because barefoot people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Anyway, I have nothing to fight, and I will retreat if I can't win. I can lose countless times because I am already penniless, but as long as I win once, I can turn things around. The undead searched for resources like locusts passing through the border, moving away everything they could see, leaving nothing behind. Every corpse on the ground was naked, without even a pair of underwear left. All the hamsters were frantically hoarding goods, taking them away first, regardless of whether they were useful or not. In this situation, the situation of the armored knight, who had been pretending to be dead, became very delicate. He waited quietly, not knowing whether he should take action directly and die bravely, or continue to pretend to be dead. Get up, stop pretending, I know you are not dead. A voice came. The armored knight opened his eyes and sat up. He resigned himself to looking at the anti-invaders from the material plane, but found that they were far away from each other. The front row was knights carrying shields, the back row was wizards who were ready to chant spells at any time, and the back row was various auxiliary professions that added status. There are so many of you, and I am only one person. Should I be so careful? Are there any other territories nearby? Yes, but they are very poor. The armored knight thought he should explain the situation in detail, so that these people would not make a wasted trip and eventually vent their anger on him. All those valuable things have been taken away by us. You don't need to go there. Don't worry, we are good people. We won't take anything. We are just going to take a look. Ah? The armored knight was puzzled. Lead the way. The undead also wanted to find a weak person to lead the way, but he used too much force in the previous wave of attacks, resulting in only the armored knight surviving after the magic wash. It was barely enough. There is a cave nearby. The armored knight said, the dog-mouthed people live in it. He obediently led the way until he saw the dog-mouthed people's cave. Brothers, go. Remember, take everything except the needle and thread. Another locust swarm passed through the land. They robbed first and then killed. Their brutality made the armored knights, who had been fighting and killing for years in the cursed land, feel cold in their hearts. The next place. The undead looked at the armored knights, like hungry beasts eyeing delicious prey. The same situation happened in many places. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of undead counter-invaded and came to the cursed land. With the mentality of not being able to eat and leave, they would pull up the weeds when they passed by, which made the cursed land, which had no traces of life, have several spots of baldness that were difficult to cover up. The third tallest tower stone pillar. 21 assists and others were excited. They didn't expect that reinforcements would come. Coincidence, or they found their predicament, so they came to support. It should be a coincidence. Chiyoyue analyzed seriously. There is compensation from the official website, but we, as the people who discovered the bug and used it, didn't get any special thanks. Just get those wizards out. There will be great benefits. Keyword blocking. They have already noticed the terribleness of the local Jawbone Lord, who can not only monitor them around the clock, but can even directly invade their system chat function. This feeling of breaking the fourth wall gave them a headache, but also made them feel very excited. This is how the game is fun. If it weren't for the various tasks they could receive, and the golden exclamation mark above Lin's head, they would really think that they were not playing a game, but projecting their consciousness into a world by wearing a helmet, and controlling the people created by that world to take risks. How do we do this? Do you have any solution? Of course. There is no solution. In the range of the third tallest tower pillar where Lord Jawbone exists, it is difficult for the undead to successfully invade, not considering the red-armored soldiers outside who are moving their bodies like zombies. Unless Lin can rush over with strong men to fight for him. It is impossible. The portal not only restricts the invasion of the cursed land, but also restricts the counter-invasion of the material plane. Actually, I have an idea. Dio, the Dark Wizard, suddenly spoke, and his Mandarin is good. Those who don't know only think that they are communicating with magic spells. But this kind of thing can't be done often. It will arouse vigilance, and if they are detained separately, it will be more trouble than gain. What method? But those people outside need to cooperate to be caught. Lord Jawbone likes to catch humans to study magic. Doesn't he definitely not let go of any human who can use magic? You mean to catch everyone and lock them up? Although the territory here is quite large, it seems that so many people can't be released. No, it can definitely be released. You mean? I understand. Then we fight our way out together? Yes, we complete the mission while the chaos is going on. You guys are dreaming. 21 Assist said, they haven't had enough fun yet. Does that mean we have to wait a little longer? What rescue mission? Please wait a minute. Even saving the princess has to wait in line. They just want to experience the new map and pick up trash like crazy. Locusts are sweeping across the cursed land, scraping the ground 3 feet deep. Chapter 596. The third tallest tower pillar. The red-armored soldiers who were walking around like zombies noticed that a carriage was approaching. The soldiers who had no idea and were just wandering around by instinct raised their heads and moved closer. The carriage stopped. It's me. Gogu waved. The soldiers remained silent. I brought new goods. He pointed behind him. Look, the new ones I just caught. How did you catch them? It's very simple. Just grab them casually. How else can he be caught? As the only undead who can communicate peacefully with the third tallest stone pillar, Gogu plays the role of a diplomat. He is responsible for sending the undead in intact. Everyone cooperates very well. After all, it is still very rare for one of us to become an NPC in the internal test map. What's the fee? Gogu asked. Come and take it together. The undead watching from behind are very envious. If he continues at this pace, Gogu may achieve financial freedom from now on. No, he has already achieved financial freedom. A team of undeads were sent to the cell and imprisoned. Soon, Brother Go appeared again. I'm here with the goods again. Gradually, Brother Go was not enough, and mechanically modified undeads similar to Brother Go began to appear to compete for business, and some undeads even appeared directly, accidentally, within the range of the third tallest tower's stone pillars, and surrendered immediately. The number of imprisoned undeads increased, and the cell with 21 assists and others was full, followed by the cells next to them, and the others. More and more. Finally, even the cells where the wizards with sunken cheeks were placed were filled. The sudden wealth that came to his door surprised Lord Jawbone. I should get up and go to work. Inside the prison, the undead in the cell where 21 assists and others were located, and the undead in the nearby cells were chatting. Their plan was to rush in with a large force, use the undead's best human wave tactics to rescue the target in the chaos, and plunder by the way. But the process was a bit too long. Yeah, I have something else to do today, so I leave first. I'm hungry. I'm going to have surgery. The doctor is so hard-working. I'm a patient. It was already morning outside, and they all took off their helmets reluctantly. Although it was so real that they couldn't tell the difference between reality and the game, their rumbling stomachs, and the monthly installment debts and mortgage and car loans reminded them which side was the real world. The cells were empty for more than half in an instant, and the red-armored soldiers, who were dumbfounded and kept repeating their previous actions to lock people in, didn't notice the situation here at all. Still locking people in. The undeads, who had already had a brief discussion, were also very cooperative. They found that the progress was simpler than they thought, so they all chose to enter the cell and log off. Until Lord Jawbone, who was the general controller, found something wrong. His cell didn't have that much space. Why wasn't it full yet? Before, he thought that there were too many humans in the material plane in his hands, so he wanted to sell a few to others at a low price. When his consciousness descended again into the body of a red-armored soldier, he came to the detention place. Empty. Only a dozen wizards with thin cheeks sat on the ground in a daze. Opening the cell to search, there was no sign of space fluctuations. No one was invisible, and no trace of magic on the ground, indicating that no one escaped underground. Where did all those people go? At the military camp, a mystic with a leg-bone cane came to Mag to report on his work. Sir, the space gate is very stable. Stable? Yes, we have no casualties, and can send a large number of invaders. The mystic nodded. The space is stable, and we can keep in touch. Good. Mag was overjoyed. The invasion that had been suspended could finally resume. The resources he had obtained through the transaction before only satisfied the red-robed wizard at the beginning, and then a large number of deaths, and no progress made him bear a lot of pressure. The other party is very good at defense. The mystic reminded, it may be the people on the material plane. They stabilized the space at the other end. There is a conspiracy, but the mystic couldn't say it. Mag felt it was a bit strange but didn't think about the conspiracy. He just instinctively thought that the long-term defensive victory had made the lords of the material plane confused and thought they could fight openly. After all, only those with scarce resources invaded the rich. I have never heard of people invading the poor areas from the rich areas even if they had to pay money. Anyone with a normal mind would avoid the cursed land. Dong dong dong, heavy footsteps came. A panting figure ran over. Sir! What's wrong? He remembered the other party, the quartermaster who was responsible for plundering resources in nearby territories, but with the breakdown of the deal with the material plane, the work of plundering resources became less important. We have encountered a problem. They were forcibly collecting resources, and it was normal that the people in those small territories were unwilling to give them. Otherwise, they would not be equipped with powerful soldiers to cooperate with each other. Okay, let's do this for now, withdraw our forces, and invading the material plane is the top priority. But almost all the teams we sent out have lost contact. What? What courage? That was Mag's first thought. The local residents whose brains were affected by the curse must have launched a reckless sneak attack. I went to those territories again. The man continued, they are all gone, turned into ruins, and no one is alive. His voice was trembling. It's like a natural disaster, swallowed by a terrifying attack. Even some buildings that were not seriously damaged were swept away, and all the property was lost. Who did it? I don't know. There shouldn't be such a force in the local area. Just as they were still thinking and discussing, the sound of fighting and shouting outside broke their train of thought. It's the undead are invading. When the undead invaded in large numbers, the best and most powerful undead were the fastest, and could invade silently, and sweep the cursed land calmly. But the other undead with ordinary skills were a bit miserable. They had gone through a lot of hardships to defeat the enemies in the PvP copy of Tianqing Magic School, and after passing through the portal, they accidentally attracted the attention of the enemy. One exposure leads to a group of people being exposed. When Mag rushed out and looked at the chaotic battlefield, he just heard a human shouting, "Kill! Kill these invaders!" You are the invader? This is a cursed land. We are the invaded. Mag quickly issued an order. The horn sounded on the battlefield, and the curse was like a devil's sound. Although it was painful, it was very suitable as a reminder signal, allowing the cursed soldiers to react immediately, knowing that the current order was to retreat and keep a distance, and then find the right time to counterattack. The undead rushed out like a dam opening and releasing water. In the Tianqing Magic School, there is a barrier magic from the outer space that can limit the number and divide the battlefield into small pieces that do not interfere with each other. But no one here has such a great power. This is the first time that the undead and the soldiers of the cursed land have met in a real sense. For the time being, there is no difference in the number of the army. Mag looked at the undead rushing in front in surprise. This group of people is simply crazy. He has never seen such a crazy enemy, using suicide attacks to forcibly drown the cursed soldiers, and it can be easily distinguished with the eyes that this group of people cannot gain an advantage when facing the attack of the cursed soldiers. With the advantage of the local area and without the support of magic elements, the power the group of people can show is completely limited. And in terms of fearlessness, the cursed soldiers are not bad. In this way, people kept pouring out, and then they were killed again and again by the cursed soldiers in a siege posture, controlling the range of action of the anti-invaders. Except for a small number of material plane humans who escaped, most of them died in front of the battlefield. Will they still turn into ashes after death? This is a feature that has been discovered long ago. The humans in that material plane seem to be different from those in other planes. When they die, they will disappear and turn into ashes on the spot, and nothing will be left after a gust of wind blows. The clash between the two sides continued. Although he had maintained an absolute advantage, Mag was not in a good mood, because this battle did not take place in the material plane, and the battlefield was forcibly transferred to the cursed land. This meant that their invasion progress not only did not move forward, but even regressed. Lord Mag. A panicked voice came from behind. Mag turned his head unhappily, hoping that the voice could give him an explanation. When he turned his head, he saw a mystic and a warrior in red armor following behind the mystic. Lord Jawbone. Mag immediately knelt on one knee. He was a subordinate of Lord Red Mage, but he had to show the same respect to the strong. At the same time, the other party was also the lord whose strength was only slightly inferior to that of the Red Mage among the nearby lords. Lord Jawbone, a lord without his own soldiers. All his subordinates were zombies, and could only act according to certain rules, and Lord Jawbone could freely bring his consciousness to his soldiers. A large number of humans appeared here? The red-armored soldier asked. Yes. Mag didn't dare to hide anything and told everything he knew. We invaded a material plane. There wasn't much useful information. They invaded for a long time, but didn't even leave the magic school. I want to capture a few humans from the material plane. Of course. Mag nodded. You can take as many as you want. Let the upper level solve the disputes over interests. He is just a stinky worker. He listens to the orders of whoever is in front of him. As long as he completes the tasks assigned to him, he can guarantee his own safety. The red-armored soldiers joined the battlefield, and the victory of the war once again tilted towards the cursed land. The scale of the war increased several times out of control. The anti-invasion enemy did not retreat when they knew they would lose, but instead increased the speed of invasion. Moreover, because the entrance of the portal was occupied by the first comers, the cursed soldiers could not get in for a short time. The other side mastered the transmission channel, and naturally there would be endless humans who skipped the intermediate steps and rushed over directly. Don't move. A red-armored soldier caught an undead. Will you not kill me if you don't move? The undead suddenly asked. His question not only stunned the red-armored soldiers, but also the cursed soldiers who had been fighting with them, and sighed at their bravery and fearlessness. Just now, they killed so desperately, fearing that they would die slowly. Why are they asking if they will be killed now? If you are really afraid of death, don't invade. If I catch you back, the red-armored soldier replied, you won't die. I surrender. The undead squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. I surrender too. Me too. Please, take me with you. They scrambled to squat, fearing that if they were a little slower, they would miss the chance to survive. They had to fight for it. The fountain was blocked. They hadn't seen how fun the new beta map was. It was better to be a prisoner, at least to experience it first. Mag, who was watching the scene, he had felt that these people might not be normal before, and now the feeling was getting worse. Is he really afraid of death, or is it a temporary measure? It smells like a conspiracy. It smells like a conspiracy. Mag shut up subconsciously, and then realized that the voice came from behind him. He turned his head to look back, making sure that his but couldn't speak yet. The one who spoke was the mystic who had been following him. He thought that his inner voice was accidentally blurted out. The mystic found that everyone's eyes were turned to him, and he shut up with a sneer. The red-armored soldiers did not accept unlimited undeads, but controlled the number of undeads within the range that their army could control. As for the rest, they were still greeted with slaughter. The essence of this battle has not changed. It is an invasion. Facing invaders, it is best to kill them all when there is no way to guarantee absolute victory. Mag, who was concerned about the madness of those humans in the material plane, gave orders without mercy. Kill them until they don't come out again. The third tallest tower stone pillar. In the cell. Some people went online and found that this place was no different from before. You guys? The wizards looked at the kind who disappeared out of thin air before, and appeared out of thin air again. They were shocked. This is a method that even Lord Jawbone couldn't figure out. Come and go freely. We get you out. How to get out? This is Jawbone's territory. You don't know how scary he is. The wizards have been tortured to the point of mental depression, and they can't even think of resisting. Let's go. More and more people will come online, and we might be squeezed to death. That's right. I do it. I can unlock the door. There are many talents among the undead, and all kinds of strange skills can be seen, and the reasons for the undead to learn are also strange. For example, the unlocking skill is a must-learn skill for the undead, and combined with stealth skills, it can be transformed into a thief saint. There are at least several thousand red-armored soldiers wandering outside. Although the wizards were let out, they were not optimistic. Lord Jawbone has dozens of red-armored troops, all sleeping nearby. Looking at the red-armored soldiers wandering in front, their expressions changed again and again. Let's fight once. Even if we die, it's better than hiding inside all the time. The wizards' eyes gradually became firm. They were exhausted of magic power, and they didn't have much strength left to swing their fists. Why die? Brothers, online. Chapter 597. 21 assists and others rushed out of the cell with a dozen wizard NPCs, who needed to be rescued. Looking at the red-armored soldiers wandering outside, the wizards felt heavy in their hearts. Kill! The shouts of fighting came from behind. The crazy undead quickly filled the road, rushed out, and rushed to the walking corpses in front like a flood. The red-armored soldiers, who seemed to have no consciousness, were excited in an instant and raised their weapons. At the moment of collision, some undead were harvested immediately. The road was too narrow and crowded, and there were too many undead squeezed out. Everyone couldn't use their fists and feet. In order not to hurt their teammates, everyone suppressed themselves. Let's go! 21 assists and others led the NPCs to quietly leave from the other side. The wizards looked back every few steps. Although everyone was unfamiliar, seeing countless people rushing to their deaths to rescue themselves, their hearts were inevitably heavy. Our mission is to rescue you. 21 assists look serious and earnest. We do whatever it takes even if we lose our entire army. Isn't it just a chance to play the beta map? The most important thing is to complete the mission. Compared to the Cursed Land map that will be opened at any time, a new map that can be opened as long as the mission is completed is more attractive to the undead. It represents new equipment, new skills, new resources, new boss, and possibly new gameplay. However, the tragic scene behind them, which was like a grinding wheel of flesh and blood, made the wizards feel heavy in their hearts, and even their eyes gradually became numb. The wizards could only look forward with all their might. The sacrifice had already occurred, and all they could do was run forward. The process of escaping from the third tallest tower pillar was more difficult than expected. Even though most of the attention was attracted by the battle over there, the part left for them actually had very little impact. Despair urged their steps, and they kept speeding up. But an even more desperate scene appeared. A large number of red-armored soldiers appeared in front of them. They returned from the front line, and they also brought a large number of prisoners. More desperate until... Kill! The captives suddenly launched a suicide attack. Again, the wizards stared blankly at the group of captives launching attacks, with dazzling magic light on their bodies, forcibly tearing a hole in the red-armored soldiers' formation with their own bodies. The red-armored soldiers also launched a death attack, and the power beyond the comprehension of ordinary wizards descended, as if an invisible hand was moving the battlefield. This way. The local tyrant team, led by Brother Go, composed entirely of mechanically modified undead, was waving. The wizards were confused. It's stable. Chiyoyua, who had been silent, spoke, and immediately received nods of approval from others. Yes, it's stable. When it comes to PvP, some undead with extremely high combat awareness may dominate with their talents, but when it comes to PvE, the local tyrant undead, who can quickly brush the map and spend money crazily, are the absolute protagonists. The alchemical map cannon, that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan per shot, the simplest and most extreme stacking of materials, is called expensive fireworks. Linda was even reluctant to waste resources to make it, but he still compromised after the undead spent money. The power is only a little bit stronger, and the special effects are very eye-catching. There is also a stable production line, people keep buying, and there is never a shortage of buyers. And now, there is such a group of local tyrants waiting for them in front, and the strong peace of mind brought by spending money. The mechanically modified undead people's bodies are deformed and quickly equipped with modified parts. Cannon fire, strafing, throwing. Explosion. A storm-like offensive. The red-armored soldiers, who have always occupied an absolute advantage, were the first to collide with a money offensive from another plane. One of the soldiers, wearing red armor and holding a huge sword in his hand, raised the sword to block in front of him. The blasting flames engulfed him. The flowing flames hit the breastplate, shattered the flesh on the chest, penetrated the bones, and drilled out from the back. The flames were like poisonous snakes, drilling into the soldier's head along the blood vessels. People nearby could see that the blood vessels in his neck were filled with fiery red flames. He opened his mouth, and flames came out of his mouth. The nasal cavity, ears, eyes, and even the whole head were wrapped in flames and burned. Boom! The corpse with a torn chest and a burned head fell to the ground with both knees. He was just a microcosm of this battle. More and more people died in the fierce attack. The sky suddenly became gloomy, and the cursed land, which was already dim and lightless, was now truly dark. Only the light released by magic illuminated people's eyes, and they could barely distinguish the direction and the enemy. We must run faster. The NPC wizard looked up. It must be Lord Jawbone. He can control the weather? This is his territory. The NPC wizard emphasized, the third tallest tower pillar, the absolute lord. So arrogant? The undead never lacked the spirit of resistance. The enemy's strength does not make them afraid, but on the contrary, it makes them full of fighting spirit. Give me a spring, I will definitely test his weight. It is not so strange that the strong can control the weather, but it seems very abrupt in a world where there is obviously little lack of resources for life. In the dark environment, heavy rain fell, pouring on everyone like ink, extinguishing the gathering magic flames. The sticky touch made the undead feel something was wrong. And then the negative effects such as slowed down, vulnerable, increased consumption, made the undead worse. It was not an advantage to begin with, but now it has become more troublesome. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, gradually forming a flood, as if it was really going to swallow up the whole world. The undead struggled to shuttle through it, and every time they lifted their legs, they would be dragged by the turbulent water under their feet, and the water got deeper and deeper as they walked forward, submerging them to the waist. Where are the guys who can fly? Help me. I can't fly. It's a no-fly zone. Damn. There were all kinds of shouting and cursing. In such a bad situation, it was probably good news that the red-armored soldiers were also slowed down by the rain. Are there any brothers who can use water magic? There are some here. Hit the water in front of us. By attacking the water and breaking through the waves, their running speed was getting faster and faster, and after the undead, who were good at frost magic, joined them, they directly turned into surfing. Woohoo! Oh! The rescued wizard NPCs looked at each other in bewilderment. It was the first time they had seen someone who could find fun while being hunted, and the way they used magic was beyond their understanding. There is a curse in the water. The expressions of the wizard NPCs became very ugly. Bad situations came one after another. Although Lord Jawbone did not go far on the road of curse, the bad thing was that this land was called the Cursed Land, and the existence of the curse was like a magical element in the material plane, everywhere. Take this. An undead man handed over a pill. What is this? Curse resistance medicine. How could someone wearing an abyss suit not have resistance medicine? The abyss rift monsters they encountered were much crazier in terms of curses than this world. Taking a nap inside might fill up the curse bar. Unlike this world, although there are curses, they are very stable. The wizard NPCs were full of confusion. How come you have everything? Front, rush out. Sir Jawbone, won't you chase us out? Maybe we are not important. That's right, there are only a few hundred people who escaped, which is not worth mentioning compared to the army behind. Some mechanical believers who resisted crazily were worthless to study, and some wizards, who were squeezed dry, were also worthless. The strange thing was that when they left that area, it was like penetrating a transparent fish tank. Looking back, dark clouds covered the top of the stone pillar of the third tallest tower. The surging flood was only an arm's length away, but was blocked by the invisible air wall. There were thunder and lightning over there, and a gentle breeze over here. Chiyoyua stretched out his hand, and his fingertips gently brushed across the flood. Then he seemed to feel something, and quickly retracted his hand and retreated. At the same time, a magic bullet was thrown out almost as a mental reflex. A red-armored soldier with a broken body tore through the barrier, and staggered out with sticky rain. Puff! The magic bullet hit his forehead and knocked his helmet off. Before he could make the next move, Shioyua's magic fell again, and the flaming arrow pierced into his eye socket, pushing him back into the flood with a strong impact. Hurry up! Now that they have temporarily escaped from the constraints behind them, the undead rode as fast as they could, using various ways of traveling to show their magical powers, leaving the wizard NPCs dumbfounded. Pushed by the rhythm of the war, they approached the location where they came from. The portal is in front of us. However, the anti-invasion war that has not yet ended has become the biggest obstacle in front of him. What is this? Only the wizard NPCs did not understand. When they heard this group of people say that their companions would come to help rescue people, they just thought that there was a small group of people responsible for guiding them. They just need to be careful on the road and keep their presence low. But the fact is just the opposite. They are very arrogant and swagger along the way. Not only that, but the people responsible for the reception are not just a small number, but boundless. The number is so large that it is suffocating. Is it really to save myself and a dozen other people to start a war? How can I be so worthy? This is a plain war. A large number of enemies met with the humans, who rushed over to counter the invasion, and launched a terrifying battle. The terrifying and fierce battle set off waves of crazy flames. Thunder roared, light burst, water gushed, and blood splashed. In this level of battle, the personal strength of ordinary people is meaningless. Most people have been blinded by killing, blindly waving their weapons, and then taking the lives of the enemies under the guidance of the god of death. Or, their own attack failed, and this was the prelude to their own destruction. They suddenly became very crazy. The mystic next to Mag said. He could observe the general situation on the battlefield. Although the cursed soldiers always had an absolute advantage, the endless influx of invaders made them feel powerless. How many enemies are there? The unknown is the most terrifying. The sudden attack allowed the undead to successfully tear a small hole in the front line. The undead, who rushed back from the third tallest tower stone pillar, escorted the wizard NPCs into it. Like ants crossing a fire wall, they huddled together, sacrificing part of themselves outside to protect the safety of the innermost part. It seems that they are preparing to escort a group of people away, the mystic said. It can't be stopped, Mag said. Although they knew that there must be something wrong with the figure they desperately wanted to send back, they saw it too late. The mad counterattack of the material plane invaders might not be able to completely break through Mag's defense line, but if they really decided to protect a dozen wizards, Mag really had no way. When the wizards who needed to be escorted successfully left through the portal, the air suddenly became quiet. It was like an important mission was completed. Those who had been launching suicide counterattacks committed suicide one after another. They couldn't win, couldn't get out, and had no benefits. The more they fought, the more they lost, so the undead chose to commit suicide to leave the current map. The difficulty of this map is still too high, and everyone needs to think carefully. The third tallest tower stone pillar, covered by dark clouds and rainstorms, the battle is still stalemate. The encirclement is complete. Although some escaped and some were killed, it was a real harvest for Lord Jawbone. He captured a large number of material plane wizards, who could use magic crazily. I'm leaving. I don't want to play anymore. I'm leaving too. I'm going back to watch the plot. The monsters in this map are too abnormal. Bang, 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 bang. The undead quickly committed suicide, turned into ashes, and then was swallowed by the heavy rain, disappearing without a trace. The dark clouds dissipated. The visibility improved, and the dark clouds that had not yet completely escaped and the twisting flood vortex were fully revealed. A desperate scene of floating corpses like purgatory. Roar! The Jawbone Lord, who had been silent all the time, let out a long roar. Mage stared at the battlefield blankly, his brain turning rapidly. He had to think clearly about how to respond to the questioning of the red-robed Mage Lord. A large number of casualties, no benefits, and even the active invasion turned into a counter-invasion. Although the defense was successful in the end, it was not his job to successfully defend, but to successfully tear through the opponent's defense and invade the material plane. Mag suddenly regretted that he did not rush into the meat grinder-like battlefield. Maybe if he was seriously injured, he could avoid some punishment. He didn't know if it was too late to secretly injure himself now. He looked down at his arms and thighs, but couldn't find the part that could be easily abandoned, and finally gave up helplessly. Boom! The violent vibrations in the space finally drew Mag's attention back. The voice of the mystic came to his ears. They blew up the portal. What? Mag wondered, why did they blow up the portal when it was stable? But then he thought of a terrible possibility. The other side wants to completely open up the passage to the cursed land. The lunatics in the material plane may feel that the pace of this invasion is not refreshing enough, so they decided to blow up the passage directly to make it easier for more people to kill. This idea grew like wild weeds as soon as it appeared. Absolutely not. Mag turned around and said, immediately order not to stabilize the portal for the time being to prevent them from rushing over. Everything must wait until I meet the red-robed wizard. Yes. Chapter 598. A dozen wizards looked at the man in front of them obediently, waiting for him to speak. The rescue war is over. They successfully escaped from the cursed place like a nightmare, and now they are standing in the hall of a magic school. The air around them is filled with rich magic elements, which can replenish their dry bodies. The spacious magic school exudes a panic atmosphere, as if it has experienced tens of thousands of bombings. What really made them nervous was the lord in front of them. A golden armor, with fine magic lines spreading from the heart to the edge of the body like blood vessels, flickering with every breath. The dark cloak nestled behind him like a lover. There were many blessed weapons, holy grails, necklaces, long blades, etc. hanging on his body, like a moving human treasure house. The lord who could start a plain war was worthy of their awe. Standing before you is the only controller of the demon land, the king of kings, the great black knight of Instead continent, the forerunner of Shilu continent, the leader of Cerulean continent, the lord of the gods, the human lord of Misty Rain city, the lord of the undead, Lin Alman. Ms. Dai Juing perfectly served as a waitress, and the legendary wizard, who sang beautifully also made people shine in her identity introduction. Linda was considering letting her work part-time. The wizards were dizzy by a series of titles. Welcome to the place where the mortal world and the divine realm meet, illuminated by the magic ring. Linda looked down at a dozen wizards, who were as thin as chickens. You may have heard of this place. Of course, Lord. The wizard who took the initiative to speak had red hair, a high nose bridge and freckles. However, her skin is different from that of ordinary humans, and she is most likely a subhuman. It is not certain whether she is a race that existed before the ring was broken, or appeared after the ring was broken. We are from the Eastern continent. She introduced herself. No one has ever been to this legendary land. Really? Lin did not comment. The teleportation array found in the Shilu continent, and the world tree map made by the arcane wizard also show the existence of the Eastern continent. Everything shows that the wizards on these continents are connected to each other, especially the magic schools. Do you mind telling me how you ended up there? Of course. The red-haired woman nodded. I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. You can call me Sheila. Miss Sheila, we're just having a friendly conversation. Linda raised his hand to signal the other party not to be too nervous. If the other party is really willing to cooperate with him, the conversation will definitely continue in a friendly manner. Everything should start from the breaking of the magic ring. When the other party was about to start from a few years ago, Linda raised his hand to interrupt her. Facing the other party's puzzled eyes, Lin said, I have some understanding of the breaking of the magic ring. I have heard too many origin stories. It is very unbelievable. From the little information obtained from the arcane wizard, it is not difficult to guess that the breaking of the magic ring is related to the top wizards of various continents, and it is very likely that they are behind the scenes. Lin also tends to believe this. Perhaps the breaking of the magic ring really caused many disasters, but who broke the magic ring is also the key question. Yes, of course. Sheila nodded. Then, the world is in chaos. Maybe other continents are like this? Linda just nodded slightly. Sheila continued, we can only barely fight against those crazy disasters. They gather in groups, and there are huge numbers. It sounds different from the planes that Linda has been to. There is no abyss invasion, no gods awakening. We have to try our best, but the Eastern continent is too fragile. She explained that space always makes people disappear suddenly and get lost in an unknown place. Why? Lind asked. Magic research. Sheila answered. As expected. A space is very fragile. Walking in it may suddenly send people to other material planes, or even exile them to the cursed continent. Lin could probably guess why no gods had awakened. Maybe they had awakened, but soon lost themselves. Do you remember where you are? Of course. Sheila and the others knew what Lin meant, but they had no intention of refusing. They were thankful to be able to escape from the cursed land, a terrible and chaotic place. Besides, they were not very loyal to their hometown, but preferred to focus on their own location. This is the land of demons. As the core location, it is the only way to the divine realm. Unlike the gods who believe in chaos, there are only a few figures who really sit on the altar. You can move freely in the land of demons. Lin said, you are also welcome to stay and do what you are good at, whether it is opening a shop to do business, doing magic research,
or becoming a mercenary. Of course, there are many ruins in the world waiting to be explored if you are interested in studying history.
Sheila, ? Isn't it the end of the world? Did she misunderstand? In fact, this world did not experience that. Only the poor eastern continent was attacked by disasters. Soon she overturned her own guess. The broken ring changed the ecological environment of the magic world. All the continents illuminated by magic could not escape this dilemma. We will try our best to integrate here. I believe you will. Linda asked casually, by the way, I haven't been to the eastern continent yet. Your main belief should also be the three gods.
Of course.
Sheila nodded, moon witch, sun's proof, death. I am a knight who believes in the sun's proof. Maybe he doesn't believe it, but he still says it. We may be more inclined to Zasa. There are very few followers of the death in my territory. There are many in the eastern continent, Lord, more than you expected. The wizards left, and they would regain their freedom after handing over the coordinates. Of course, they would also have to undergo a series of physical health examinations and collect their physical data. Ms. Dai Juing also said goodbye and left. Only half a day later, Lind received the information he wanted. This included the physical examination reports of Sheila and others, as well as their respective plans. Severe physical oppression and magic overdraft can be adjusted back by drinking some magic potions, and the environment of the magic land is very good, with rich magic elements, enough to make them quickly fat back. Secondly, there are some mental problems, and there are a lot of curses in the body. It takes a lot of time to remove the curses in their bodies. According to the plan, they should be voluntarily sent. After all, they just came back from the cursed land, and their actions will be restricted before the hidden dangers are eliminated. What's wrong? Linda felt the question from the evil dragon's spiritual power. It confuses the dragon. The evil dragon said, the cursed land no longer attacks, and even gave up the stable channel, and wants to actively disconnect. Huh? Linda didn't understand. Could it be that the cursed land was afraid of being killed by the crazy undead? That shouldn't be the case. It seems that the undead are attacking frantically, but in fact, the undead were always at a disadvantage in the previous battle. The difference between the number of people killed and the number of people killed is huge. If it were any other force instead of the reckless undead, they would definitely be scared to death. Maybe they are preparing for a larger invasion. He didn't intend to take it lightly. The possibility is very high. If it were Lind himself, he would do the same. The passage is wider, and some stronger warriors can get through. Victory is in sight. The undead will leave here in a while. Linda said, you must hold on during this period, and others will help you. Leave? Sindragon was puzzled. Where to? Eastern continent. It's just an ordinary material plane. Sindragon didn't understand. It's no different from Shilu continent. Because I haven't been there. Linda said. Just because of this? Just because of this. That's enough. This is the biggest reward that Linda can give out at this stage. Giving divine equipment, props, and upgrading levels may make the undead excited, but only opening a new map and adding more playable content will make all the undead excited. Wait, you mean you want to go too? Of course. As the most important NPC, how can I be absent from the new map? No wonder you can always understand the thoughts of the undead. Sindragon said, no wonder I can't understand the undead. Is there any connection? Because I can't understand your thoughts, you are all weird. Thank you for your compliment. Sheila and others were restricted to an area outside the Tianqing Magic School. They were able to get a certain degree of freedom. Is this the magic land? It's just a small village, but it's as prosperous as a royal city. Sheila listened to the exclamations of her companions and turned to look at the stalls around her. Come and try it, free tasting. Really free? We don't have the currency of this land. Sheila was a little embarrassed. Not only did they not have the currency, they even only had the clothes sponsored by Linda. Of course, if it doesn't taste good, it's free. What kind of meat is this? Grilled flying dragon tail. Ah? The edible part. The other party seemed to see Sheila's concern and deliberately said one more sentence. So, is there anything that can't be eaten by flying dragons? No, why are flying dragons used as ingredients? This is too scary. When she left the stall, Sheila was still a little dizzy. Along the way, because of the freckles on her face and the eyes like a little deer, she harvested milk tea, cotton candy, ice cream, kebabs. So many things that she couldn't hold them all. Twisted and ugly insects, tentacles with suction cups cut from somewhere, strange monster heads, etc. They wanted to study everything into a delicacy. Is there anything they can't eat? Try to take a bite. Delicious, but sometimes she would eat something unpalatable,
like something experimental, which would make her face wrinkled for a long time. Sheila decided not to go shopping for a while, otherwise her stomach would burst. It was a life that she could not imagine when she was wandering in the eastern continent and imprisoned in the cursed land. She was so happy that her stomach was full. When she saw her companions, they were all similar, and everyone smiled at each other. Next, their range of activities expanded again, and they went to several different villages and towns. Noon. A long street, two men holding magic wands stood at the intersection. When Sheila saw the scene, she couldn't help but stop and watch. The two walked forward step by step, back to back, counting. When they took the 10th step, they turned around at the same time. The magic bullet was fired, and the man on the left was faster. The magic bullet easily blew the head of the man on the right, and his body was as fragile as a glass bottle. The man on the right turned into ashes and dissipated. Yo! The winner raised his arms and shouted. The crowd also applauded. Only Sheila felt something was wrong, and then she saw a figure coming. The other party was shouting, "It doesn't count. Let's play another round." It was the man whose head was blown up just now. Sheila seemed to have grasped something at that moment, and a light flashed in her mind. The second round began, and the two placed a bet. They walked forward at the same time with their backs to each other again, turned around at the same time, and released magic. Bang! The head exploded, and the body turned into ashes. Let's play another round. The figure of death just now appeared again. He is a man who will not die. Sheila finally grasped the key. So that's why they dared to attack the cursed land so madly. A few days later, the coordinates to the eastern continent have been determined. Lind was fully armed again. In front of the endless undead. A new adventure awaits us. Let the continent lost in the disaster return to the embrace of the devil. Let's go to the eastern continent. The undead lined up and prepared to go to the new map to start a new adventure. However, the great Lord Lind did not share all the information with the undead. He still had some very critical information in his hand, such as the coordinates of the Far East Magic School. With a local as a guide, it was not difficult to find the magic school. Sheila was the guide who was willing to take the initiative to lead Lind. Looking at the huge army in front of her, Sheila found that her scalp was slightly numb, especially after knowing that they were actually immortal. A completely crazy army that would not die represents invincibility. Are you surprised? Lind asked. Since the eastern continent is mainly based on the belief in Zasa, there must be many necromancers. Yes. Sheila nodded, but those undead are not like humans. And there are undead knights. Lind supplemented the other party with knowledge. There is nothing special about immortality, and there are some curses that can make people unable to die. That's true. Sheila nodded in agreement, but only they are so eager to fight for you. She said very seriously, you will definitely be invincible. The remaining small forces in the eastern continent would never be able to resist such a powerful team. Invincible? Lind did not speak. Not really. Except for a few undead, who prefer to suffer, most undead give up easily. If they can't win, they will throw it aside. It's the basic operation of the undead. Anyway, this is just a game. Undead are better at giving up than anyone else. Suffering is their normal state. Chapter 599. Huff huff. The furnace burned, and the hot furnace welded to the body turned red. The high temperature burned the connected skin with a sizzling sound. The smell of burning and stinking penetrated into the nose without any concealment. On the endless plain of the eastern continent, the necromancer Sok, holding a bone whip, was checking his undead laborers. The scolding in the distance made him frown. He gently tapped the body of the giant in front of him. The rotten corpse was injected with energy after burning in the magic furnace, forcing the body to continue moving. Move slowly. Sok was reluctant to shake the whip in his hand. Every undead laborer was very precious, especially the one in his hand. It was a mutant from the new era. It was as tall as a floor. Its muscles were like soil that could be piled up endlessly. Its exaggerated blood vessels were as thick as a thumb. When the energy generated by the burning furnace was poured into the blood vessels, it could enhance its strength to the greatest extent. Keep the body intact. Sok reminded again. The undead would understand every word he said. As the son of a baron, Sok lost his territory before the world became bad, and could only move in this wasteland, relying on picking up some corpses to barely strengthen his strength. But it was still a long way from suppressing the rebellion. He had to face his cousin's family, who married one of the strongest lords on the continent, and had the largest survivor settlement outside the areas where the corpses that were invaded and mutated by the disaster were rampant. Sok bent over and climbed up the steep slope with the help of stones. Although he was a little embarrassed, At least, he didn't make his clothes dirty. That damn lunatic, rebel, disgusting wizard. Rad was still chattering. As a knight under his father, he was old, bad-tempered, and not very strong, but he was the only knight willing to continue to follow Sock. Everyone was willing to seek a future in a safer place. So, even though the other party had lost most of the virtues associated with a knight, and was as rude as a bandit who only knew loyalty, Sock still maintained absolute trust in him. "What's wrong?" asked Sock. After hearing the knight's abuse, he had guessed some possibilities. "They stole things from our territory, again." Rad counted the property they'd lost with his fingers, including magic materials that could be exchanged at the nearby gathering place, dozens of kilograms of dried meat, pure drinking water that was not contaminated, etc. Of course, it also included several sets of new clothes. Let them go. After all, they were just weak scavengers, and the title of Baron's son would not bring them any help. "And your badge." "What?" Soak's expression finally changed. He couldn't accept the loss of the badge that represented his family. "Yes, that one, the one of the old Baron." "Then, throw it away." After he was sure that the badge was lost, Soak unexpectedly found that he was so calm. He was even more upset than the lost food. That meant that they had to suck the juice of grass roots to fill their stomachs for a period of time until they could hunt prey that was edible. In the new era of crazy mutation, those giant beasts are the strong ones standing at the top of the food chain. "How many good things did you dig up?" "Not a single one." The two sat down and each fell into memories, but judging from their expressions, their memories were definitely different. They didn't get up and leave until they had to leave. Go to the nearby survivor camp to trade, exchange for some living supplies, and then nothing. "How about going to the area of the rock monitor lizard?" Sock asked. The fusion of disaster and rock lizard catalyzed a huge monster. It was rarely visited by humans, but it also represented more opportunities. The materials needed for human life and some precious resources were just scrap metal in the eyes of the monster. There were many legends in many nearby areas. Someone accidentally entered the territory of the rock lizard and found priceless treasures in it. From then on, he bid farewell to poverty, and even became a lord. The legends of gods in the past have dissipated like dust without a trace. New myths and legends appeared to replace the old ones. Everyone projected what they imagined they most desired, and what they wanted most at this stage into the story. Then stories about getting rich in various restricted areas began to appear. The knight who had been talking all the time suddenly fell silent. Just when Sock also found that he was a little whimsical, the other party actually nodded. "Okay. I think. You are my lord." The old knight's expression was serious. "Wherever your sword points, that is the direction of my charge. It must feel good to be a lord." Sock hopes to have more powerful knights, not just the old knight Rad. There is still a lot to go. Without much preparation, the two and a huge and clumsy undead laborer set out on the road to the forbidden area where the rock monitor lizard was located. They slept in the open air. They finally arrived at the forbidden area of the rock monitor lizard. The ground began to shake regularly, and it was said that the monitor lizard was turning over. "At least it is still far away from us, so it is safe for the time being." Rad smiled, but he walked forward step by step with his hands holding the sword, always ready to face enemies from any angle, and it can be seen that he was not calm in his heart. Temporarily, not a beautiful word. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew away in panic. There were hurried footsteps, like leopards in the jungle, or other four-legged beasts. There were too many new mutations, from the aspect of magic, from the aspect of disaster, and even Sock heard that there were experimental subjects who escaped from the bastard Far East magic school. Let this continent become worse and worse. "Run!" Rad's voice hit his ears like a heavy hammer, and Sock woke up. He felt his arm being pulled, and his body couldn't help but run with Rad. Let that bulky guy hold it off. "Okay." Soak, who had come to his senses, immediately ordered his most precious undead laborers to move to the camp. The sharp interlaced blades flashed, and the huge creature was cut into 4 pieces by the interlaced blades, and fell to the ground motionless. The tilted stove burned a big fire, perhaps a blessing in disguise. The rapidly burning and rising wall of fire became a barrier to block the pursuers behind. The interlaced blades flashed again, and the wall of fire was cut open. Soak, who had been dragged forward by the old knight, happened to see the specific appearance of the thing when he looked back. The body is like a cheetah, but the back has a pair of mantis-like forelimbs. A huge force suddenly came from the wrist, and Sock was thrown forward. "Rad? Run!" Rad stood still with his hands holding the sword, panting. "I can't run anymore. I hold you back, you run out." Sok opened his mouth, but still gritted his teeth and ran forward, fear overcoming everything. But everything did not end there. Sok was not safe. On the contrary, he encountered a huge monster blocking his way, at least as big as a post station with a stable, lying on the ground. Thick mud stuck to his skin. At first, he thought it was just a huge stone, but when he got closer, the stone suddenly cracked, and an eyeball, half the size of his body, rolled. The vertical pupil locked on him. A chill suddenly arose, and then Sok felt a strong sense of dizziness. His stomach began to twitch, and fear made him feel that his body's senses were disordered, and the whole world seemed upside down. Maybe he had been crushed. Countless voices exploded in his mind, spinning into a vortex of terror, swallowing everything. Until the darkness hit. Is it over? No. Sok opened his eyes, and the pungent smell of blood plasma completely enveloped his body. He looked down and found that he had turned into a blood man, and his body was itchy from the stinking blood. And the huge monster that suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. What is that? Sok looked at a group of people sharpening knives in the distance, and their behavior of jumping onto the giant's body to cut pieces of meat like ants moving house. He thought he had not fully woken up yet. Looking up, the jagged peaks reached the clouds, and the sky was covered by thick clouds as thick as cotton. He groaned, trying to piece together his memories. The undead laborers were cut up, and Rad stayed behind for his own sake, and then the behemoth. He looked at the being cut up again in disbelief. The rock lizard? Lord, this kid is awake. Someone shouted loudly. Sok's body suddenly turned cold. This is the forbidden place where the rock lizards are. Shouting loudly will only make the terrifying monsters here swarm in, and then they will only be greeted by a massacre. But the group of people didn't care and kept shouting. Some even made a fire and grilled meat. When he smelled the aroma of grilled meat, Sok's stomach growled. Then he saw a tall blond man wearing armor hung with all kinds of treasures. The other party held 2 skewers of meat, and handed one of them to him. Thank you. Sok took the skewer of meat, and took a bite, which left a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. But this did not change his previous opinion. If these crazy people continued to make trouble, they would definitely die. You shouldn't do this. Sok said, you will attract the rock monitor. The one we killed? The other party asked. That one may be the son of the Real Rock Monitor. Thank you for the good news. What? Sok thought the other party must be crazy. Absolutely sure. I wonder if the Rock Monitor has no family affection. The blond man said, we have killed hundreds of them, but we have never seen the Rock Monitor you mentioned. Hundreds? Cough, cough, cough. Sok choked on his saliva. But soon Sok's attention was attracted by a figure who walked to the other side. It was a witch. And the other party seemed to be from the Far East Magic School. The style of her clothes and the symbols on the corners of her clothes all prove this. Then more and more people appeared. Most of them were wizards, and there were others. Unseen mutants, knights, machines, and monsters with wings, etc. This was a messy team, like a group of mercenaries, but everyone was wearing expensive armor, which made him marvel at the terrifying wealth of this team. I haven't asked you yet, why are you here? There was nothing to hide, and Sok briefly explained why he was here. What's your name? Sok Red Furnace. When introducing his name, Sok raised his chin slightly. It was just instinct. But he soon lowered his head again. Sheila, have you heard of it? Red Furnace? The royal family a long time ago, hundreds of years ago? She thought and said, I saw a sentence in a book. The implication is that it is just a down-and-out nobleman who exists in historical legends and does not need to be taken seriously. The dynasties changed, and after hundreds of years of inheritance, there seems to be not much left of the old royal family. Red Furnace Castle was established 40 years ago. Sok emphasized, the Lord is my father. Sorry. Sheila said, I haven't heard of it. Maybe there are other more famous people in your family? Anina Gunn. Sok had to mention another name. I had seen her before I got lost. She seemed to be the wife of a powerful lord. She is the most powerful one now. Sok said, she is also my cousin, but I have a grudge against them. He didn't care if the other party would do something to please Anina, because they never regarded him as an enemy, because they looked down on him. In other words, you are an old noble? The blond man said. Old? Perhaps you can say that. Sok asked, who are you? Sheila took the initiative to speak. This is the sole controller of the demon land, the king of kings, the great black knight of Instead continent, the forerunner of Shilu continent, the leader of Seriling continent, the lord of the gods, the human lord of Wuyu city, the overlord of the undead, Lind Alman. There are more, but just this long list of names has made Sok dumbfounded. What are these? How come he has never heard of any of them? Wait, the demonic land? I've seen it in a book before. This is a noble with a rich background, Linda said. The Eastern continent's knowledge of the outside world was so poor that Linda had not expected it. At least, he, who was once a small noble without extraordinary power, also knew about the existence of the demonic land. He had even seen the angels. Really? Sok asked. Ah! The cry came from afar. Sok looked over subconsciously, and found that it was a rock giant lizard running wildly towards the soldiers not far away. Sok shut up. The rock lizard collided with the soldiers, but was blocked by several knights, who rushed forward with shields, and then more than a dozen people rushed forward with short blades. Break the soil, attack the weak points, kill, break the skin, bleed, cut the flesh and decompose, all in one go. Every soldier is ridiculously strong. It must be true. Sok can be sure now. I hope to be loyal to you, Sok said urgently. If this group of people help, maybe the old knight Rad can be saved. Linda asked, why are you not crazy? An old nobleman still maintains extraordinary power, and is not crazy. Does this mean that a large group of old nobles, who still have reason, are waiting for him? Ah? Chapter 600. Why the old nobles could gain extraordinary power without being affected by the curse, Sok could not answer. Perhaps Redforge Castle can answer your question. Sok urgently needed the support of power, and now he just wanted to rush back to save the old knight Rad. I need a team, Linda said, and a golden exclamation mark sign appeared above his head. A 30-man undead team was enough to meet Sok's needs. Sok, who had seen his father reorganize the army, was shocked. This group of warriors was very chaotic and undisciplined, but they were very fast when they acted. And when they were in action, they were still shouting 30 is equal to 530 wait for 1 etc. Then those who seemed to have no communication quickly stood together and formed a team of 30 people. It took only a few breaths from Lin's opening to the completion of the assembly. A perfect army that makes people's scalps numb. Follow Sok. Lind urged, help our friends. Yes. The selected undead team nodded in surprise. In the new journey, everyone tacitly chose to obey Lin's orders, and did not rush out rashly. Because one thing has been confirmed in many events that have happened before, only by following Lin can you get the main quest, and the most generous rewards, and the result of wandering around by yourself is only pitiful gains. Sok led the team back. He was just a wizard of the death path, with a weak body, and a very slow running speed. Master Sok, can I carry you? No. Sok was a little panicked, because the strength of this group of people was all above his. You don't have to call me master, he emphasized. In this era, noble status is not as powerful as a fist. Sok's status is only a false title, and his fist is also weak. Saving people is important. We can run faster. Come on, I carry you. Well, okay. Damn it, he got there first. The undead looked at their companions who had become temporary mounts with anger, and their teeth itched. Why didn't I think of it? Carrying an NPC on your back gives you an absolute advantage. Rushing back in the direction from which Sok had come, the chaotic traces on the road made Sok's heart sink more and more, and a bad feeling overflowed from his heart. They stopped at a broken land, and the surrounding trees were cut off by the collision of force. The piled-up messy trees formed a semicircular towering wall. It's Rad swordsmanship. Sok jumped off the back of the undead, and scanned the surrounding environment, trying to find a familiar figure. Without his instructions, the undead had already consciously dispersed to search for possible signs of life. There is a body here, pressed under the tree. It looks like a leopard. Hearing the sound, Sok rushed over immediately. Half of the cheetah's body was pressed under the tree, and its front limbs were cut off by the sharp blade. This discovery made Sok very happy. Rad might still be alive. When his eyes jumped into the distance, a familiar hunched figure walked towards this side. Although the walking posture was different, Sok recognized who the other person was at a glance. Rad, great, you're still alive. Sok's voice was surprised. He had never felt so pleasing to the old knight, who kept talking. Everyone is alive. There is no better news than this. The other party did not answer, but staggered towards the side. Lord Sok, that person may not be your friend. The undead on the side had already drawn their weapons. Compared with the unclear outline, they were more concerned about the bright red name on the other party's head. The person coming is an enemy, not a friend. Without the reminder of the undead, Sok also felt the ominous aura of the person coming, the violent power that was unique to the curse and disaster, until the other party walked in front of him and raised his head. He took a step back in fear. The other party was indeed still wearing the old knight's armor and holding a familiar sword, but his eye sockets were filled with dense eyeballs, which were like fish eggs, but mixed with strong sticky mucus hanging on the upper half of his face. Gulp, 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 he seemed to be able to hear the terrible sound. One eyeball after another was trying to squeeze out, spreading along the old knight's skin, occupying his forehead, top of the head, back of the head, and then to the ears, mouth, nostrils, and other positions. The undead around him started bombing, and a fireball hit the old knight Rad's head accurately, popping all his eyeballs, but more eyeballs popped out the next moment, increasing their coverage area. Even though the attack did not stop, the opponent did not fight back. Wait! Soak stopped the others from continuing to attack. Rad, is that you? The last time he asked this question, he had a strong expectation in his mouth, hoping that the other party was Rad. This time, he strongly hoped that the other party was not. The eyeball knight did not answer, but came to Sock and stared at him with his eyes full of eyes, filled with sorrow. Sock pulled out the sword of the undead beside him, and clumsily grasped the sword with both hands, and pierced the heart of the eyeball knight. The eyeball knight fell to the ground. Without the supply of life force, his eyeball shrank quickly, and finally became as shriveled as grape skin. Sock also fell to the ground. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped Sock and the undead. Witnessing the separation of life and death with one's own eyes is always more shocking than any other medium. They cannot take the body back, and the curse may spread, burn on the spot, and then return with a failed mission. I hope to be loyal to you. Soak found Lind again. Have you been loyal once before, or were you not sincere before? No, this time I am willing to give you everything I have, including my soul. I want your soul to be useless. Lind is in great need of old nobles, who can maintain their sanity, or even simply lack old nobles. As long as he has given enough blood nobles, he can create a large number of ring knights in a short time. But he was not too short of it, because he had too many ways to replenish high-end combat power, such as letting his soldiers absorb the divine skin and become gods instead. Such an inhumane method would attract countless people. But I am very interested in Gone. In Sock's excited eyes, Lind drew out the long blade from his waist, and put it on his shoulder. I accept your allegiance, Lord of Redforge, Baron Sock Redforge. The death of the old knight Rad made Sock change greatly. He was extremely eager to return to Redforge, even if he wanted to join forces from the outside world. Sock was not stupid. He could tell from their magic fighting style that these people were definitely not natives of the eastern continent. They might be outsiders like those cursed disasters. So what? Then what is our next action plan? Lind seemed to be thinking, and then said in a very leisurely tone, reclaim Redforge, destroy Gang, and unify the eastern continent by the way. Sock opened his mouth. Shouldn't this be the last step of the plan? According to Sock's expectation, they should start with the surrounding camps in a steady manner, gradually occupy the land, develop the scale, and eventually grow to the same level as Gang, surround but not attack, or harass and friction in a small area, and eat away step by step. The outsider he was loyal to was so arrogant. Sir, you may not know how difficult those people are. Gang has the power of the seventh ring, and he also has a group of undead knights, and even a three-headed undead dragon. Linda turned to look at Sheila. The intelligence the other party mentioned did not include undead dragons. If the three-headed undead dragon was a sixth ring, it would be fine. If it was a seventh ring, he would be very passive. The legendary dragon cemetery. Sheila said he must have awakened the undead dragon there, and his strength would definitely not exceed the seventh ring. Lin nodded, and he was inclined to believe what Sheila said. If the three-headed undead dragon really had the strength of 7 rings, plus Gon himself had 4 7 rings, and Gon's style of doing things was able to snatch Redforge Castle away, it can be seen that the other party is definitely not a person who likes to keep a low profile. Lin dared to start a plain war without 4 7 rings, and even ran rampant in the magic land. If he was given 4 powerful combat powers, he himself would not have thought how arrogant he would be. He would probably kill directly to the cursed land, and take off the head of Lord Jawbone, and kick it like a ball. Therefore, the opponent's undead dragon will not be too strong, most likely around 5th or 6th ring. Considering some of the dragon's blessings, it may be stronger than ordinary ones. The only problem is the 7th ring Gang. Lin has 3 choices. First, help the Beast Master recover all his strength, if the other party is willing to follow his promise and be loyal to him. The possibility is not very high. If Lin himself did not have other intentions, he would never bow down to a weaker object and help the other party clean up his ass. Second, let the Black Phosphorus King help. As a dragon with the absolute top combat power among the 7th ring, he can win if he comes, and he can run away if he can't win. Third, grow to the 7th ring by himself. With strong power to suppress, he can also help the Beast Master recover all his strength. The Dragon Cemetery sounds like a good place. It's just a cemetery, Sheila explained. There are many dragon stone tablets there. When a dragon appears and intersects with humans, someone will record the dragon's information. There is no dragon corpse there, but it is a good place to use undead magic. Summon? Lind asked. It was too difficult to find a giant dragon's body, and then transform it into an undead dragon. It was no less difficult than killing a giant dragon, bearing all the revenge, and finally turning it into an undead dragon. The best way was to directly summon an undead dragon. Yes. Sheila nodded. Lind wanted to summon a few undead dragons to stay by his side and help him work. Sock stayed aside and did not move. Boom! The ground suddenly began to shake. Earthquake? It's the rock monitor lizard. Soak took the initiative to say, it must be the rock monitor lizard that woke up. That huge lizard ancestor? Yes. Linda rushed to the sky, hovering above the sea of clouds, and turned his head to search. Earthquake. Torn the land and mountains, the terrain was easily changed. And Linda also saw the behemoth, a fully enlarged monitor lizard, its front paws on a hill, but its tail drooped on another hill. The tail swayed gently, and the mountain collapsed. The splashing stones fell into the sky like a waterfall, and then turned into a meteorite rain and hit the ground. What did you eat to grow so big? Lind was amazed. His body size was almost the same as the king of black phosphorus. He tried hard to become a giant, but he couldn't be as big as the other party. But he didn't feel much magic power from the other party. Even if there was no magic power, just to support such a huge body to move, the other party's body strength and power would be terrifying and unimaginable. No wonder there are so many giant beast-restricted areas in the eastern continent. When such a big guy goes crazy, even the most powerful will have a headache. If you are not careful, your territory will be destroyed, and all the people will be devastated. The opponent also noticed Lind, opened his eyes lazily, and stared at his figure floating in the air, turned his body, and smashed his tail towards him. Lind dodged sideways. His small size had a small advantage. The wind blade created by swinging his huge tail split the sea of clouds in the sky in two. The whistling sound of the wind still remained in his ears. Lind quickly rose to a higher altitude, and his body size was also growing rapidly. The mountains, the monitor lizard, everything shrank in his eyes. Boom! A small mountain chased Lind and rushed into the sky. Lind could even see the human-like cunning smile on the monitor lizard's face. The opponent's combat thinking in the battle was extremely excellent. He knew that he had to change his combat strategy when he was pulled away. In just a moment, the hill enlarged in Lind's sight, as if it appeared out of thin air and occupied everything in front of him. He drew his sword and chopped it, and the power of fire was released. Standing on the ground, Sock and the undead looked up at the hill flying into the sky, and saw the hill being split by a sharp blade, exploded, and then turned into a flaming meteor falling. However, the meteor did not fall irregularly, but aimed at the giant lizard on the ground very accurately, hitting it accurately like an automatic tracking missile. The rain of meteorites stopped, and the undead looked at the battle that could easily change the terrain level. No matter how many times they watched it, the huge explosion special effects and the collision of giants and monsters would make their blood boil. The giant figure in the sky burned and turned into the last flaming meteorite, like a short red ray, instantly piercing the monitor lizard's head and smashing its raised head to the ground. The monitor lizard's open mouth also closed with a bang. Energy flashed, and the flames were pulled away from the body, like spreading wings of flame. Fast punches hit continuously. Lind rode on the monitor lizard's head and attacked with a series of fast punches, taking advantage of the opponent's dizziness from the meteorite to output more. The monitor lizard twisted its body and tried to throw it down, but he didn't expect Lind to actually jump down with a hammer and an axe in his hands. Attack with both hands, left and right. The hammer hit the lizard's chin, knocking its head up, and at the same time the axe chopped from top to bottom, smashing the raised head to the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. The location of the rock lizard's head was the center, and a huge spider web-like crack appeared, radiating to the surroundings, spreading and even cracking two hills. The battle was over. Lind seemed to have just fought a meaningless battle. He looked at Sock, and his meaning was very clear. And Sock's eyes were burning, and he knew that his loyalty was correct. Chapter 601. The huge prey fell to the ground with a bang. The hard-working ants. swarmed up, searching for all possible nutrients on the prey. This is a group of crazy and perfect warriors, and Sock Red Furnace had this thought again. And when the Lord he was loyal to said that he would give him such a team, he was flattered. Linda watched the undead people harvesting the rock lizards, and the huge creatures were devoured in a short time. Bones, flesh, internal organs, blood vessels, etc., all possible useful things were taken away. In the face of the huge number of undead people, there were not enough resources to distribute. He has already completed his debut, and staying in one place for a long time is not suitable for Linda's development. Occupy this continent as soon as possible, take all the resources, population, etc., and support the huge consumption of development. We are in a hurry. It only took a few days for Sock to see them clean up the restricted area where the rock giant lizard was located, and the beasts were humiliated and put on the bridle. Choose to become a mount, or become a delicacy. They want to ride everything. They can eat everything. It was morning again. After washing his face with clean water, Sock went to Lord Linda's tent. After a brief announcement, he was allowed to enter. A huge sand table was placed in the tent. Sock glanced at the sand table subconsciously, and then froze. The terrain and some signs inside made him recognize at a glance that the sand table was actually a thumbnail of the eastern continent. The golden exclamation mark flag represented the military power of Linda Alman. Now, flags with strange signs were planted all over the locations of all forces on the sand table, including the giant beast restricted areas. You're here? Linda looked at Sock. My lord, I've been summoned by you. Don't be nervous. A magic sword made of a fragment of the magic ring appeared in Linda's hand. It won't hurt, but you can be completely transformed. What kind of power is lurking in the blood of the old nobles? You will know after becoming a ring knight. Sock knelt on one knee. I told you not to be nervous. Linda pointed to the bed beside him. Lie down on it, or lie on your stomach. You don't have to take off your clothes. His joke didn't get a timely response, and Sock's palms were sweating with nervousness. Because Lynn told him that there was a way to quickly transform him to the fourth ring, and if he could bear it, he could even become a fifth, sixth, or seventh ring strongman. There was no risk of failure, and the price of success was also borne by Lind, and Sock only had to pay his loyalty. Lind also made his promise that as long as Sock's body could hold up, he would continue to strengthen him. There would be no end. A strong energy shock penetrated his spine. With his years of experience in dissecting corpses, and his understanding of them, Sock could clearly tell which bone the force had penetrated. He could feel his bones greedily accepting the force, trying to merge with it. Soon, he could no longer feel it, because the fiery force enveloped his body, and he felt as if he was in a fiery purgatory. Sock was panicked. But a hand pressed on him, and the force was pulled to move gently in his body. The heart regained its vitality. The power surged, but it was very gentle in his body. I don't know how long it took, when Sock heard. Get up in a daze, raised his hand, and climbed up. He looked down at his body, his clothes torn because of the sudden increase in his body. His palms were twice as big as before, and his palms were red. His body was full of solid muscles. When he got off the bed, he found that he was actually taller than Lind. My lord, you have very good physical talent. Maybe it's because of the old royal bloodline? Linda raised his right hand and held up 5 fingers. 5 spiritual swords. Now your strength should be a little bit short of the 6th ring. With pure blood and physical talent, if Sock continues to study and train himself, it will not be difficult to improve to the 6th ring. It's a waste to be a wizard with such a strong physical talent. Thank you for your cultivation. I will become the sharpest sword in your hand. Go and choose a set of your own armor. The battlefield needs you. Sock chose a set of blood-red armor, all blood-red. He could relate to the heavy armor worn by the undead laborers in the past. After all, he needed to control the movement of the undead in detail. But now, wearing the heavy metal armor that made a loud noise when it hit the ground, he felt as light as a feather, and his body was very relaxed and unaffected. When he appeared in the small square, the undead gathered around him. He wanted to think that this was his charm, but looking at the golden exclamation mark rune floating above his head, Sock knew what the key was. I need a team, wizards, knights, flying ones, to fight a blitzkrieg. Thok wants to bring Lin the first victory, to respond to Lin's expectations. Open the road to Red Forge and conquer everything along the way. Of course, they will be kind at the beginning, and peaceful resolution of the problem is the best outcome. Iron Plains. Close to the inland sea, people used to make a living by fishing here. The resource-rich sea can meet people's living needs, especially the Iron Plains. The land here is as stingy as a piece of iron, and the grain always grows sparsely. Sock Red Furnace led the chaotic army out of the behemoth forbidden zone. This is not a good place. Some of the warriors around him were very curious, and he was not stingy with his knowledge. He had long known that they were not from the eastern continent, so there was no need to hide. The prophecy said that this place would attract the anger of the water god, the ocean would flood everything, and then all land creatures without gills would be drowned. Did it say when it would be? The prophecy would definitely tell the time. It should have come true about 100 years ago, but as you can see, the ground beneath our feet is still very solid, like iron, and the seeds planted cannot penetrate the ground. It seems that prophecies are sometimes inaccurate. No, some of them are very accurate. Soak said, the number of land creatures without gills is decreasing. Perhaps without the ocean to submerge everything, land creatures will die out first. They came to the cape and looked across to the other side, which was the destination of their trip. There is a high probability that there will be no war. Before the old night rat died, the two of them passed by the Cape camp when they went to the behemoth forbidden zone together. The lords there are a pair of sisters. Among the many lords who like to plunder and expand outward, they are very gentle and accept the elderly, children, women, and the disabled. Of course, it is also related to their living in the Iron Plains. If it is not necessary, no one wants to come to this place where no one lives. Being poor enough can get rid of many crises. He even felt that his actions might be relying on Lord Linda's kindness to do some private things. No lord needs children with weak combat power and little productivity. Even though Lord Linda said that all the territories along the way should be taken, Sock believed that the so-called all should refer to territories with a lot of resources, and the benefits are more important than anything else. Otherwise, the resources spent on leading such a powerful team to occupy the Cape camp may be far higher than the benefits that can be obtained after the occupation. It was definitely a losing deal. So taking the Cape camp without a single drop of blood was the first step, and secondly, he had to win a beautiful victory to let Lord Lin know that his investment was not wasted. Stay where you are, we need boats, no one wants to touch the water, the sea water can eat people, and it will also grow sticky tentacles. Sock looked up at the sky, it would not be long before dark. It's not safe at night, I don't know about your world, but here, it's like this. The undead gathered in twos and threes, they lit up thick smoke, and some even tried to get close to the sea to feel whether the things in the sea water would really suddenly grab them. Their activities naturally attracted the attention of the Cape camp. I am Sock Red Furnace. When the magic swept over, an illusory figure was projected in front of Sock. The other party was shocked by Sock's strong and tall body. I know you, Cape sisters. Sock said, the Lord I am loyal to needs your loyalty. Loyalty, are you sure? The Cape sisters were puzzled. Why? Because this is the only way for the team to move forward. Sock was worried that the other party would refuse. Your Excellency has millions of warriors. You should be able to feel that less than 1% of the warriors follow me. We promise to be loyal. The Cape sisters nodded immediately. They can't do it alone. It's like a dream to have someone help them carry the burden. Only a fool would refuse. It seems that we have reached a consensus. I will take some people to the Cape. The communication ended. Soak left the tent and took a team of 100 undead with him. When he was in action, Soak got a thick list so that he could get the warriors he wanted from it. But after looking through it for a while, Sock gave up completely. There were too many to look through. A boat came to Cape Camp and took them across the coast to the other side. The boat was not too big, and it was already the limit to carry 100 or 200 people. The camp seemed very close, but it took more than half an hour to travel by boat. They saw the Cape sisters at the entrance of Cape Camp. The two of them were wearing clean clothes and looked nervously at Sock and the undead people behind him who were looking around. The opportunity cannot be missed, and the opportunity to hug thighs must not be missed. Please follow me. The Cape sisters led the way. Because time was too urgent, they didn't have time to ask the people in the territory to clean up. The disabled, children, etc., they looked at the warriors wearing armor emitting magical light with awe and admiration. An undead took out the dried meat and handed it to the little guy on the roadside. After taking the food, the other party didn't dare to move and stood obediently. The other children around gathered quietly, and everyone didn't say anything, just looked at him eagerly. I only have bottles and cans with me, not much to eat. The undead man was a little embarrassed, just a few snacks. The children looked disappointed, but no one dared to speak. After living in a world where the strong prey on the weak for a long time, you will know very clearly that you must never provoke a strong man wearing armor. Hey, do you have any food? Give me some. The undead man turned his head and looked at his companions. Yes, but I won't give it to you. Why?
I can't give it to you myself. The team was forced to slow down, and more undead took out food. We should have killed more giant beasts. That thing is a pure meat mountain. Stop it, the muscles are harder than iron. Who can bite them? I keep them for forging swords. Thok, who was walking at the front of the team, turned around and looked at the undead with the Cape Sisters. The crazy and orderly attack posture was hard to overlap with the image in front of him. Thok thought he knew enough about this group of crazy warriors, but now he found that he didn't know enough. With this action, the Cape Sisters immediately expressed their willingness to pledge their loyalty, and their request was very simple, hoping to be given more opportunities to live, such as doing some work within their ability, and in exchange for some food. They don't need to do nothing. It may not be difficult. Sok said, I will contact the Lord. He had to contact the Lord on the first day of his action, and Sok himself doubted whether he had done too badly. Under the arrangement of the Cape Sisters, Sok got his own rest room, and used magic in it to contact Lord Lind. Sir? A familiar face appeared in front of him. The voices on the other side sounded lively. What's wrong? Linda answered the call very quickly, and he seemed to be just dozing off. It's like this. Sok nervously told him what he had done, and made up his mind that if Linda showed displeasure and strongly demanded that he not do it, he would lead his troops away. Kindness is a virtue, but loyalty is above all else. You mean Cape all children? At least 70% of them are children. Ha ha ha, you did a good job. Ah? Sok was puzzled. Children are the future, Sok. Linda said, I will arrange for people to go to the Cape camp to receive those children tomorrow, and someone will take good care of them. This is it. Sok was surprised. Linda's reaction was far beyond his expectations. As expected, the Lord is like the soldier, and the kindness of the undead is not an act, and Linda's joy just now is also true. We lack everything, especially talent. Linda emphasized, children are the top priority. With the serious decline in birth rate and insufficient NPCs, the role that adults can play is getting smaller and smaller. As they get older, their minds become more complicated, and their learning speed slows down significantly. But children are different. They are smart and can be cultivated. Well done, Sok. The communication ended. Sok was happy. He knew that his choice would not be wrong. The sky outside gradually darkened. Sok waited to tell the Cape Sisters the good news, but the sky was suddenly covered with blood again. The screams of WoW rang out. Chaos and noise. The camp, which was harmonious just now, suddenly turned into purgatory. Poseidon. 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 There was a strange voice shouting. Chapter 602. Sok rushed out of the room, and saw the figures howling and shouting. They looked like a hybrid of a human and a fish, with a slender body, a normal human face, no shirt, and gills on their abdomens. They were waving axes and hammers in their hands, and they attacked like crazy, without the idea of taking prisoners, just for killing. Most of the residents of the Cape camp were old, weak, sick, and disabled. When the evil impact came, they were powerless to resist and fled with screams. Others were so scared that they stood still, waiting for the axe to chop them. The arm was like a branch cut off by a sharp blade. With the sound of a crisp bone breaking, the arm was thrown into the night sky, spinning and splashing hot blood. Sok saw a disabled man hit by a pickaxe on the temple. His skull was pierced, his bones were deformed, and his head hit the ground and bounced, completely losing all breath. There were corpses everywhere. Move, save people. Shouted to the undead to act quickly. The undead, who had already reacted, had already started to act without his orders, rushing into the disaster team that came in from nowhere and launching a counterattack. Sok rushed out. As a necromancer, he instinctively wanted to use magic. The corpses on the ground were his best source of help. He shook his fingers gently and pointed at one of the corpses, but a muffled sound suddenly came from Sok's back. He turned his head dully. It was a fishgill hybrid. He held a hammer in his hand, with a square head and dense steel lines like scales on it. The sound of hitting the body was terrible. Sok, who was not good at close combat and rarely picked up a long sword, subconsciously shook his hand. At the same time, the opponent also raised the hammer to meet his fist. At the moment of impact, Sok heard a crisp click. With a sound, the arm holding the hammer was twisted off like a piece of dead wood, and the hammer flew out of his hand. Sok almost instinctively swung his fist at the dull fish-gilled bastard. The fist pressed the opponent's head into his stomach, and blood plasma gushed out from his neck. Then, there was the pungent smell of incontinence. After death, people could not control their bodies, and their sphincters lost control. Sok, who had smelled this smell countless times when handling corpses,
felt his blood boiling for the first time. He turned his head and looked around, and the chaos was still going on. Bending down to pick up the square-headed hammer, he shook his wrist lightly to feel the weight, and rushed to the next fishgill freak with it. The hammer has a very clever use in breaking bones. At first, Sock just used brute force, but after smashing the head of the 12th person, he mastered the skill of exerting force. Maybe he was born to be a warrior. The sound of ding-clang hit his body, and his shoulder was in pain. The fishbone javelin penetrated the armor, and buried in the flesh. The huge force that came almost knocked Sock over. He looked at the distance vigilantly. A man with a narrow body, like a catfish, was looking at him. The man grabbed another javelin in his hand, ready to go. Sock moved quickly. He had to close the distance with the opponent, otherwise he would be seriously injured under the continuous javelin shooting, and the plot development after that would definitely not be too wonderful. His feet stepped on the ground, and his body jumped up lightly like an inflatable, and Sock was amazed at his speed. But the javelin appeared in his path one step faster. The hammer swung, and it collided with the javelin accurately. The sparks that splashed at that moment were like a red rainstorm, dyeing a small part of the sky red. When he was about to land, he grabbed the square hammer with both hands, and smashed it with his head raised high, like a human-shaped hill falling from the sky. The fishgill freak holding the javelin was kneed on the chest and fell backwards. The square hammer was one step faster, and smashed the head into the mud. Paw! Juice splashed. Sock was panting heavily, not because he was tired, but because he was excited. His excited blood burned his flesh and blood. The whistling sound of breaking through the air came again. He rolled quickly to avoid it, and threw the square hammer in his hand in the direction of the sound, completely relying on instinct. The head exploded in the distance. His excellent fighting instinct had long been hidden in his blood, and it was fully activated after he became a ring knight. Another fishgill freak approached fearlessly. He kicked the other party over, bent down to pick up the javelin, and stabbed the fishgill freak, who was struggling to get up with the javelin, piercing his head. A fishgill freak in front of him stared at a figure crawling on the ground to escape. Don't even think about it. He pulled out the javelin that had just pierced the corpse almost instinctively, with the corpse's spasm and blood, and swung it with his wrist, accurately piercing the opponent's ear. Penetrate, and nail it to the ground. A fishgill freak is screaming. See God! Since they appeared, they have only shouted. See God, no other language, but it seems that they can communicate. The heavy axe in his hand split the way forward. He targeted an unlucky Cape Camp soldier, and the fishgill freak put the axe handle between the opponent's legs, easily tripped him, and raised the axe in the opponent's desperate scream. Bang! The huge foot kicked over with a dull force, and the world spun around. When the fishgill freak reacted, his back was already on the ground. The foot on his chest was very heavy, pressing down on his body, making him unable to move. The fishgill freak looked at the tall figure in the red armor. The swords behind him emitted dazzling light, as if his spine was pierced by a crossed sword. Ah! The fishgill freak screamed. The answer was an axe, a familiar axe, because the axe was in the fishgill freak's hand just a moment ago. Sock didn't even look at the corpse on the ground. He slowly became numb. He turned around and looked around. The ground was completely covered with blood. The land exuded a pungent stench, and running would leave muddy footprints. There were still people resisting. But the number of undead was too small, and they were overwhelmed by the sudden attack, and the number of casualties could not be controlled. When the undead lost their numerical advantage, they were defeated as expected. Another fishgill freak noticed Sock, and the opponent was wrapped in blood mist, fighting in large numbers, and the blood mist sprayed by heavy bleeding was suspended around him, like a killing god. The opponent rushed over, but Sock responded almost instinctively with an axe outside, predicted the opponent's attack direction, and picked up the opponent's head with an axe. The battle was fierce. Sock tried to find the Cape Sisters, but all he could see were corpses, piled together in a pile, and unable to distinguish between enemies and friends. Smelling the bloody smell of the sea breeze, Sock knew that he had to contact the outside world, contact the undead stationed outside, and need more reinforcements, and then save as many people as possible. Completely out of sync? Lynn got unexpected news. The undead stationed on the other side of the Cape Camp were singing and dancing. Everyone watched the live broadcast and chatted. There was a lot to do at night, and they had a lot of snacks. Some of them were bored, and went to watch the live broadcast of Cape Camp. It was a hidden mission anyway. The mutation came quickly. The gill monsters attacked Cape Camp, and massacred a lot of people. But the bad thing was that the undead people on the other side of the camp found it was very quiet there. There was no war at all. It was more like they didn't exist in the same space. The undead began to find a way to cross the water ahead, fly over, and go to Cape Camp to see the situation. But the facts were completely opposite to what they imagined. After they flew over, they found that it was an empty city. Do you know anything about Poseidon? Linda looked at Sheila. Sheila was yawning. Because she had been imprisoned for a long time in a land without magic elements, she had developed quite terrible living habits, one of which was eating more and sleeping more. Habits that were almost developed out of survival instinct were difficult to change. Poseidon? Sheila was a little more alert, and she thought, it seems to have fallen from the sky. Hey, where are you going? To kill the gods. Linda could not choose to remain indifferent when he knew that aliens might exist. The flame wings spread out, carrying his heavy body to the sky, and the fiery red wings seemed to dye the clouds in the sky completely red. When the sun had completely set, a fire cloud seemed to appear on the horizon. It seems to be Lind. An undead was studying the fire cloud, and then he discovered the true appearance of the moving fire cloud. Lind landed. The flame wings quickly folded, rolled back into the body, and disappeared without a trace. The undead tried to ask about the situation, but Lind's eyes immediately turned away after looking at the Cape Camp opposite. His sight stayed on the water. Lind had not felt anything wrong when he talked to Sop before, until he came to the scene in person and realized the problem. Thick fog. The strong thick fog was very likely to have distorted the direction of the ship, causing the ship that was supposed to go to Cape Camp to appear in another place. This possibility was also very small, because the leader in Cape Camp had not changed, which could be seen from Sock's reaction. So the biggest possibility was that the ship not only took Sock and others, but also everyone in Cape Camp, and then they went to a completely unfamiliar Cape Camp. His sight has been on the thick fog rising from the sea, as if he is ready to see clearly what is in the thick fog. Perhaps there is a city hidden in it, and the figures of Sock and others. Lind is still very familiar with sea god. There was once a sea god of the abandoned port. Of course, he died later. The method of building a ship on the spot and then breaking into the thick fog on the sea may be a bit outrageous, but only by entering the thick fog can we figure out what is going on inside. The work is enough for the undead to prepare. The undead began to move quickly, cutting down trees and building boats. With the blessing of magic, all this was not only fast, but also of excellent quality. Some undead guessed that Lind might not let them go together, so they worked overtime to make a boat for themselves. The fog was still floating on the water a moment ago, accepting everyone who came, and not worrying about Lind and others who could only stand on the shore and grin. But in the next moment, Lind set off with dozens of boats and headed for the thick fog. As soon as his face touched the thick fog, Lind felt a very familiar feeling. There was a barrier in the thick fog. Then his vision suddenly became clear. He didn't expect that after passing through the thick fog, there was actually a towering castle behind him. The sky dragon with its wings spread was hovering. Now I understand. There was an extra battle axe in Lind's hand. It turned out to be an illusion. He didn't believe that someone could transfer himself to another space without him noticing. To do this, 7 rings would be useless. At least 8 rings would be needed, and it might be higher, because the rings above 7 were all Lind's own guesses. As if knowing what Lind was thinking, when they passed through the castle gate, they were greeted by a bloody battlefield. A large number of body parts were chopped off, and the spray of blood drew arcs in the air. Lind acted quickly, rushing up at the moment the enemy set his sights on him, sweeping his axe and easily taking off his head, and his toes stretched out like a scorpion's tail, and another man fell down. A giant man roared and rushed over, but was slapped in the face by Lind. The opponent was a little dazed, but what greeted him was Linda's elbow, quick punch, and finally a slap. If you don't want to die, be honest. Linda raised the axe in his hand, and his body expanded rapidly. When he was as tall as a giant, the fighting figures finally quieted down. Everyone looked at the giant Linda in awe. Just raising his feet, the wind and sand he stirred up was like a storm. No one dared to ignore the powerful giant, especially in the eastern continent, a continent full of giant beast forbidden areas. Giantization has always represented greater power. It seems that everyone is happy to communicate with me. Lind looked at those figures, some of whom were obviously mutants, who appeared after the new era. I wonder which god they chose to believe in. It may also be a natural mutation affected by magic. How did you get here? He looked at a man who looked normal. If you ignore the blood vessels that were about to burst his skin and his red eyes, then he must be a normal person. But now it is almost the same. After Lind showed his absolute advantage, all the crazy people regained their minds in a short time. Just like the giant who rushed towards Lind just now, now his mouth is full of blood, standing there stupidly, staring at Lin's feet, studying his boot design concept.
Battlefield,
the other party said. We are pirates. After robbing a caravan, we went to the nearest port city and came here. You must have encountered the thick fog on the sea before landing.
Yes.
It seems that we have entered a bad space, Linda said. The thick fog floating on the sea sends people to where they want to go, and then lets everyone kill each other. Let's call it the sea god's thick fog. Linda looked at the people present and thought about how to leave here. Kill everyone? Obviously impossible. Many people here have been trapped here for a long time, and they have killed several waves. Or wait. The whistling sound came from outside again, and a new one seemed to be about to begin. Chapter 603. The thick fog dissipated, and no one could leave. The ground under his feet changed, and everything seemed like a mirage. Linda felt where he was, and the thick fog affected his judgment. At least at this moment, he was absolutely sure that he was in a real space. It was just that in his perception, people were constantly being teleported to his vicinity. It was like a blender that was constantly stuffed with new materials. Everyone present was both the blending blade and the material, crushing everything that entered. Under the premise that he had absolute control over the current situation, the fight was completely suppressed. But the person who created this space seemed not satisfied with this. Just as Lind had known before, the space of the eastern continent was extremely unstable, and there were countless strange forces lurking here, and the thick fog they encountered was one of them. See God! See God! The fish-gilled bastard who was screaming and shouting "See God" came over, screaming and rushing out from beside a person, holding a long-handled curved knife in his hand, and suddenly swung it to cut off the man's head. The situation that had just stabilized was thrown into chaos again, with the strong intrusion of this group of fish-gill bastards. Some people tried to raise their shields to read the game, and instinctively made defensive actions in panic, but some people were too slow and were pierced through the head by the long-handled weapon, which pierced through the right eye socket and broke through the back of the head. The long handle stirred, bringing a series of crisp crackling sounds. The person who was stabbed vomited blood in large mouthfuls. His strong vitality made him not die immediately after being pierced through the head, but he struggled to twist his body and swing his arms randomly. The fish-gilled bastard had no intention of retreating. He discarded his weapon and rushed to the other person with his mouth open. In the chaotic battlefield, the giant Lind was the best target for attack. The fish-gilled bastards chopped his heels with blades, or bit the blades with their mouths, and climbed up Lind's legs with their hands and feet. Lind twisted his body and immediately fell down. He looked into the distance. A large number of fish-gilled freaks rushed in from that direction. There was absolutely no one-way door in the world. Since they could come in from that direction, they could also go out. The body shrank quickly to get out of the predicament of being besieged because of the size. A knife suddenly came into sight and attacked Lind's left eye. Lind raised his hand to grab the blade, but the sharp blade could hardly cut his skin. Lind didn't even look at the person he attacked, and his right fist was sent out like lightning, hitting his head hard. "Pah!" The head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. He grabbed the knife with his left hand, turned his elbow, and knocked down the crazy figure holding the shield in front of him. Everyone present had gone crazy and didn't distinguish between friend and foe. There was an axe. Whoosh! Coming towards Lind's head. Lind faced the flying axe head-on without avoiding it. The blade cut the body of a fishgill freak in front of him in half, and at the same time, he grabbed the flying axe with his right hand. The strong wind blew, sweeping the golden hair in front of his forehead. Lind flicked his wrist, and the flying axe immediately flew back at a faster speed. It even brought a raging flame when it returned, clearing a large area in front of it in an instant, and split the axe thrower's head in half. In the melee, Lind's fearless charge immediately attracted the attention of a large number of fishgill freaks, but he was like a chariot galloping on the battlefield. No matter how many enemies were in front of him, they would fall down in the flames that burst out in front of his feet, or in the slashing blade. The blade was curled, but Lind liked the feeling of throwing the axe to chop people, and the God of War axe and the golden hammer started working on the left and right. Fishgill monsters with different body shapes began to appear in front of him, with huge bellies and octopus-like beards on their chins, and their bodies were about 2 stories high. The extremely tall figure holding the giant hammer became a wall to prevent Lind from moving forward. The giant hammer fell, and Lind gently lifted the hammer in his hand, and the huge fishgill monster was immediately overturned by the huge force, and its body fell backwards uncontrollably. When the back, bang, slammed to the ground, Lind had already appeared on its head and stepped on it. The flame column rose with a heel and wrapped around the head of the giant fishgill monster. The body twitched, the flesh and blood burned, and finally there was no movement. It was obvious that one giant fishgill monster was not the end, and 4 or 5 more appeared, and even a group of fishgill monsters with bodies, like eels, and degenerated lower bodies appeared on them. They shouted, "See God in their mouths," and were extremely crazy. While Lin threw his hammer and axe to blow up the heads of the 2 giant fishgill monsters, the eel-shaped fishgill monster rushed over. Its speed was extremely fast. Although it only had a strength of 3 rings, its speed was definitely among the best among the 4 rings. Lin raised his hand to grab it, but only felt a handful of slime. The slippery body quickly rotated around him, and he could only slip out of his hand when he attacked. Boom! High temperature erupted from Lin's body, and the sky-high fire column seemed to tear through the thick fog, but it was held down by the strange force, and could not break through. The mucus on the surface of the eel monster was quickly dried, and the body moved quickly. Bang! Linda reached out and successfully caught one. He grabbed the opponent's shoulder with his left hand, and the back of his neck with his right hand. Roaring and tearing hard, the spine was pulled out, and the flesh of the fish tail was reversed. Paw! The corpse was thrown to the ground by Linda, and the nerve signals were still shaking, the muscles twitching. He didn't want to stalemate with these little things for too long, so he raised his hand, and the axe and hammer fell into his hands. He quickly swung his arms to smash the head of the fishgill monster that rushed over without fear of death. Lin moved faster and faster, completely turning into a rumbling human-shaped fireball, leaving behind only a sea of charred corpses and blood like purgatory. Rushing to the white fog, Lin blocked the hammer and axe in front of him and rushed into it. However, when his feet landed on the ground, he was standing on the deck of a moving ghost ship. He didn't know much about ghosts. Apart from the golden ghosts found in the ruins of the magic land called Molten Gold, there was only Selena, who lived in the Banshee Horn. This big ship sailed on the boundless sea. Lin, who could move between continents, never set his goal on the sea. The ancient and mysterious sea made him uneasy. Most of his knowledge of the sea came from the game of One Piece played by the undead. Only a very small number of people could persist. There was nothing to do on the sea. They could only shrink in the ship, just like being in prison. Let me see who is behind this. Lin's hands drooped naturally. The axe and hammer swung back and forth slowly as he moved. No matter what rushed out next, it would definitely need his full strength attack first. Starting from the deck, there was no one alive on the ship. He went deep into the cabin. The space inside was very large. It should be some kind of magic space technology. Lin looked up and saw that the height was at least 20 meters, but when he walked around the whole ship, he could be sure that the length of the hull was definitely not more than 20 meters. A square ship? Throw this to Area 3. Someone was talking. Kill it, quickly. The voice was very anxious. What? One ran out? Where? Don't worry, he's definitely dead, keep going. Lin subconsciously used the stealth skill, and although he kept his head held high and chest puffed out like a knight in a duel, his footsteps were silent, his breath was undetectable, and his entire presence seemed to be erased. A door in front was open. There was a strange thing that should be considered a gill freak waving its tentacles, and in front of him was a huge magic projection, which was divided into dozens of sections, and people were fighting in each section. It was exactly where Lin had gone when he entered the mist. Why did you stop here? Keep going, keep going! The gill freak cursed, and as he took out a few magic triangles, a large number of gill freaks suddenly emerged from one of the mist areas that had just stopped. The axe was pressed against the opponent's neck. The gill freak, who was cursing just now, shuddered. How? How did you get in? I should ask you questions. Lord Lin raised his finger, and a soul blade emerged from his fingertips, gently falling down to cut off one of the opponent's tentacles. Every good lord should master the interrogation technique. Lin has the means to directly inflict soul damage, and can also use curses or elemental bombardment. The reason why he chose to cut off the opponent's tentacles. He kind of hates the squirming sticky tentacles. Ah! The fish gill freak whose tentacles were cut off calmed down. Who are you? Lin asked. Surveyor, Wes Luke. So Mr. and Ms. Wes Luke? Lin could not determine the other party's gender. No one wants to lift the robe of a slimy fish-gilled freak to determine its gender. At least Lin is very resistant. He has a very simple preference. First of all, it must be a human or a humanoid. Our civilization will not distinguish so much. The perfect life form should be... You can call me lady, if you must use binary gender. Stop those things first, lady. Lin emphasized. The wound on your neck must have told you not to play tricks. No, don't get excited. Weiss Luke waved his tentacles. I will cooperate. I will cooperate. She slowly raised her tentacles. I want to use this arm to touch the energy matrix in front and shut down the fog area. Can I do this? I said, don't move. How can I shut it down if I don't move? Weiss Luke couldn't help but ask back, stupid underworld people. Linda's mouth curled slightly. Stupid underworld people. A lot of information was revealed. Tell me how to shut it down, and I do it. You can't do it. We have to use our own hands, just like your magic. Give a spell, and after it is encrypted, only those who know the spell can use it. Linda didn't say anything, but just pressed the axe a little deeper. Touch it, just one touch. After Weiss Luke finished speaking, he saw the tentacle that was just cut off fly over and gently touch the energy matrix. The fog dissipated instantly, and the fierce battle stopped. Everyone was confused as to why they were suddenly safe, but it didn't stop them from taking the opportunity to rest and heal. We have a lot to talk about. Lynn said, ma'am, I guess you have a lot to tell me, right? Weiss Luke, of course. No way. She was forced out of the room by Lynn, preventing her from controlling the mist again. When the space became larger and she saw Lynn's face, Weiss Luke exclaimed, It's you. She remembered clearly that her mist suddenly caught a terrible guy. Are you a local god? I have no obligation to answer any of your questions. Lynn motioned for the other party to pay attention to the axe, but I think you will definitely want to answer my doubts. Of course. Then, Miss Surveyor, why do you control the fog to capture people at sea and let people kill each other? Are you the god of the sea? I want to answer them one by one. Weiss Luke said. After seeing Lynn nod and getting his agreement, she continued, The god of the sea is this ship, and I capture people to kill each other? Just because you are bored, I think you must have caught ants and poked them to death with a stick to find a little happiness. Linda was silent for a moment. From the tone of the other party's speech and the arrogant attitude that he showed from time to time, it was not difficult to guess that the other party did not belong to the Eastern continent, or even to the world illuminated by the magic ring. An outsider, perhaps similar to the cursed land. Why are you called a surveyor? Explore the world where civilization was born. Weiss Luke replied, Understand the development of a civilization, and then consider. Plunder? Lynn asked. Of course not. Sometimes we will take the initiative to recruit and help train talents. Sometimes? Facing Lynn's question, Weiss Luke just asked back. So are the aliens in the prophecy the uninvited stars, or the fishgill freaks in front of them? Did you make those fishgill freaks? Lynn asked. Don't say that. Weiss Luke corrected, they are the most basic explorers of Poseidon. They can be hatched in large numbers with just a small amount of energy. Have you finished your exploration? Lynn asked. It ended a long time ago, a few years ago. Weiss Luke's mood suddenly became low, but I was cut off from the outside world and couldn't leave here, so I could only do something to entertain myself. The magic ring was broken, or maybe it was because of the star squatting on the moon. If you can contact the outside world, Lynn asked. What I want to ask you is, how do you make your civilization not attack here, but choose to accept it? We have our own criteria, which are very strict. Weiss Luke saw his intention. But considering that his life was in Lynn's hands, he could only answer whatever he asked, because it was not a secret anyway. A peaceful and friendly civilization environment, not aggressive, and with extremely high talents, must pass some tests. So far, only 2 civilizations have passed. What about those who didn't pass? 620. So you are still plundering. Linda was so angry that he laughed. He was really strict with others and lenient with himself. A civilization that plundered everywhere actually required those who surrendered to it to be civilized and polite, and not fight. I think we will cooperate if you want to leave here one day. Linda said, What should you call your civilization? Tainan. Linda felt that he might have refreshed the type of enemy. The aliens waiting for him might not be stars, but intruders who called themselves Tainan. Chapter 604. Is it over? Soak Red Furnace gasped. Released from the strange fog, everything seemed like a dream. A large number of people in Cape Camp disappeared. He knew where they went, dead and lost forever. Even the Cape sisters, who were managers, disappeared. He came outside, stood at the port and looked into the distance. The shadow of the night covered the shaking water, until a figure broke through the water at high speed. Spreading the flaming wings, the black ghost cloak floated behind him, and the heavy armor on his body brought an unmatched sense of oppression. Lynn Armin's appearance made his heart tremble. My lord. Soak lowered his head in shame. The lord's appearance here must be due to his negligence. He was terrified that the first operation failed. I want you to take down Red Forge as soon as possible. Lin did not comfort Sok. As a superior, he should never comfort his subordinates when they have not made any achievements or even made mistakes. The Lord needs absolute authority. This accident can be avoided, although it was caused by Poseidon. A sneak attack, but if all the undead were to follow suit from the beginning, the situation would definitely be reversed. Yes. Sok lowered his head, more serious than ever before. On the second day, the undead team led by Sok Redforge headed for Redforge Castle. Only when he sped up did he realize how terrifying the mobility of this team was. No fatigue, no complaints, no effort. It was even the first time I saw someone using magic to travel faster, just so that when releasing magic, the body would be driven to sprint forward for a distance. A group of red figures blocked the undead team led by Sok. Their skin was red, and their elbows and knees were covered with red crystals. Their arches were extremely long, and their bodies were hunched, but they moved very fast. That's a crazy corpse. Sok faced the soldier's puzzled eyes and explained, about 3 years ago, it was a test subject that escaped from the Far East Magic School. Undead, biochemical experiment? That magic school couldn't be the umbrella company of the magic world. Umbrella? They are not. Sok has no good impression of the Far East Magic School. Those who survive probably don't have any. A lot of things came out of that place, all kinds of strange shapes, but they have the same characteristics. They are good at killing people. The undead people don't think there is anything wrong. A group of crazy magic scientists are studying new types of monsters to provide them with more interesting game experiences. After all, a wide variety of enemies is also fun. Looking at the soldiers, who are eager to try, Sok has to clear his throat. They are immortal. What a coincidence, who isn't? Sok felt like he was talking to a cow. The bad thing was not whether the cow could understand him, but that the cow didn't care and refuted him. Just like now. They pursue blood, fear and screams, and sometimes magic can also be the source of crazy attacks. Sok had to emphasize, the red-skinned ones are very weak. If you see one wearing crystal armor, you should consider running away. Don't forget our mission. He had to move out of this mission. The undead were not afraid of anything, but they were afraid of mission failure. But one undead took the initiative to ask, does the crazy corpse have no lord? It seems like a zombie king with intelligence. How do you know? Sok was surprised. They were obviously not from this continent, but they could guess the crazy corpse king. That's what it says in apocalyptic novels. If you have played zombie games, you must know that there are classic characters, tanks, witches and the like. The undead suddenly didn't care. Being fearless in front of NPCs is also their fun, especially since NPCs will really remember their chats and even use them as topics. They are crazy monsters created based on the abilities of necromancers. Sok didn't understand, so he changed the subject. If you disturb one, you will disturb the whole group. As soon as he finished speaking, someone who was not afraid of death rushed over. He started with a fire arrow, blasting the red crazy corpse's chest out of the pit, while drawing his sword to chop. Lion slash, rolling and smashing. After pressing the corpse down, he held the giant sword with both hands and smashed it down. The head of the corpse was deformed, but the body was still struggling. The head is not its weakness. This thing is an undead. Although it is a zombie, it is different from the zombies from the scientific world in their impression. The corpses here are like this because of magic. No matter how many times they die, they will only stand up. There must be a control center. Is the corpse king nearby? Nonsense, there is no corpse king. Stop arguing and look ahead. A large number of zombies rushed towards them. We should first. Sok was about to speak, but he saw the soldiers following him holding their weapons, roaring and shouting excitedly like barbarians, and then swarming towards the group of red zombies in front. What a bunch of lunatics. Obviously there were many talented archers among this group of people. Sok could see the tricky arrows piercing the sky, accurately hitting the zombies, driving them to the ground, sometimes piercing the eyes, sometimes the chest. In short, all of them could be fatal weaknesses, but unfortunately there is no fatal weakness in the magic world. Just like many strong men who will not die even if they lose their hearts after reaching a certain level of strength. The attack was swift, with a large number of warriors colliding with the crazy corpses, and the impact without any spare force followed one after another. Sok felt like he was standing in a blacksmith shop, with several blacksmiths swinging hammers around him. The bang-bang sound made him upset. The world in front of him became chaotic, the air trembled and lifted the soil and stones, pushing them into the air, and then the ground would immediately take action to pull everything back to the ground. Really invincible? Finally someone found the problem. Sok breathed a sigh of relief. It was not difficult to retreat and bypass these crazy corpses. Wasting time with a group of things that would not die easily would gain nothing except a few more injuries. Wait, I think I know how to guide this thing. One person raised his staff high, and he used Mysterious Arrow to quickly drain the surrounding magic elements. The poor casting environment made others curse. But soon they found that the nearby crazy corpses all turned their heads to look over and peered at the mysterious magic arrow that was condensing. The staff shook gently. The crazy corpses shook their heads like kittens attracted by a cat toy. I want to play too. Someone immediately joined in. The number of crazy corpses staring at the staff condensing the mysterious magic arrow increased, and they gathered in small groups. What is the principle? Magic elements. Someone said the principle. The undead drained a large amount of magic elements from the surroundings, leaving the mad corpses in a temporarily magic-free environment. Apparently, the makers of the test products had not had time to conduct experiments with a control group. They are sensitive to magic, sounds, and everything, but they don't need eyes or ears, so there must be other ways to perceive the outside world. That way can only be magic. What should I do next? I can't seem to hold on any longer. Lord Thork, in which direction is Red Forge? That direction. Soak pointed the way, but he didn't understand what this group of people were going to do. It was a matter of life and death, but this group of people were always looking for some fun to relieve their boredom, and even thought that this was more important than conquering Red Forge. They would lose interest quickly. Soak's brows suddenly frowned, because he saw several people surrounding a crazy corpse and studying it with rough methods. They were like children without a sense of good and evil, completely breaking the wings of insects, slapping ants to death, or making mantises lose their double swords, just for fun. How about just leading the crazy corpses to attack the city? Great. The proposal was instantly approved by all the undead. Only Sock disagreed, but no one listened to him. He wondered how Linda made these people obey him, because the scene seen in the giant beast restricted area before proved that Linda had absolute control. One vote vetoes, the minority obeys the majority. Sock Red Furnace now misses his undead laborer very much. Although it can't speak, moves clumsily, and has no brain, it is very obedient. It's better to have a corpse. It's sunny and windy. Maybe the sun is hanging above my head, but it doesn't bring the heat I imagined. If I ignore the light, I sometimes think I'm staying in a cold and desperate night. Red Forge. Anina Gunn is wearing a blue dress. Her hair is tied up with a beautiful sapphire hairpin. The sapphire is suspended by magic technology. As she moves, the gem will tremble gently, like a drop of blue tears. She looked out the window into the distance. Compared to the castle, the crowded crowds in the distance were her wealth. Suddenly, she noticed a strong figure in wolf skin coming over. In the distant sky, an undead dragon spread its wings and flew over, patrolling its territory. She immediately forced a smile on her face, lifted her skirt with both hands, turned around and trotted out. She panted all the way to the stairs, and met the eyes of the man in wolf skin. Dear. She threw herself into his arms, and raised her hand to gently press the man's brow. The voice was soft and charming. Have a good rest. I will give you a massage to relax. The man picked her up roughly, and rushed back to the room. The clouds dispersed, and the rain stopped. All good news, ha ha ha. The man laughed triumphantly. We conquered 2 areas, and the terrible place of Far East Magic School. The gray scale like ice can't stop us. Of course. Anina buried her head in the other's chest and expressed her attitude with her voice. But her eyes were rolling, as if she was thinking about something else. My lord. A voice came from outside, interrupting the warmth of the two. My lord. The voice did not think it was disturbing at all, and kept shouting. The man frowned. He sat up, waited for Anina to put on his clothes, and then opened the door and walk out. The hunched-over subordinate lowered his head, and he continued to speak until the tip of the man's boots entered his sight. A group of strange people are approaching Red Forge Castle, and they are carrying a large number of crazy corpses. Crazy corpses? The man moved quickly, crossing the street that was like a long sword, flexibly climbing over obstacles to the roof, and easily jumped onto the wall with the height. The warriors of Red Forge Castle have already picked up their shields. They know how difficult those red crazy corpses are. Ahead of the zombies that are surging like a red tide is a group of lunatics with smiling faces. They choose to form a team of 2, one carrying the other, acting as a human horse. The person being carried will hold up the staff and use some magic to pull the crazy corpses, forcing them to catch up. When a zombie is ready to give up the pursuit, the staff will glow, and the strong magical perception will lead them to embark on the journey of pursuit again. It's just crazy. The man didn't understand. He clearly saw many people who were unable to dodge, and were knocked down and torn by the zombies. "Give me the bow." He pulled the bow and aimed at one person, and his fingers gently released. The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow accurately pierced the runner's thigh. His body fell uncontrollably, and threw his companions on his back away. Others reacted and realized that as long as they stopped the bastards, who attracted the zombie tide, this sudden siege would end. What was unexpected was that the group of people who fell to the ground did not choose to resist or escape, but simply understood themselves. Madman. Everyone agreed tacitly. Driven by their madness, the crazy corpses approached the gate of Red Forge little by little. Facing their confident expressions, the man also smiled. He did nothing, but a ghostly cold blue flame spewed from his head. The guides in the first row, the crazy corpses in the second row, from front to back, the flame seemed to be a waterfall pouring from the sky, washing the enemies in front. After the flame swept through, only a pile of burnt, deformed and curled corpses remained. However, those crazy corpses were still trying to stand up. They would never give up the attack until they were completely turned into ashes. A strong wind blew overhead. The undead dragon spread its wings and swooped down, burning the crazy corpses with flames, trying to completely stop their attack. But the number of crazy corpses was extremely large. Whenever one wave was killed, another wave would soon emerge. What's more, the undead dragon released magic, and its strong attraction made it like a torch in the middle of the night, madly attracting the crazy corpses to turn into moths and pounce on it. There were already some crazy corpses climbing up the wall. The defense battle that was easy before officially turned into a fierce battle at this moment. The first crazy corpse climbed up the wall and bit the soldier's neck, blood spurted out, and the long sword fell to the ground. More and more rushed over. The man picked up the long sword next to the corpse, and then looked forward with a serious look. The red storm was approaching in front of him, and the screams of the crazy corpses echoed on the wall, like the wailing of ghosts. The undead dragon spread its wings and flew, and the whole world seemed to shake under the flapping of its wings and became restless. The cold murderous aura hit everyone's neck, like hailstones that drilled into the neck recklessly. Sock was watching this scene quietly outside the battlefield. His eyes fell on a familiar figure. Gang! Chapter 605. The strong wind raised by the dragon wings blew people all over the place. A crazy corpse was hit by the flying corpse, and its highly crystallized body was covered with cracks. When it fell to the ground, it was immediately shattered. Amid the attack of the fearless crazy corpses and the undead, the defense of Red Furnace Castle looked very weak. At present, the only thing that could stop their attack was the undead dragon in the sky. The attack of the undead was also more crazy than expected. They changed their attack targets to obstruct the undead dragon, and even sacrificed themselves to attract the attention of the undead dragon. Is that person gone? His appearance is wrong. Sock Red Furnace looked at the figure on the city wall, commanding the undead dragon to attack, and his eyes were full of doubts. He had seen Gon before, and the two images were very different. But the only one who could control the undead dragon could be Gon. Just as he was thinking, the undead had already smashed open the gate of Red Furnace Castle, and rushed up the city wall more fiercely than the crazy corpses. It didn't matter if his chest was pierced, he gritted his teeth and attacked, and exploded. The bloody battle ended. Without the attraction of the magic element, the crazy corpses dispersed, leaving the ground full of wounds. The broken walls and corpses were everywhere. Sock Redforge's eyes were fixed on the flying undead dragon. He felt that something was wrong. Gon couldn't be so weak. But there was something more important waiting for him, to take back Redforge Castle. When Sock was in action, Lind also received the survivors of Cape Camp. He needed a lot of talents, and these were just the children, which was exactly the living force he needed most, and could alleviate the embarrassing situation of insufficient NPCs and no talent reserves. However, raising these children and then distributing them to various continents still seems to be a drop in the bucket. It must be stimulated. Population resources are his most lacking and most important resources. It is a rare good news that Sock successfully took over Red Forge. He controls the largest population gathering place, and has the most population resources. Linda does not need to worry about it next. He only needs to give the undead a conquest mission, and they will naturally expand around Red Forge, and wipe out all enemies, including those beast-restricted areas. Looking past the ice pillars shaking with dazzling light like fish scales, there is a huge plain in front of us, with only a huge ice field building standing tall. Far East Magic School. This is a disaster area where magic abuse is the most serious. Linda took out the banshee horn and released Selena. The confused female ghost didn't know what happened yet, and passively followed Linda to the magic school. The ironclad gate was tied with an icy iron chain. "You need a key to open the door," Selena said. Linda leaned back and pulled the chain. Grunting, the turntable was driven, and the door sealed by ice and magic rose inch by inch under his pull. Selena simply shut her mouth. She had not been allowed to come out during this period, so she had no idea what happened to Linda. His strength was beyond Selena's imagination. The temperature inside the Far East Magic School was extremely low, and Linda's body began to burn with flames, dispelling the cold wind that was harassing like a spike. The skin surface crackled, and the chilly wind was sharp. With the guide, Lynn felt much easier in this magic school that was frozen from the inside. They must have conducted another magic experiment. Selena, who might have died in some experiment, gave her own judgment. In front of an empty laboratory, Lynn raised his hand and grabbed the door in front of him. His 5 fingers pierced into the wood like an iron pick, pulling down the frozen door. The cold air rushed out, and even froze the flames on Lynn's body in an instant. He shook his body, and the flames were like broken mirrors. After falling off his body and hitting the ground, they shattered completely, and then began to burn again. There were a group of figures wearing wizard robes inside. They still kept their expressions before they died, but they had completely lost their breath of life. They are all magic ring fragments and weapons. Lind looked around, all wizards, and everyone had magic ring fragments or weapons made from them. An unprecedented huge harvest. But when Lind knocked open a frost statue and tried to take out the things inside, the cold knife stabbed at his neck fiercely. It was completely unstoppable. His body was injured, and his body with hot blood like magma slowly froze, as if dragging him into the icy hell and becoming another human statue here. His body temperature kept rising, and he turned into a giant and stomped his feet, slowing down the speed of the frost climbing, and his body broke through the brittle glass wall. Lin could smell the smell of his body burning at the tip of his nose. The ground was shattered under his feet, and his body was completely numb and frozen. He staggered and fell on the ice. There was no sound of Selena in his ears. Turning his head, he found that Selena, a ghost, was also frozen by the terrifying ice, and as Linda broke through the wall, the released cold swept out. Like a devil from hell, she opened her fangs and claws and crawled towards him. Linda tried to stand up, not caring that the cold had made him unable to breathe. The ice knives penetrated into his body along with his breathing, and the white mist behind him was like a dancing girl, chasing him closely. He didn't dare to guarantee his safety until he walked out of the building where the laboratory was located. Watching the entire building completely frozen by ice, Linda released the flame to roast Selena, and at the same time raised his hand to knock the ice on his legs. Just like peeling an egg, it was easy to break off a whole piece. They may be connected to the ice elemental plane. Selena said after thawing, "It is a plane without life at all. Endless ice must come from somewhere. At least we have a lot of gains." Linda's cloak fluttered gently. A large number of magic ring fragments fell, like picking stars from the sky. Each piece of different sizes sparkled with a beautiful luster that made people intoxicated. Linda had no intention of commenting on the crazy wizards of the crazy Far East Magic School. He saw many corpses along the way. According to Selena's introduction, some of the corpses were the legendary wizards in the school. They died just like this. She sighed. If they hadn't died, this world might have become a frost world. Linda suddenly stopped. His eyes turned to a frozen corpse, which was tied to an X-shaped rack with its hands and feet tied. He was wearing red armor. It happened that he had seen this kind of red-armored soldier in another place. In the Jawbone Lord of the Cursed Land, under the third tallest tower stone pillar, there were a large number of red-armored soldiers patrolling, almost exactly the same as the frozen red-armored soldiers in front of him. "I need some information," Linda said. "It should be a very old corpse." Selena floated towards the bookshelf. There were many documents on the frozen bookshelf. They needed to thaw, and then hope that the parchment would be a little stronger, and there would be no problems during the thawing. Fortunately, Lind was here. When it comes to the control of fire, no one can match him. The fire baked, and the ice was slowly thawed. Without the subsequent output of the ice elemental plane, the ice can be melted. The former royal family of the eastern continent, the Red Furnace royal family, Selena said, believe in the god of death Zasa, and worship the huge skeleton giant. There is not much recorded in the documents. There have been too many royal families in history. Not every one of them is worth recording. Most of them can only leave their surnames, and only a few can leave detailed records. Is there any bloodline passed down? Let me see. She flipped through it carefully. Yes, it is said to be Redforge Castle, but it has no research value. Her voice suddenly became smaller, and she suddenly realized that she was talking about research at this time. Why? Because the bloodline is thin. It seems that our Lord Thorkreth Forge also has his own origin story. Selena did not speak. When she did not understand, she would rather let him talk to himself. Explore the magic school in the frost with Ghost, and then take him away. Miss Ghost has put down many things. She should be glad that she escaped from this crazy school. Linda immediately entered a new stage of busyness. The next period of time is a stage of rapid development. The undead, who are already very proficient in trickery and sneak attacks, carry out their own tricks as usual, swallowing everything around them like a wave, whether it is human or enemy. In 1 month, the Lord of Red Forge, Sock Red Forge, cut off the head of Anina Gunn and established a new ruling regime with a bloody massacre. In 2 months, the migration began. In 3 months, the hunting of the giant beasts was carried out in the forbidden area, and at the same time, the exploration of remote areas, underground tombs, ruins, and other places was carried out. Hail. Dong dong. Falling into the water. Mina was startled, and the whistle made a tree bark in her mouth almost blew. She tilted her head to look over and confirmed that it was just hail. Cuckoo. The signal mimicking the sound of birds came. It's time to withdraw. She exhaled, quickly put on her short bow, and climbed down from the tree with her hands and feet. She met the yellow-haired boy at the junction. The other party was 4 years younger than him, and was as flexible as a monkey. They supported each other in life, and she was the elder sister. People without families must stick together if they want to live well in a small gathering place. Family is indispensable. After being selected as a family, everyone will never betray each other again. It's just that Mina's kindness is too heavy. She has taken on a lot of responsibilities, and has many family members around her. She used to be the youngest in the family, but now she is the oldest, although she is only a teenager. Mina, it's time for us to move again. Again? Mina frowned. We have only lived here for less than half a month, and the environment here is very good. Although there are always some monsters with fish heads and human bodies appearing in the lake, as well as some disgusting, twisted and mutated things, they can easily find food. I heard it's because of Red Forge. The yellow-haired boy, Mile, whispered, they are looking for people willing to move there. Maybe we can go and try. But I heard that they are looking for some strong people, tricking them over, and then using them to make corpses. Mina was worried and gestured. The soul will never be free, and the body will become a complete slave. But we can't move anymore. Mile made a bitter face. Pharrell is sick, and he is still wearing open-crotch pants. We need a bottle of magic potion that can cure the disease. We will never get it here. He said, let me try, maybe I can get it. No, it's my turn. You earn food here, you are the only one in our family who has a job. Let's go together. Mina hesitated, and finally said, take Flair with you. If they didn't get the potion they wanted, Flair might be buried somewhere, but it's better than in the gathering place, because there are always some hungry bastards who will dig graves to find food to fill their stomachs, like hyenas eating carrion. In the end, the three of them acted together. Mina carried Frere, whose cheeks were burning red, on her back. Meyer was too thin and small, and didn't have enough physical strength. No one would care if they left. This gathering place was very free. Everyone could come and leave freely. Everyone was just a small group that gathered together for warmth. As long as they followed the rules, it would be fine. Someone watched their backs as they left, and didn't suppress his voice. They must have heard what those crazy people in Red Forge said. How could there be such a place where you can eat your fill, and then go to die? Being hungry doesn't stop them from saying vicious things. The three little guys left, and not long after they walked, a roar suddenly came from the air. Oh no, something happened. Looking at the huge black bear in front of him, Meyer's legs went weak. Only Mina reacted in time. She pulled Meyer and shouted, run. They can choose freedom, but they also have to face countless dangers outside. If they are not careful, they may not see the madmen in Red Forge, and they will die on the way. The huge black bear has 4 rows of teeth and fangs extending from the lower jaw to the top, like a wild boar. Its head is very large and looks uncoordinated, but the big head gives the opponent a harder skull and more terrible sprint power. The distance between the two sides was shortened in the blink of an eye. Swoosh. The air was filled with the whistling sound of arrows. As an archer, Mina could clearly distinguish the direction of the sound. The arrow flew from behind them. It was definitely a very talented archer who hit the huge black bear's eyeballs and cut off its breath. The huge body collapsed powerlessly, but inertia carried the behemoth to slide forward, like a collapsed hill, occupying the sight and pressing in front of Mina. Tick-tock. Blood dripped down the tail feathers of the arrow and hit Mina's forehead, waking her up. Such a terrifying beast that required all the masters to come out in full force was solved so easily. She turned her head stiffly and found that someone had already walked out. The other party was wearing beautiful and elegant soft armor, holding a longbow with complex and colorful magic patterns. "It's from Red Furnace," Meyer whispered. "Look at the golden symbol on his chest. A golden exclamation mark symbol. We want to join Red Furnace Castle," Mina said to the smiling man with all her strength, but she was very nervous. "Ha ha, great, warm welcome." The other party was surprised. Mina and Meyer looked at each other. "So simple?" Chapter 606. "It's definitely worth joining us." The other party's enthusiasm made Mina a little panicked. "Our brother Frere is sick." She pointed to the little guy on her back. "We want a bottle of potion to treat his illness. We can pay any amount. If we don't have money, we can work to pay it back." "Sick? This is a big deal." The other party stretched out his hand. "Give me the child." "Aw? You run too slowly. I can run faster with the child on my back." Then, the other party shook his head again. "No, it's too bumpy. Wait a minute." Not long after, a figure flew in the sky. It was a figure driving a flying magic beast pulling a carriage. The other party was wearing armor emitting magical light, and the weapon on his waist flickered with his breathing. The aura on his body was more terrifying than the man in front of him, especially the flying magic beast. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a flying dragon. The flying car is coming. The flying dragon landed and raised a gust of sand. "Pfft, can you learn to drive properly? You know nothing. The landing of the dragon must be exaggerated, otherwise how can others know that I am riding a dragon?" "Hey, what you said makes sense." The two quarreled for a few words, and then quickly turned their attention to Frere. "Send them back for treatment." Mina and Miles were taken to the carriage pulled by the dragon in a daze. The terrifying and powerful dragon climbed on the ground with 4 legs, swaying forward, flapping its wings while pushing the ground with its feet, and its body flew up with the strong wind. Spreading their wings and soaring, their sight quickly rose. Looking down, the dense forest became small, and their sight even went beyond the forest and saw farther. There was no strong wind, because they used a magic barrier to block the wind outside. This was destined to be a strange experience. They landed safely in Redforge Castle. "I give you the fare later. I say people first." "No problem, I go take the order." After the flying dragon carriage dropped them off, it immediately flew away. Without having time to see the legendary Redforge, Mina immediately followed when she noticed that Forel was being carried by the man and ran forward quickly. They came to a potion shop. What happened next left Mina speechless. She watched those powerful people who should be high and mighty fight for Forel's life, and use all kinds of precious potions without caring about the cost. Until finally a witch with rabbit teeth was invited. She must be a big shot, because Mina found that everyone respected the witch with rabbit teeth. This should be an infectious disease. The rabbit tooth witch said, "Even if he is saved, his body will be very weak." "Can you please save Frere? He is our family," Mina asked tentatively. She knew that her question was a bit difficult. The 3 of them were all worthless, and their combined lives were not as valuable as one of the pot of magic potion just brewed. Of course. The rabbit tooth witch pointed to the man who brought Mina, and the other 2 to the side, "But he will help you. Please give me a list, Miss Miko." A piece of parchment flew over, and a quill flew over, writing and drawing on the parchment. When the pen stopped, the parchment fell into the man's hand. "What a coincidence, I just happen to have all these ingredients. When can it be cooked?" "Now." The potion flew out of the man's hand, and flew into the crucible, under the command of the rabbit tooth witch. The spoon stirred automatically, the crucible boiled, and the fragrance of the potion filled the air. Everything seemed like a dream. When everything was over, the potion was delivered to Mina. "Feed him?" "Yes." Mina shuddered, immediately caught the potion bottle, and carefully fed it to Forel's mouth. Forel, who had been drowsy, had a high fever, and the unhealthy blush on his face disappeared. "Forel." She hugged him in surprise, her eyes red. "How can I thank you?" She looked at the man who brought her to Redforge, thinking about how to repay him. But the other party shook his head indifferently. "Just promise me to join Redforge." "Is it that simple?" "It's a great thing that Redforge is willing to accept them. They are stupid to refuse. Come on, follow me to handle the formalities." Mina carried Forel, who had just recovered from a serious illness, on her back, but not long after they walked, Forel said that he had recovered and could walk on his own. "What a powerful potion!" Mina exclaimed. It must be the person who brewed the potion who is powerful. The man walking in front said, Miss Miko is the chief pharmacist. It is said that she can brew potions. Wait, are you saying that the witch lady is a legendary pharmacist? Miko thought it was a fantasy. That big shot actually cooked potions for them personally. But if they had any ulterior motives, the cost they paid was far more than they could afford even if they died hundreds of times. Thinking like this, Mina and the other two came to the government hall of Red Forge hand in hand. There sat a row of steel robots, and at the heart position, they could see the energy pump beating as the gears turned. The recommender is Sweet Mushroom, and the recommender is these three. The man pointed to Mina and the other two beside him. The three stood up stiffly. Then, you need to answer some questions for me. The robot said, you can leave first, Sweet Mushroom. Sweet Mushroom bowed his head, okay, sir. After the other party left, the three became more nervous. As if sensing their emotions, the robot asked, who can answer some of my questions? Me. Mina took the initiative to speak, and she was the only one who could speak at this time. Where were you before? Did Sweet Mushroom force you back? Did he use violence to force you to join Red Hearth? Ah? Mina found that she suddenly couldn't understand the common language. There were no long and difficult sentences, and she should have heard every word clearly, but she couldn't understand them together. We lived in a small settlement in the woods in the north, next to a pond. Frere was sick, and we asked him for help. He didn't threaten us. We joined Red Hearth for resources. She was a little incoherent. Fortunately, the answer was not too bad. The robot wrote and drew, and then asked, since you have voluntarily joined Red Forge, you must abide by the rules of Red Forge. It's here again. Mina took a deep breath and straightened her chest. Okay, we are willing. No matter how harsh the rules are. First, everyone only has the most basic rations per month. 10 kilograms of grain and 10 kilograms of meat per month, which can be obtained with a badge. Ah? Mina swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She thought she was hallucinating. You heard it right. The robot emphasized, you can only get so much. If you want more, you must complete some work. Enough, it's enough. With so much food, she is willing to do it no matter how hard it is. Second, you must study, be screened, and receive training. If you can get good grades, you will get more rewards. What if you can't get good grades? Mina had to ask. Do some work within your ability. The robot emphasized again, it's better not to do this. Try to make better achievements. Otherwise, you can only eat grain and meat every month, but you can't enjoy more. Not at all. This kind of torture day is more troublesome. Can we not work all the time and just study? Mina asked. If you can keep studying, yes. The robot nodded, the better you study, the more you will get. These rewards come from the great Lord Lind Alman. Mina wanted to ask if the Lord of Redhearth Castle should be Baron Redhearth. She had also heard about the horrible siege, but the robot's next question interrupted her thoughts. After the long questioning, they were arranged to receive temporary identity cards and line up to get food from the Redhearth Castle. This was an open-air large stove, and you could smell the rich aroma of meat as soon as you approached. Thor was already drooling with greed, and Meyer's eyes were wide open. Mina took the two of them over, and the imagined difficulties did not appear. They were divided into large pieces of meat, and compared with that, the rice was much less. Eat more vegetables and less rice. That's what the cook said. The three followed the team to a table and sat down, then were completely controlled by their appetite and lowered their heads to eat. The tender meat juice exploded on the tip of the tongue, and with each collision of teeth, more was squeezed out, and then after swallowing in the throat, it went into the stomach hole. The three of them ate until their stomachs were heavy, and then they came to their senses. Holding their stomachs, they couldn't help but sigh. A dreamlike life. If we had known that Red Forge was like this, we should have come earlier. Yeah. The three reached a consensus. After dinner, they continued the unfinished procedures, were assigned accommodation, and underwent preliminary screening. They needed to separate those who could read and those who could not. Mina and Meyer could read, but Frere was too young to understand, so they had to be separated. However, the administrator who managed the assignment was very easy to talk to and promised that they could live together, but only during the day. Everyone was crowded in the house of the castle, with 6 people in each room, and 3 more people came in addition to the 3 of them. Everyone spent the first day in trepidation. On the second day, Mina and Meyer first sent Frere to study, where illiterate people gathered. Some of them were very old, and some were about the same age as Frere. Then they went to study. 3 days passed, and Mina gradually got used to the current pace of life. She was learning characters, testing her talents, and some special courses, including getting to know the Lord Linda Armin, to whom they were now loyal. A week later, the first exam came. Mina's tenacity in the Doomsday Life made her study progress very quickly. As expected, she became the first in the exam, but Mile was a little complacent and his grades were at the bottom. As for Frere, he was still young and had new friends. Half a month later, Mina was confirmed to be able to take the potion, but Mile was completely stopped and they had to separate. Because the train from afar arrived, talented students could go to the Magic Land to continue their studies and become real wizards. I think life is good now. Meyer comforted Mina and helped her pack her luggage. You have been doing well, Mina, and you can do better. Don't worry about me and Frere. We will live well here. Promise us to be yourself and be a better you. I will, my brother. She hugged the two and picked up her small luggage. Apart from the clothes she was wearing, she only had the rags she wore when she left the gathering place. They were her only remaining wealth. She left the food to Meyer and Farrell. She had heard that people with talent would be treated better. They would not only have food and new clothes, but also various potions, including magic equipment. Some things that only existed in legends were within reach. There were many people going to the Magic Land this time. They lined up in front of a huge sandworm. After being swallowed by the other party, the body seemed to be squeezed. After an unknown amount of time, when they reacted, they had already arrived at a huge city. A huge city that blocks out the sun and the sky, with walls piercing the sky. The towering walls, built with unknown power, are covered with potholes, and have been baptized by war for a long time. In front of the city, Red Forge is like a thatched cottage in the countryside. Standing in front of the wall, it's like looking up at a giant beast, and all Mina can do is keep looking up, trying to measure the height of the wall with her own eyes, until the pain in her neck forces her to give up. Welcome to Fog Rain City. The days after entering Fog Rain City seem to be accelerated. Mina is exposed to more and more knowledge. She becomes a wizard and has a staff. Then the students were divided into classes. Agriculture, War, Municipal Administration. It was a dizzying choice. Everyone could freely choose what they wanted to study, and of course, they needed to take relevant talent tests. Mina chose the war-related major without hesitation, because she found that she did not hate the feeling of fighting on the battlefield, and the exciting memories often haunted her. It's so lively today. Mina, who had never left Wuyu City since she came to it, was curious. Master Linda will come to teach us today. Lord Lind? The powerful man who has always existed in legends. I heard that he has been resisting the invasion from the Cursed Land, and even launched several counter-invasion campaigns. He also launched a unification war in the Eastern Continent, almost taking control of the entire Eastern Continent and bringing peace there. The Baron of Red Forge is just one of the powerful men who are loyal to him. A true lord of the continent. The powerful man who is hard to find will appear today, and Mina is nervous and excited. They are waiting on a practice field, watching the strong and burly man in armor appear. The armor on his body is constantly changing. It is said that it is specially forged by mechanical believers. The speed of renewal is very fast, and it is priceless. Everyone subconsciously holds their breath and slightly lowers their heads to avoid the fiery figure. I am very happy to see you here. Linda Armin said, the future of the magic world. It is exactly the same as the image in imagination. Mina looked at the other party with burning eyes. Her own value must be exerted on the other party. Linda seemed to notice her gaze, and nodded slightly to her. What do you want to ask? I am willing to answer your questions, including those that your teacher does not understand. Chapter 607. Sir, what can we do for you? A student asked. Linda saw a strong desire for progress in his eyes. As a leader, he likes this kind of people the most, provided that they have matching abilities. The students who can stay in Wuyu City to study are the geniuses carefully selected from several continents. They are enough to become legends with their talents. Each of them is the most precious resource in Linda's eyes, and he is reluctant to let them go to the battlefield. We are being invaded. You come from different continents, but you must feel the same. Lin pointed to the top of his head, because the magic ring is broken, the world is like a broken eggshell, and many things want to get in, so we need to strengthen ourselves. He looked at the student who asked the question just now. As for what you can do for me, it depends on what you are good at. Everyone cannot live without food. War requires potions, and various new types of magic research. Of course, we have always lacked military combat talents. I believe you will find your own value in it. Everyone was excited. Although Lin's answer was not enthusiastic, he admitted that everyone has their own value, which was also an encouragement. After all, he was a legendary figure who had always appeared in books, surpassing the historical records of each continent, and was a true cross-continental lord. Among the powerful warriors under his command were top warriors, gods, and kings. "Can I lead your horse, as your squire knight?" a burly blonde guy asked. "You reminded me," Lin said. "As a knight, I don't have a squire knight by my side. I am often alone, but you may not be able to hold my mount." Someone immediately reacted. "It's the Sin Dragon Castle." Someone goes out and steps on a moving castle. "It's weird, isn't it?" Lin laughed. However, the people present could only marvel and admire. That's a dragon. The Sin Dragon Castle also plays a very important role as a meeting hall, and even resides in the Star Magic School. Its existence represents Alman. "Try hard," Linda said. "I do need knights, but not just one, but many." All the young people in the Knight's Path had fiery eyes, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. "When can we go to the battlefield?" A crisp voice attracted Linda's attention. "Battlefield?" Linda looked at the girl, not very tall, but with long legs, very cute, and with neat short hair. "Ms. Mina." He glanced at the ID card on her chest. "Why do you want to go to the battlefield?" "I long for the battlefield and hope to win wars for you. I can feel the passion in your heart." When he was training these children, he did not think of letting them really go to the battlefield. Although this might be considered as a captivity, as the first batch of top talents completely selected and trained by him, they can take on teaching work or participate in various research and development. Talent has always been a scarce resource, and Lin would rather let the gods and undead people pile up their lives. But he also knew that if a highly gifted warrior really appeared, he should not be chained to the other party. The truly powerful ones all emerged from the battle. "If you can pass my test, I can let you go to the battlefield," Linda asked. "Do you want to try?" "Now?" Mina was stunned. "Do you still need to prepare?" "No, now." It was a temporary test. Linda had been a lord for a long time, and it was no longer the time when he first crossed over. He had already mastered various tactics, and used them on the battlefield more than once. There was no big problem in the tactical test. Mina's reaction was excellent, but the real situation would only be known on the battlefield. Paper talk was not enough as evidence. It could only prove that she was not making it up. In addition, there was the most important actual combat. An open area was cleared in the training ground. "I'm not very good at magic." Lin raised his right hand and raised his index finger. A fireball quickly spun and condensed between his fingers. "Let's start." Mina looked at the fireball nervously. Whoosh! The fireball quickly brushed past her cheek, easily penetrated the ground, and left a small deep pit still burning with flames. "Is this not good at magic?" Everyone present was stunned. No spells were needed. He raised his hand to cast a spell. The speed was fast, and the power was strong. Even if a third-ring strongman stood here, he would be shot in the head with one move. Mina ran quickly, holding a short bow in one hand and a staff in the other. The magic was attached to the bowstring. As her fingers quickly plucked the bowstring, magic arrows were fired at a rapid speed. Very interesting magic. Linda praised generously, and at the same time raised his hand to casually scatter the magic arrows that hit him. The opponent was not like him, who could control the energy 100%, and it would take a lot of energy to change and use magic. All the attacks were solved with ease, and Mina was not anxious. She seemed to have returned to the time when she was still in the eastern continent, hiding behind a tree, waiting for an opportunity with the utmost patience. "You don't attack? Then I'm going to do it." Lin spread out his right hand, palm facing up, with his index and middle fingers raised to make a V sign. A whirring cold air came out of his palm, condensing water vapor in the air into arrows. As he gently curled his thumb inward, a magic bowstring gathered at his fingertips, and was pulled into a full moon by his thumb. The thumb was released. Whoosh! The frost arrow shot out at high speed. Mina was amazed at Lin's strong control. He could learn her magic and modify it with just one glance. He also used magic to condense the bowstring, while using cold air to condense the arrow, achieving a meticulous operation of splitting his attention. The speed did not slow down. The continuous arrows forced her to flee in panic. Fortunately, this was just a competition, otherwise Mina would suspect that she had turned into a hedgehog, instead of every arrow staying right at her feet. After another roll, Mina seized the opportunity and raised her hand to shoot an arrow. The arrow broke through Lin's defense line and pierced his neck, and he was shooting arrows with his hands, so he had no time to defend. The possibility of success is very high. The angle is tricky, only a moment. Hit! Mina breathed a sigh of relief. Snap! Linda clamped the arrow that was shot at his neck with 2 fingers, and raised his left hand, You forgot that I have 2 hands. Ha ha ha. Mina puffed her cheeks, a little discouraged. Well done. Linda said, maybe next time I come, you can give me some surprises. When you are qualified, I will let you go to the battlefield. What I need is soldiers who can win the battle, not give away their lives in vain. We always have to sharpen our swords first, don't we? Yes, sir. After half an hour, the school lecture ended. Mina's life returned to normal. She continued to study, eagerly absorbing all the knowledge she needed, and then practiced non-stop. After she no longer had to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation, she could concentrate on doing what she wanted to do. She was sharpening her sword. As a result, she had no friends at all. Time passed quickly. In which the new thing developed by Shira, everyone can see the latest and hottest news on it, and occasionally see the rustic short dramas shot by the undead, which is very time-killing. Mina could understand the extent of the war. The civil war among the undead never stops, and the Eastern continent will soon usher in a new rule. Make sure that everything is moving in a better direction, and make sure that the battlefield needs you, from beginning to end. Well done. Linda looked at the arrow piercing his neck. His body was hard enough to ignore this magic arrow. Although it was not specially strengthened, the hardness of his skin had already surpassed that of ordinary knights, and his resistance to magic was unmatched. He has been letting her go, and her intensity has not changed, but Mina is indeed making progress. Many people are eager to try after seeing Mina challenge him, but they are not as persistent as Mina, and they are soon hit and lose confidence. Although one of his goals is to train a group of docile NPCs engaged in education and research, Lin feels a little regretful when he sees them give up the idea of fighting and decide to go with the flow. Because people with such weak wills are destined to not grow with him, and will eventually become NPCs at a certain stage, until they are lost in the crowd. My lord, did I succeed? Mina was still a little bit unbelieving. Yes, you succeeded. Linda nodded. You can go to some battlefields and perform some tasks. Eastern continent. She almost blurted it out. Now she just wanted to go back and take a look at Red Forge. Maybe Freyr and Meyer were still there. No, they must still be there. After all, it has only been a few years. Time is the easiest way to change a person's appearance, especially when they are young. They will change in the blink of an eye. She is looking forward to her brother seeing her. I remember you are from the Eastern continent? Lind asked. Yes, sir, I am from Red Hearth. Wellsock's territory. I haven't seen him for a long time. Do you mind going with me? Me? She nodded excitedly, of course. My lord. Lin's investigation of the Red Hearth royal family did not make much progress, but he confirmed that the red-armored soldiers in the Far East Magic School were indeed related to the Red Hearth royal family, and they also appeared in the territory of Lord Jawbone in the Cursed Land. Speaking of the Cursed Land, they seem to have given up attacking, and they didn't even try. But it is not ruled out that they are secretly harboring some bad intentions. In order to ensure safety, Lin believes that he should take the initiative to attack. Now the demonic land is completely under control. After the Eastern continent is completely recovered, he can. Freedom Defense War. How can we protect ourselves? It's very simple. Kill all suspected invaders, and when all enemies are dead, you will be safe. Take Mina to travel from the demonic land to the Eastern continent. The space of this continent is very unstable. The probability of successfully tearing through the space to come to this continent is very high. Similarly, the probability of encountering space collapse is also very high. It requires a certain amount of courage. Red Furnace Castle has changed a lot after several years of reconstruction. The residential area of the territory has expanded more than 10 times. Looking down from the sky, you will be shocked by the amazing population density. Unlike other continents, Red Furnace Castle is the only large city, so naturally it gathers a large population. I give you half a day off, Lin said to Mina after landing. Thank you, sir. Mina trotted into Red Forge. She was wearing a magic robe, carrying a magic bow and a magic staff. She looked like a great figure with golden light shining on her body. People passing by stared at her, and some would consciously step back and keep a distance. The place where they lived was gone. Just as she was worrying about how to find her brother, a voice came from behind. You are Mina? Mina turned her head and found that the other person was a girl with flaxen hair and freckles all over her face. The image in the memory overlapped with the person in front of her. Shimi? One of the classmates who had studied with her in Red Forge, but as the only one who left Red Forge, she didn't have much contact with him. Because she has been working hard to exchange for the future she longed for. Oh my god, Linda. Shimi walked to her side happily. You are back? Look at these magic equipment on you. You are pregnant? Yes. Shimi gently stroked her belly. After you left, we took a few more exams and graduated. I was lucky enough to be assigned to the city hall, and then I met my husband. It was the first time that Mina felt the passage of time so quickly. The freckled girl became a married woman and was about to give birth. Congratulations. Her life was not what Mina liked, but she was happy for him. Red Forge has a good preferential policy for pregnancy and childbirth. Praise Lind. Praise Lind. Are you back to find Myra and Flair? Simi asked, and after seeing the other party nod, he said, Flair is very tall, don't be scared. Really? I remember he was wearing open-crotch pants, haha. Mina was looking forward to it. Where's Meyer? He's out all day, you have to ask Flair. The two brothers still live together. After getting the address, Mina said goodbye to her old acquaintances and found the brothers' residence. She was lucky and saw a strong young man who was nearly 2 meters tall. Frere? The other person is only 10 years old at most. What did he eat? The other person turned his head. Mina? Call me sister? The two hugged each other. After asking, she learned that it turned out that Frere had the blood of some old nobles. He was actually the illegitimate son of an old noble, so he turned into this appearance after awakening. Where is Meyer? Going out to sea. Frere said, he follows a fleet and goes out often. Mina frowned slightly, regretting that she couldn't see her brother. When he returned to the city hall to look for Lind, he happened to hear someone reporting an emergency work. A fleet discovered an island, sir. What island? It is probably Gon's territory. He is hiding there, but the fleet is asking for help. Chapter 608. The strong wind pushed the brig to sway on the sea, and the sailors on the deck tied themselves with ropes to avoid being buried in the sea when the next wave hit. The storm blurred my eyes. Damn it, there's a big hole in our boat. The storm swallowed up a lot of sounds. Another boom, the bow was shattered by the storm like glass, and the huge wave hit the bottom of the boat from below like a hammer, hitting the whole boat into the air. Meyer felt dizzy, his face was hit by the seawater that was hanging upside down, and a round object bounced on his face. It was an apple. Then the wood fragments splashed from the smashed bow swept over like steel needles, piercing his wet clothes and piercing his skin. However, the storm did not end there. Everything was just the beginning. The sails that were not collected in time became tentacles that dragged them into the abyss of death, slapping the air and making the unstable ship even more shaky. Finally, the ship suspended in the air fell into the sea. In the face of the storm, a fire broke out on the ship, and the surging sea water could not put out the flames. Meyer felt the burning sound of his hair, and the smell of burnt hair. He opened his eyes, and found himself hanging in the air by a rope, with a sea of fire below. A considerable number of his companions were buried in the sea, like evil spirits crawling out of a fiery hell, struggling and twisting their bodies. The rest jumped into the sea. Maybe they could survive. At least they could still see hope. Meyer bent down and pulled out the short blade from his boots, cutting the rope that was wrapped around his waist and calves due to the shaking. He dropped the short blade and used his body's resilience to curl up and grab the rope. There was a sea of fire below, and falling into it would surely lead to death. His situation was not good at the moment. The fiercely burning flames and billowing black smoke were like a hot and smelly rag covering his mouth and nose. The smoke made him sweat profusely and exhausted, and he was forced to inhale a lot of smoke in his stomach, shaking his body from left to right. Meyer was like a pendulum clock. After making sure that he had a good angle, he let go and jumped out. Bang! His body seemed to fall directly to the ground. The pain made him subconsciously open his mouth, and then the cold sea water entered his mouth mercilessly, and his throat seemed to have swallowed many ice knives. Scratching with his hands and feet, Meyer successfully floated to the surface. His body rose and fell with the waves, like a rootless duckweed, and his eyes watched the ship being completely swallowed by the waves, and a fire broke out on the sea. Because it was loaded with a lot of wine. This was a team that liked to explore, but also traded and made some money. Wine was always in high demand, but they didn't expect that the wine they carried would eventually destroy the entire ship. After several efforts, Meyer successfully hugged a piece of wood. He tried his best to lie on it, holding on to the wood tightly, and not daring to let go. Linda bless you. When Meyer opened his eyes again, the terrible storm had moved away from where he was, and he was half lying in a place filled with mud. He couldn't hear clearly because his ears were buzzing. He tried to stand up, and his body was still under his control, but his right leg was unable to support him, and began to limp passively, making it very difficult for him to walk. The beach was in the distance. I must have been thrown far away. Meyer limped a long way and successfully found some food and weapons on the ship. He cut off a stick and made a splint to hold his broken leg, then used another stick as a crutch, and left. The seaside was not safe. He had just seen the skull of a large creature. No matter what was hunting here, he would be like a piece of fat meat in the open air with a broken leg. He turned his head to look at the situation nearby. This was a barren, deserted island. The yellow soil showed no signs of life, including no trace of weeds. A voice came. Meyer looked carefully and found a person buried under a pile of heavy objects not far away, and another person was dragging someone to the shore. They now had 4 people. After working together to rescue, Meyer got the bad news that there were still only 3 of them, because the guy buried under the heavy objects had all his ribs broken and deformed, and his last words were only, we should contact the outside world and let others rescue us. Who knows magic? Only a little bit. Good news from bad times. There's also good news that's not so bad. Would you like to hear it? What? I believe in one of Lin's many incarnations. The Lord of Stories, but he's too busy to hear our cries for help. Wait, I've made contact. Successfully made contact. They just need to wait for rescue. With the speed of those strong men, they arrive soon. I hope so. Do you know how fast they are? This is to encourage myself. How fast? In one day, they can fly from the south to the north of the eastern continent. Ha, the one you are talking about is still slow. I have seen one that flies faster, just whoosh. Ha, you are not talking about when you are with your wife. I will whoosh at least 3 times. Ha. But the laughter soon disappeared, and they saw something bad. In the distance, a deformed humanoid creature was slowly walking towards their location. Meyer picked up the bow and arrow. He used it to remember Mina, as if she was always by his side. A bone whistle arrow broke free from the bowstring and flew towards the figure. He widened his eyes, and watched the arrow pierce the figure's head. Gurgling, as if a blood bag was punctured, a large amount of blood burst out of the figure. What are those strange things? The companion said in disgust. More and more ugly things approached. Their legs and hands were very uncoordinated and of different lengths. When they walked, they were like a mass of rotten meat barely attached to the bones, wriggling. And they were howling. I guess they're not saying welcome. Let me swish it 3 times. The slow twisted charge of flesh and blood began. The injured Meyer and the other 2 quickly switched to melee weapons. Swords and knives were the best choices. They didn't have the strength to pick up heavier weapons. Fortunately, those guys were similar. The blade easily pierced through the head of a flesh and blood monster, and a string of blood came out when the sword was pulled out. Then the second sword, the second one. It was easy to kill. They seemed to have no bones, and would die with a single poke. However, more and more flesh monsters crowded over, like mercury waves. Although silent, they gradually encroached on their space for movement, and drowned them with the most direct physical actions. Meyer slashed his sword diagonally, easily cutting off half of the head and an arm. Then, the other party was trampled and crushed by his companions. Some flesh monsters staggered and could not stand steadily, were knocked down, and then trampled by the flesh monsters that followed. Even though they had been attacking until now, facing the endless siege, they could only keep retreating. Until their feet, slap, stepped into the water. They had retreated into the sea, with nowhere to retreat. Should they retreat and be swept away by the cruel waves, then pray to enter the next safe island and leave everything to good luck, or rush forward and be swallowed up? Meyer could vaguely hear the wailing of death, which must be the call of Zasa, the god of death. The sea water slapped on his back and penetrated into his neck. The enemy approached step by step, without the tension of a siege, but slowly, with endless killing, making people feel as if their throats were filled with blood and flesh, suffocating. Although the enemy's formation was loose, and they never made a war cry. But they approached slowly with a terrifying atmosphere, killing people until they were desperate, tired, and collapsed. The enemy's indifference to death made them feel powerless. It was despair. Swoosh. An arrow flew over, and pierced the heads of more than a dozen flesh monsters with great force. Bloodline shot out, clearing a vacant area. Then came the second, and the third. The number increased. Meyer turned his head. He saw a huge ship floating in the sky, and on the bow there was a man standing on the side of the ship with one foot, holding a short bow in one hand and a staff in the other. His figure appeared completely in the sun, so that he could only see the other person's black figure and fluttering hair. His pupils slowly expanded. The trajectory of the arrow, like a falling meteor, was reflected on his eyeballs. Boom! The boat hit the ground hard. The ground was shaking wildly. The sand, seawater, corpses, everything nearby was jumping wildly, and was forcibly given life by the force of the impact from the sky. The figure jumped off the boat lightly. Mina? She is different from before, becoming more confident and excellent. Leaving me is the right choice, Meyer thought so. If he keeps tying the other party to his side, the other party will not be able to pursue everything he wants. Meyer watched the other party pluck the bowstring, watching a large number of arrows flying, exploding in the air, turning into a dense rain of arrows to kill the flesh monster. But isn't it enough to have only Mina as reinforcement? Boom! A figure wearing golden armor, a black ghost cloak, and wild animal fur fluttering on his shoulders, like a lion's mane, landed on the ground. After seeing the man clearly, Meyer immediately changed his mind. Having him is enough. Linda Alman has become the representative of legends, a character that can never be separated from myths. Meyer. Mina looked over. I'm here to save you. Meyer suddenly felt his eyes soar. Welcome back. Young men, please leave the reminiscence for the triumphal banquet. Linda said, I think this place is familiar, but it is completely different from what I imagined. He took out the banshee horn, and the ghost lady Selena appeared again. Banshee horn has the ability to pull people into it. People who are deprived of all power enter it, climb to the top of the mountain by their own efforts, and finally defeat the corpse dragon on the top of the mountain to win. After a successful trial, you can get the right to use the banshee horn. He had said that the trial island was real, but the things inside might not be real. Now he found that he could say that the real thing was for reference only. Not only were there no monsters giving away equipment everywhere, there were no green grass or trees, it was all bare. And there were also bloody monsters all over the ground. He was in a hurry this time, but he only brought Mina with him. Of course, it is not ruled out that he did not want the undead to come here too early. He consciously guided the undead's discovery speed and let them focus more on other places that need to be developed, which could save Lind a lot of effort. The air suddenly became uneasy. Lind looked up at the top of the mountain in the distance, across the wasteland, and his sight climbed up all the way. There was a terrifying roar roaring towards the sky. The sky was stained with ink black. The power that could change the celestial phenomena was not less than Lind's. The whistling wind came. Mina raised her hand to block the wind that hit her, and Meyer and others staggered back. They watched the golden armored figure in front of them rise quickly, and the body became larger and larger, turning into a giant like a hill. The wind hit him and turned into something tangible. From the direction of the flames on his body, one could tell how fierce the wind was. Lind waited quietly, watching something rolling in the black cloud, causing the dark black cloud to shrink and roll inward, as if the sky had suddenly been pierced. Immediately, a figure blew out of the huge hole in the sky. The other party moved very quickly, and left the black cloud behind in just a moment. He rushed towards Lind with a rapid sonic boom. It was a giant, a flesh and blood giant, but compared to Lind's huge body, the other party was much smaller. Mina and others had no ability to face such a scene, they could only watch nervously. Under the influence of the strong wind, Mina couldn't shoot an arrow even if she pulled the bow. Everything would be blown sideways, including herself, who couldn't stand firmly. Lind remained unmoved in the strong wind, waiting for the flesh and blood giant to approach, then he took a step and strode forward. When he raised his feet, the wind and waves were driven, and the earth shook. The ground was wailing. A large number of flesh and blood monsters exploded under his feet, and when he raised his feet again, only a completely crushed sea of blood remained. Lind raised his right arm. He stomped his left foot on the ground and jumped, and the ground shook again, and then everyone saw a mountain jumping up by itself. A huge axe appeared in his hand, as if holding up a small mountain. The flying flesh and blood giant spread his arms, and tried to adjust his flying direction in the air, but facing the axe that Lind had prepared in advance, it could only hit it with its body. The loud noise that broke the sky and the shock wave that exploded turned into a circular blade that blew away the dark clouds that were pulled over by the flesh and blood giant. The flesh and blood giant smashed to the ground, and its body turned into a meat grinder. Just the collision of the body easily slaughtered a large number of flesh and blood monsters. When the other party got up, his body was completely deformed, and a large amount of meat was hanging on the bones. Gang? Linda's senses were very sharp. They met for the first time, but he recognized the other party's identity when he saw him. This is the secret of your strength. He no longer looked at the broken flesh and blood body, but looked at the distant mountain top. Because another flesh and blood giant flew over. Chapter 609. The flesh giant flew again and rushed towards Lind, opening his arms, not flinching at all because of the previous failure. The axe hit the flesh giant, and it was smoothly split in half in the air. The arms were stretched out because of the sudden separation of the body, accompanied by squirming muscles and splashing blood, like flying sails. Meyer and others who escaped from the broken ship witnessed it with their own eyes, and the impact was even stronger. Immediately, the body hit the ground, gnawing out a bloody path on the beach, and finally the flesh and blood loosened, and the body was motionless. They looked at Lind, waiting for his order. However, Lind only said, "Don't die," and jumped up with his axe and hammer. The jumping action of his huge body was enough to make the ground under his feet groan and cry out in pain. The flame wings suddenly spread out behind him, as if the sky was replaced by a raging sea of fire. The scorching heat forced several people to curl up and lower their altitude for fear of being affected. The heavy body rushed into the sky, like a mountain rushing upside down into the sky. The scorching heat almost dragged people into the sky. They watched Lind rush into the dark clouds, completely breaking up the dark clouds on the horizon, and the sky light fell, and the red sun was dazzling. Another flesh giant emerged and collided with the diving Linda. A large piece of meat that was chopped and smashed appeared in the sky. Linda landed. He was very familiar with the trial island. The basic terrain was almost the same, except that the altar and the corpse dragon that should exist here disappeared, replaced by a volcanic crater. Linda plunged into the volcanic crater. There was no magma here, but there were countless flesh and fat. The blood vessels were like spider webs hanging on the stone wall of the volcanic crater, wriggling and struggling, as if there was still life. There were also some twisted creatures that pounced on Lind, but Lind was not afraid at all. The high temperature and flames on his body burned, and all the flesh monsters that tried to get close were like moths to a flame. Burning and screaming were resounding. But this could not stop them from rushing forward, just like it could not stop Lind from going deeper. Those bone-like claws were solid and sharp. They chopped at Lind's body, but were broken by the recoil force, and even burst into clusters of flames in counterattack. Roar! The roar of a devil from purgatory came from below, sounding like a lion. The muffled roar made people's hearts twitch slightly, as if awakening Linda's instinctive fear of large beasts, as a human being. The sound echoed inside the flesh and blood volcano. Finally, Linda saw the lion swimming upstream. It was also in flesh and blood, without animal skin, and the skull had nothing to do with lions. It had 6 long legs, huge and sharp claws that provided strong grip, and a wriggling barbed mouthpart in its mouth that was split like a petal, staring at Linda like a venomous snake. Even with the help of powerful reinforcements, Lind was still unstoppable. He gave up his hammer and axe because of the inconvenience of space, but his fists and the most basic burst of burning flames were enough to defeat all obstacles in front of him. Those flesh and blood bodies that tried to wrap him up were like dolls stuffed with cotton, light and fluttering, and would be knocked away at the slightest touch, and would even explode if they were slightly strengthened. Lind finally landed. Landing in a spacious space, his body shrank rapidly, and he was surrounded by various monsters that surrounded him with eager eyes, and they had the characteristics of several creatures. Linda even saw many familiar parts on them. When the undead explored the forbidden area of giant beasts in the eastern continent, they did not forget to make special illustrations, which included detailed descriptions of the key parts of some giant beasts. The flesh monsters swarmed up again, as if a group of ants thought they had found a giant insect that they could hunt. They had an absolute advantage in numbers, and were endless, and it was impossible for them to lose. But these were destined to be useless. Linda's body was burning with flames, and wave after wave of flame shock waves rushed out like ripples on the water. Linda didn't need to care at all, and easily cleared all the flesh monsters that tried to rush over. A large amount of blood and flesh exploded, making the inside of the volcano sticky. Bodies exploded in the air, as if a spoonful of red-hot iron slurry was hit with a hammer, and the blood splashed all over the space. The few strong ones, who managed to rush to Lind, were split in half by his axe, and their bodies immediately rotted and fell to the ground. They were like wheat that was harvested quickly, and then blown all over the sky by a gust of wind. There were corpses everywhere, and it was difficult for Lind to find many parts related to humans in these pieces of meat. They evolved. Too extreme. All this must be related to magic, although Lind did not capture the magic element. Of course, if flesh and blood are also one of the magic elements. A resource that can be made locally, very abundant, but very precious. Lind threw out the ruthless axe, aiming at a huge meat cocoon in front. There are huge meat cocoons here. Like a heart beating and struggling, the axe accurately split the meat cocoon, cutting a huge hole, and something slipped out. The flesh giant, his body connected by various tubes. He fell to the ground helplessly motionless. Now Lind understood that this was a flesh nest, or a production factory of flesh magic elements. The axe flew back and landed in Lind's hand. The axe handle was covered with flesh and blood, and the battle axe pattern from the dwarves was soaked in blood, scarlet and dazzling. When his wrist dropped, blood dripped along the axe blade, as if it was boiling and smoking. Lind's eyes followed the direction of the tubes and climbed up, tracing the source. This space was very large, and it was worth a good look around. He also discovered that there was not only ground space, but also underground space. Spiral downward. A violent struggle began to sound behind him. The flesh cocoons began to jump wildly. An arm rushed out of the flesh cocoons. The flesh giant violently tore the flesh cocoons, broke the flesh tubes on his body, and ran towards Lind. He just shook his wrist lightly, shook off the blood on the axe, and threw the axe out. The huge axe was as light as a branch. After being thrown out, it spun and easily swept the neck of the flesh giant. It even rushed towards the flesh cocoons like a broken bamboo, cutting off all those squirming and struggling. After a loop, the axe returned to its owner's hand. Compared to waiting for the flesh giant to rush out, it was much easier to cut the pipe directly. Since the other party was not confident that he could go deeper, there must be the secret of gang below. Linda quickened his pace and used fire to drive the way ahead, sweeping away all the wriggling clumps of flesh. Finally, he came to the bottom floor, which was an empty space with an area comparable to that of a castle, and a brain completely tied up by flesh and blood hung above. Countless tubes were pierced on the exposed brain like dense hair. Banshee Horn Selena, who was hiding in the room, appeared again. Flesh magic, she said, a crazy way of immortality. I've never heard of it. Because it doesn't belong to this world. Linda observed the huge head and asked, what's hidden inside? Consciousness, abandoning the soul and body, and only transferring its own consciousness to this brain. So it's this kind of immortality. Linda said he already understood. Consciousness is eternal, and when you want to change your body, you just need to change a body. That's why there are so many twisted flesh monsters. He suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu, and his arrival seemed to end a certain catastrophic version of the future that should belong to the game. The sweep of flesh magic is definitely a disaster. Now they are strangled on this island, including Gang, whose tentacles have extended to the eastern continent and controlled Redforge Castle. Linda chopped off his claws and had to retract them. If so, it's hard to say whether that thing is Gang. It may just be covered with that layer of skin. But your situation is not good. Selena said, an undead dragon is targeting you. Is this the special ability of the ghost? Lind asked. No, I saw it. Roar! The three undead dragons slowly crawled out with their broken bodies. They are definitely not controlled, right? Go ask Zasa. The size of the undead dragon is not too big, far less than the king of black phosphorus, and even smaller than the Sin Dragon, but it is already a huge monster that people have to look up to. What's worse is that there are three of these huge guys. Lind stretched his body to the maximum. The size difference between them is not big. Lind is even a little taller than their shoulder height, so he doesn't have to face the enemy with a skinny posture. He took the lead and leaned forward to rush to the head of an undead dragon. He swept the hammer from below and scooped it up. He hit the chin hard, and the undead dragon couldn't control its head to rise, and its body shook. At the same time, Lind turned around and swung the axe to hit the farthest dragon. At the same time, he opened his hands and hugged the neck of the other dragon. He used his arms to force the opponent to the ground with his weight and brute force. Dust flew up in the air. Lind adjusted his body and punched quickly. Thanks to his perfect strength control, he could still use all his strength to hit even with an awkward posture. The other two dragons also rushed over, biting Lind's shoulders and thighs. Lind raised his right hand, and the axe flew back and hit the back of the dragon's neck in front of him. The hammer hit the axe, hitting again and again, and the axe blade slowly penetrated. The dragon's neck, which was much harder than steel, was split in two by the axe. Without the protection of flesh and scales, it was slightly inferior in defense. The huge force pulled him backwards, but also saved him from the dilemma of being bitten by two dragons. The head can be chopped off and closed again. Lind saw that the dragon whose head he had chopped off actually found its head again. It was almost endless. As he said this, his legs also recovered quickly. He grabbed the banshee horn and blew it. The magic resistance is too high. The banshee horn was completely useless. Three dragons opened their mouths and bit. Lind blocked the axe in front of him, heard the sound of the dragon's teeth biting the axe, and could feel the breath of the undead. Lin's advantage in the power confrontation became useless. He was pushed back and crashed into the sticky flesh. I have to change my style. Lin has mastered too many fighting styles, but his enemies are always about the same strength, so he gradually gave up those flashy or very cumbersome moves, and replaced them with strength and fire, and at most strong recovery and immortality. These alone are enough to solve 99% of the problems. He resisted the dragon's bite and gnaw, and his right fist hit hard again and again. The dragon head that he grabbed and hit froze, so forcibly pulling and breaking a head was definitely good news. What follows is that the accumulation, and finally explosion. The Book of Killing. Accumulate, release. Boom. Boom. On the ground, Mina and others looked at the mountain in the distance with worry. Not long after Lin entered it, there were several eruptions of blood and flesh magma. There were various body parts on the beach that was completely soaked in blood and flesh. They couldn't imagine how terrible the battle Lin faced inside. Rhythmic and rapid earthquake sounds came from under their feet, continuously, and their feet began to numb when they stepped on the ground. What was worse was that the ground cracked, as if the abyss invaded this place. The sea surface behind was also restless, smashing the waves fiercely, and then greedily scooping the blood and flesh back into the sea. Finally, they heard the roar of the dragon and saw Linda entangled with the 3 undead dragons and rushed out of the ground. The hot flames and hot winds were like being sharpened by a whetstone, sweeping across their faces with sharp stings. Perhaps they will never forget this scene in their lives. Linda entangled with the 3 undead dragons with his own strength, and even fought to equal strength. Linda's skin was red, and he fully stretched out his power. The armor on his upper body completely disappeared, and the huge ball formed by dozens of emblems on his chest was beating. His long golden hair was flying, and his blood vessels formed golden lines on the surface of his skin as magic power surged through them. The explosion violently erupted from Lin's fist, and the wind from his fist tore through the air and made a loud noise. It was so dazzling that it seemed as if a fire suddenly lit up the sun, smashed the head of the undead dragon, and burned the clouds in the sky red with a pillar of fire. Lin breathed deeply with all his strength, and the fire and flames entered his mouth, strengthening his strength and completing the energy cycle with his body. The sea breeze also took advantage of this opportunity and chose to come to help, using the storm to expand the flames, causing the flames on Lin's body to be pulled, like the tail of a meteor, or like a hot flag raised. The 3-headed undead dragon's head was smashed. The body was temporarily paralyzed. Lin seized the opportunity and threw his body onto the sea god. Lin, who had successfully slayed the dragon, had red skin and fierce eyes. He tried to calm his anger and looked at the huge brain. The ground cracked, and the suspended brain was completely exposed to everyone. I unilaterally declare that this part of the game content will be deleted from the content that the undead will experience. The flames were released and devoured the brain. Even death did not make a wail. Perhaps it was the last mercy of this weird flesh and blood magic.